You did it.
I'm assuming it's just buffering some seconds. Gotta stop the stream snipers.
15-second delay, standard Twitch procedure.
Apparently. That was a different.
Be patient.
It's nothing. Literally nothing.
Figuratively nothing.
You know what else is weird?
What?
If you disable preview, it cuts out the audio. Or it did before. Yeah, what? Cut out the audio before. Just wait. Oh, that's different.
Congratulations, you broke it.
Didn't work. Second test. Oh, there we go.
Wait, what?
Please.
What is the delay on this?
Like 10 seconds. Maybe a little more.
So yeah, 15 seconds.
What videos does YouTube recommend when there's nothing to recommend? Oh, we got a relevant hit.
Wait, what?
We have a relevant hit. All of the other ones are like court trials. Because we were judging editing, probably.
You messed up.
Somebody messed up somewhere. I guess I'm in here. Because laptop.
Is the mic actually picking us up from here?
GoPro.
Oh, okay.
It's all from the GoPro. So,
What?
oh, baby. Just like whisper things into the GoPro during the stream.
Marmalade.
Somebody post in the subreddit. Don't smash whisper.
Wait, what?
How much bandwidth are we using right now?
Yes.
It's just mango. It's literally just like I was actually talking about it. Holy shit. I don't have time for this.
Kevin Stu posted in TCG Club. Kevin's gonna be late. DMV is bad. What?
That's pretty good. Actually, that's actually pretty good. This clip is dumb.
Press over B, pray to R in Jesus.
How I play Game & Watch.
Your prayers have not been answered. One.
Oh my god, that's amazing. This is more posts than the actual. I'm just gonna delete this again. The niche, like, can't presume it's still on. Play the token game.
Hmm?
We should play the token game.
What is it?
You give out a token at the beginning, and you have to find the person with the token by asking them, and then they ask you a rules question, and if you answer correctly, then if they have it, they'll give it to you. Otherwise, it's like, no, I don't have it. So you need. Also, Bears wrote about it, so we should. Okay. Oh.
Someone's talking to me.
Yes. I can see that.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Do you have a URL that actually goes to that stream?
I think this. Yeah, I think this one.
Because I can't figure out how to get to it. Can you, I guess, Facebook message me the URL?
Yes.
That would be cool. That way I can tell people about it.
Should test it from this browser, which it should. Yeah, there's skeleton key. The hell?
It's a stereotypical Eric post. Yeah, Eric post.
I'd be okay if there was a Mario Party board on Innistrad. Be like the Boo House from 7.
I haven't played 7 actually.
I think that's the right one. It was all random. Like there was like specific rooms that were in like a grid, and it would, whenever you had to start, everybody would go back to the beginning and randomize it. And the person would start would have like a lesser turn. They'd start with like 2 turns instead of like 7 or something. Damn, I forgot about this. Why do you need to upload a URL? Did you see that?
Because yeah, it does this thing. That's why. Like it puts a screenshot and the name underneath with a cleaner URL for sharing purposes.
Facebook.
It's a book of faces.
Oh my god, that pissed me off so much. Just right next to the camera the whole time. Oh god.
Chewing bubble wrap, blowing bubble, make sure it pops audibly next to the camera.
People can hear us.
I know.
There's 3 people watching now. 2 of which are me.
So it's you and Dan.
Yes. Where's the rest of our friends?
I just messaged Eric actually. He's getting a parking pass.
What?
He has his car here, so he needs to be able to park. Although,
Oh.
you know, stereotypical Eric being really nervous about everything that exists.
Brad just parked in 8th Street parking lot. Which is legit.
I mean, he may have gotten a parking pass as well. I believe. I don't know what I believe, but I believe.
What's happening out in the atrium?
I'm assuming lots of people. Can I leave my bag here?
Yeah, go for it.
In my sweatshirt?
Yeah.
It's like, no, your sweatshirt's awesome. Fuck, it's heavy. Oh, language.
What's in here?
My binder. You know the
Why
thing,
is cardboard so heavy?
that thing that I never bring because it's so incredibly heavy?
Dan just walked in here and looked troubled.
But the stream delay means he didn't hear me curse yet, so I can leave and pretend it wasn't me.
What?
protect.
No, I
that,
just,
but-
I'm not.
Yeah, you can sit wherever. You should be quiet if you're near the mic because it's gonna be obviously picking up.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
should
the
definitely
whispers.
not sit behind you.
Ality.
That's true. I would expect nothing less, man. Oh, I see. So instead of doing that, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say. 7 o'clock, and unless my math has gotten significantly worse in the past 30 seconds, I don't think there's 35 people.
I'm all for critiquing because like might be something about flashbacks or something.
I'm sorry?
Just people get stuck together.
Yeah.
Keep talking, they expect to know something and ask them that already happened.
Thank you, sir.
Was good, son.
Come out of your turn.
Just make it. I was gonna say.
Why are you such a great communicator already? Man, how long did it take?
Still a bunch of people. Yeah. Also, people will be confused. He made an announcement that said we're all learning about it.
Yeah, but people didn't hear that. Now, what be?
Hey, do you want me to go out and correct people or? No, it's fine. Okay. Yeah. There's here and then there's here. I just like the idea.
So you're all set?
Yes.
All right, this should,
We are
or
straight.
is this already live?
It's already live.
This is go?
Oh, that one? I haven't touched
Okay.
it.
Just start and stop that at the beginning and end of each presentation.
Yep.
I'll beep a couple times.
All right. We've waited long enough. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Professor Raff. No, okay. All right, sorry. Hi, guys. My name is Elliot Raff. I'm a level 2 judge from Boston, Massachusetts, and one of the co-area representatives for Greater Boston. I want to thank you all for being here this morning. Hopefully your drive in from wherever you're from wasn't too bad. This is effective communication between players and judges. So, first of all, I just want everyone to take a second and think about why this seminar is necessary, right? So, I'd like to think that everyone's here, everyone's in this room as a judge because they want to help their community, right? They want to give something back to the players. But how do we really do that? It's my firm belief that communication is the single greatest important skill that a judge can have. You can know all the rules, you can know the IPG and the MTR forwards and backwards, but if you don't actually know how to just sit down and talk to someone, then the players aren't going to respond to you, all right? So today we're going to cover a wide range of topics. This is going to be really I'm going to want a lot of audience participation because this is about your stories and how we can help everyone, and apparently those of you at home, because this presentation is being streamed, something that I found out like 5 minutes ago. Hi, Internet. And how we can help everyone really hone in on how to make players' experiences better, because really that's what this is about. I apologize if I have to run back to check my notes at the podium. That's just an unfortunate thing of how this room is laid out. But first of all, I want to hear from you guys. I want to just take a moment, think of either an example of a time where you heard or saw a judge handle a situation really well through communication, or something that may have gone a little wonky and something that could have been improved on. Take a second, and then I'd like to hear some some examples of scenarios. When you do talk, just make sure you lead with your name and where you're from, okay? So I can lead off with one. So let's say someone is at your LGS for the first time, right? They might be new to Magic. They might not know necessarily what's going on, but they've come in for Friday Night Magic, and they want to draft. A lot of stores assume that, players will know what to do when they show up to your event. What's just one very simple thing that you can do when you're sitting players down to draft that'll help them in? Has everyone here drafted before? It's something that we ask all the time at larger events. If you've ever been on a Grand Prix or an SCG Open and you've run a side event, it's something that we ask there, but not necessarily at our own F events. And there's kind of a reason for that. We assume that our local players are going to be able to, come in and know what they're doing. But, you don't want the smart alecky guy at every GP who goes like, oh, yeah, no, I have never drafted. Yes, you have, but seriously, it's just something like that that can make newer players feel welcome. And that's what we're trying to do. Any examples from you guys? Anytime where you've seen a judge either knock it out of the park or maybe something could have gone over. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Good morning, everybody. My name's Thaddeus from Portland, Maine. This was at a PTQ a couple years ago. Rob Castonian was the head judge. I was the floor judge for it. And the situation come up where there's just two players during the standard match where they were just, one of them missed something the other one had done, and then didn't believe the explanation or what was given to him. And so it became a little testy. It became a very he said, and neither of them believed the other one. And so Rob pulled one aside alone, came back, pulled the other side alone, came back and said, I think that you both think that you're right. And they didn't like that, but Rob was able to really just sit there, be the authoritative figure, and say, this is the way that things are going to happen now. I know that you guys just don't like each other in this moment, but we have to continue playing a game. We have to continue to be good sports about it. And I think that you both think that you're right, and we're just going to treat it that way. And it was a really well succinct way to do it.
Yeah, that's going to happen a lot. Situations where both players in any given situation think they're correct, and that can be very difficult. But if you don't take a second and really think about what you're going to say and how you're going to say it, then the players might not respond to you as the authority figure in a contentious situation. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, I'm Abby. I'm from New York. So this is a while ago as a floor judge at a PBTQ, but this one player, we had given her cautions the entire day and slow play warnings, and eventually in top 8, we had to bump it up to a game loss, and that eventually ended up to her losing in top 8 altogether. And her friends were just berating my head judge, what are you doing? She wasn't playing slow, she's new, blah, 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 but he handled it so well and explained it to her in such a way where she was completely fine with it. And she understood what was going on.
Yeah, that's great. Especially in those situations where a player feels like they're being punished or doesn't understand what's happening. It's really important that we take a second and really think about how we can explain this to the players who may not be in the best state of mind. I saw a few more hands. Yes?
I'm Arnie. I'm from Amherst, Massachusetts, and I've got a bad example.
All right. Sorry, just
just
a general note. We're going to refrain from using bad for the purposes of
I have a
discussion.
constructive
The
example.
situation that could be different.
Yeah, I was judging a pre-release, and there were two fairly experienced players, and there was a dispute over life total. One that would have bearing on the outcome of the match. And I looked at it, and it was pretty obvious what the fix was, but because they were experienced players, I was still a little nervous. So I asked one of them, "What do you think I should do in this situation?" And in doing so, I basically took all of my judgely authority and kind of dropped it in one of the players' laps, in a way that just immediately undermined my authority.
Yeah, and that situation can be really difficult, especially, when the players are experienced, they know what's going on, but you have to remember that you're still the judge, you're the one there to resolve any kind of dispute. All right, one more before we move on. Yes?
So, I'm Ashton. I'm from Central Jersey, and so Northeast. I was This was a while back. I was doing Simple Friday Night Magic, and a lot of things were going on, especially before the game, because we had a new player that the entire community came together to help them put together standard legal deck. It was really touching. But elsewhere, at the end of the match, in the first round, I told players they were on time. One of the more experienced players just didn't like that and instantly went from 0 to 100, and I was for sure wrong. And while I had been busy with the new player and he signed them a 10-minute match extension because they're putting things together and they're pulling themselves and so on and so forth, I asked the right questions to find that out. And when I brought the TO to help defuse the situation, that's when I found out what was happening. So if I was able to ask the right questions, or was able to better communicate with the TO without expectations and how we should tell things to each other, that situation didn't have to happen at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's a great example of just how you need to be talking to everyone who's involved in your event. It may be that you're, head judging a GPT or PPTQ with another floor judge. But if you're not talking to each other and be like, oh, this table is kind of a long extension, and you go over and call time, then understandably that player is going to be very confused as to what's happening, right? So it's really just about talking. But it's not all about talking to people, right? So I want everyone in this group to wrap their head around the fact that communication is not just what comes out of your mouth, right? It's about how you present yourself. So like right now, if I were to be presenting and I was up in front of this lecture hall like this, what does this say about me? Closed off. Anything else?
Oh, I'm gonna get DQ'd.
Stern. Sorry?
I'm gonna get DQ'd.
I'm gonna get DQ'd. Stern. Yeah, this is an image, if I'm looking over a table like this, these players are gonna be scared out of their gourd, right? And I'm not necessarily a scary guy, but if you have a judge, anyone in a black shirt, an authority figure looking at you like they're not having a good time, like what does that say to the player? So you really want to think about how you're presenting yourself, even when you're not even when you think you're not interacting with players at all. If I walk around like this, I'm more open, I'm approachable. Hey, come tell me about your last match. I want to hear about it. Or you can come to me with your situation. If I'm feet shoulder width apart, this is an open judge. This is a smiling judge, a happy judge. And if you're smiling, then your players are going to be smiling. It doesn't matter how badly they just lost their last match. You can help them through that simply by being a welcoming presence for them. And that's something that we as a community really need to work on, is this dispelling of the idea of a judge as like this rules robot, right? Because that's what the majority of players think we are. And that's a misconception. Because we're not there to tell players that they're wrong. We're not there to give them a game loss or a penalty. We're there to help. But if you're, closed off and showing players that, what's your situation? What is it? No. We want to be open. We want to show players. We want to smile. We want to improve players' days, because if the players are happy, then we're going to be happy. Right? No one likes it if we're in a tense situation at a PPTQ or something like that. It's tense enough already. You don't need to add to it, right? All right. So let's say there's a judge call on that side of the room. Ethan, do you have a judge call for me? Just raise your hand, call for judge.
Judge.
All right, what's the first thing I should be doing if I'm over here and there's not another judge already taking the call?
I'll take the call.
I'm sorry?
Just say,
Let's pretend it's a larger event. There's several rows away. They can't really hear me.
walking.
Me. Abby.
Pointing and walking.
Pointing and walking. Yes, exactly. So if Ethan's looking around for a judge and he's all the way over there, and my hand shoots up, and I go, hey, that's the first thing it says, hey, I'm here to help you. I'm coming. Don't worry about it. I got you. Because, I don't know how many of the people in this room have ever judged at a larger event. Hopefully, you might at some point if you haven't or you're working towards that. But it can be really difficult to get a judge to the correct area on time just because, the level of noise in the room or inadequate floor coverage, any number of things. If you raise your hand, point, hey, I haven't spoken a word, but I've communicated with Ethan that I'm coming to help him. How about once you get to the table? What do you think is the first thing you get to the table? Yes.
Get down on their level.
Get down on their level. What's your name?
Skylar.
Skylar. Yes, exactly. Try to get down on their level. Matt, how can I help you? Exactly. Hey guys, how can I help you? Which is, another thing that's so simple. It's just like, hey, how can I help you? Because that says to the player, like, I'm literally here to help you, right? So it's, what's something that might set a player off? Something that might not make them feel comfortable in that situation. Sam?
If you came over and said something like, so what's the problem?
Yeah. What's the problem or what's wrong or anything like that implies that there's a problem. Maybe they just want Oracle text. Like, and in that situation, you've immediately said like, oh, I'm assuming you guys screwed up. That's not what we want. All right, sorry, I just checked real quick. So yes.
Sorry, I just got a question.
Yeah, please.
I'm Jeff Huber. I'm from Northern Jersey.
Good to meet you. Jeff.
Good to meet you too. There was mention of get down on their level. Do you mean like physically or?
Yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified that. So, for example, say Mike here is playing a match at this table and this seat's already done. Hey guys, how can I help you?
Okay.
It's physically getting down on their level. It's another thing of like not being the towering judge over their table. Because it's just another way to make them feel intimidated and put up. So it's really just making sure that the players don't see you as, some kind of punisher, for lack of a better term. Sorry, it's still a little early. I'm not communicating as well as I could be. But, all right. So, really it's about, just fostering a fun environment when you're not at calls. And so, we went over that a little bit with, like, smiling and being open, but how can we take that further? What can you as judges do when you're not at calls to make sure that the player experience is going better? James.
James from Boston. You can create a rapport with your players, ask them what's going on outside of their games, get to know them, and call them by their name. It's a big thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, at an LGS, that's a lot easier to do. And, like, hopefully a lot of you guys, like, know your player base. But, that's a very, very great thing to do. It's just to, like, hey, like, how was your week? How's your game going? Oh, can I see your draft deck? How'd you do? That kind of thing. It just makes it so much easier. Yes?
Kind of going hand in hand with that, walk the floor, make yourself available and apparent.
Yeah, if you're the scorekeeper at your F&M or whatever, don't be stuck behind your computer all day. Make sure that the players see you out and interacting. Yes.
I'm Chris from Maryland. One of the things you can do is like help clean up the play area. I know sometimes, especially in draft environments, trash can be everywhere. So if you just pick that trash up, it will create an environment where players are much more appreciative.
Yeah, just a clean play area. That's a great one. I haven't had that brought up before. Especially check your table tents. Players think you're trash cans.
Building on what James said, like when a player goes to the bathroom, I like to sit in their seat and actually like talk to their opponent, like, where'd you come from? How far is the drive? Like, how's your weekend going?
Yeah, that's a huge one. Yes.
Can I caveat that it's actually, especially for larger events, it's actually better to stand and certainly have that conversation. But if you're standing there at the table, then when the opponent who went to the bathroom, the player that went to the bathroom, then will be able to see you and return to their seat faster. So that's just an identification thing.
Yes.
At larger tournaments, if I see players that I have some sort of familiarity with, local players, or anything like talk to at bigger events, as the day goes on, I ask them if they're staying hydrated, because they're there all day too.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Yes.
I find an important thing, going back to your rules or what it is, you have emotions, laugh at funny things. Like the players will come up and say, look what I did with this Boros reckoner. You're like, that's awesome. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, exactly. If the player's excited, we want them excited. They're there to have fun. So going off of that just a little bit is like, even if you take a contentious judge call with someone and like they might be kind of mad, especially if you ruled against them, that might happen. Just follow up with them throughout the day. Make a point of like, if you see them around the hall, being like, hey, I know that thing kind of sucked earlier. How's the rest of your day going? Just enforce this idea that judges actually care about the players, because we really do, and not a whole lot of players get that. So, sorry, I just need to. This is. All right, so let's say you get to a table, and they have a rules question for you, and you're not 100% sure on the answer. They won't tell me what to do there. Assume you're at a larger event, and you're not 100% sure on what the answer is. Yes?
One of the things I used to do when I'm unsure of an answer is I tell players, hey, I'm going to grab another judge to confirm with this ruling. I'll come back. And so that way I have time for me to go to the judge, say what I want to say, then come back to the player so that way I can say in an effective manner so that everyone understands.
Yeah, that is a fantastic tool that hopefully you'll have at your disposal, which is, hey, you know, I'm going to take the time to make sure that this ruling's correct. I'm going to go confer with another judge. That first one is not necessarily something you always want to say to the players, but it's what you're saying through your action, right? Players want to correct ruling. They don't care about how quick it is, right? If they're sitting there for a few extra minutes, that's okay. That's why we have time extensions. They're getting that time back anyway. Take the time to make sure that the call is correct. If you're at your LGS and you're like pretty sure of what this card does, or with the ruling or whatever, just give yourself a minute, pick up the relevant card and read it. You don't even really have to be reading it, but it shows the players that you're engaged, right? So like, for example, you know, in recent standard, you know, they want to know if a Jace gets exiled when it gets killed when there's an Anafen's on the other side of the battlefield. You know, you might know the answer, you're sure you know the answer, but you just need a second to make sure and run through your thought process. Pick the card up, just put it back down, okay, this is your answer. It's really about taking the time to process what you're going to say, and then delivering that ruling confidently. So, jumping off that, yeah, sorry.
Don't forget there's also like SOS Slack if you need it.
Yes, that's excellent. So who here is on the Northeast Judges Slack? For those of you who don't know what the Slack is, I'm doing Dan Collins and Brian here to work for them. Slack is a fantastic new web application in our region that allows judges to chat and communicate outside of events. So it's kind of like Facebook Messenger or something, but there's a whole bunch of us in there. The web address for that is northeastjudges.slack.com. You want to make sure to write that down. I hope I see you in there after this. It's a great resource for you. Yes.
Northeast spelled out?
Yes, Northeast spelled out, the word judges.slack.com.
And Slack has native Android apps, iPhone apps.
Yeah, it's fantastic. There's all kinds of different channels, one of which Abby conveniently mentioned is an SOS channel, which can be used, a bunch of us have notifications on our phone or whatever that'll notify us when messages are sent in that channel. So we can hop on and help you with whatever issue you're having, which is really useful. I've used it myself a few times. It's okay, seriously. Ask for help, it's great. Yes?
What's the best way to consult Google about your problem when you're talking to each other?
I would step away from the table, first off.
What do you tell them?
I'm going to double check my ruling, or something to that effect. Because again, players want the correct ruling. They don't necessarily care that if you have it, off the top of your head. Although if you do, that's great. But it's not completely necessary. So, let's see. When we're talking about, rulings that you might not be 100% sure of, we all know that appeals can happen. But what do we think is something that you might say that's more likely to lead to you having to get the head judge than not? Yes?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure. I think it works like, yeah, that's not something players want to hear. That's why we take that second, we calm down and we say, hey, we're going to deliver this ruling with confidence. Because that's what players want out of their judges, out of their authority figures. They want confidence. And that's something that you all have. You all have an abundance of rules knowledge, of policy knowledge. You all are very, very smart people. And if you take the time and actually deliver that ruling with the knowledge that you know that you have, it'll do wonders. However, occasionally we're going to have to get into some more contentious situations. We're going to have to, issue penalties or hard rulings at some point. And, that can really make or break a player's day, is how you handle that situation. let's say that a player is playing and they commit a game rule violation or something of that nature. So just for the sake of argument, I'm going to pretend that that I'm answering a call at Mike's table, okay, right here. I'm not going to do the whole down level thing just for the screen's sake. But I'm going to go through a sample situation, and I just want you all to critique me, all right? I'm going to issue a game rule violation, and just you'll tell me what I did wrong, all right? All right, Mike, so this object should have, or this Thunder Moth should have been exiled. You instead put in your graveyard. A couple of turns have passed. It's not really a huge deal, but we're going to return it to its correct zone, which is exile. I'm going to issue you a warning for game rule violation. It's not really a huge deal. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. All right? All right. So anyone want to tell me something that I might have done a little better? Yes, Sam.
I always try to avoid saying, I'm going to issue you or I'm going to give you this penalty. The rules are giving you the penalty. I'm just like, I always like to say the penalty for that is a warning or that is going to be a warning. Because if I'm giving it to you, it kind of makes me sound gracious and it's just sort of coming out of my will rather than the rules which exist and can be referenced.
Exactly. So that's a big one thank you, Sam, for pointing that out, is that by saying I'm going to issue you a penalty, that's me doing that. That's not the rules doing that. That's not policy doing that. That's my decision, and I'm choosing to penalize you. I don't want to penalize you. But by my saying that, I'm putting the onus on me instead of policy. Yes?
Another thing that I generally avoid doing when I'm issuing rulings like that is, it's not a big deal compliments. It is a big deal, because that alters the line of play for the players. So just avoiding usage of words like that can really turn the player negatively.
Yeah, that's one of those where you want to be careful, because like I find saying, if a player is new to competitive and is receiving a warning, a lot of them are going to think that's a pretty big deal. In the scheme of things, it's really not. So you want to use that at your discretion. You want to make sure the player's calm. If they're stressed out, offer them to like take a moment away from the table, go get some water. These are all options we have. Again, it's just making sure that players are having the best experience possible. Yes?
Disconnect in New York City, you use language like should, and you cut off mid-sentence when you were describing the game state.
Yep. Yeah, I in that scenario, I didn't really take a second to think about what I was going to say. And it made me seem a lot less confident, right? I didn't seem like I really knew what I was doing necessarily. Good pickup, Chris. So now that we've gotten through a whole lot of like the technical areas that we're discussing, I want to go back to this initial idea of good communication and communication that can be improved upon, or any questions that you guys might have. So like scenarios that may have come up, questions about what if X happens, like just shoot them out. I really want us to get a discussion going, and I know it's kind of rough. I know I hate to keep referencing the room, but it is something that I just want to get a conversation about. Yes.
So for the example you had where you were delivering a ruling, I initially picked up that once you think about it, you separate your explanation into what's happened, the fix, and then at the very end, any explanation of any penalty. For that last part, how would you phrase it coming from the rules in opposition to just saying I'm issuing?
That's a very good question. So what you want to try to say is something along the lines of, so this has happened, the penalty for that is this. So like, for example, in that scenario, this is a game rule violation, you're going to be receiving a warning. So it's really about just infraction penalty, but making sure that your personal stake is out of it, because you don't have it. You're just there to answer the situation. Anyone else? Yep.
I think it's important that every tournament we, like for the staff of where you're going to be on that day, to everyone introduce themselves. So that way, especially at larger events, when you may not know everyone on your staff, when you need to get something, it would be a lot easier as opposed to, what's that guy's name, what's that girl's name? Just be like, hey, so-and-so. So, it just helps out like later on in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, especially if you're ever running an event where there's multiple judges, you want to make sure that you're comfortable interacting with each other as much as possible. I may be working an event with someone who I just met that morning and I have no idea who they are. But, even taking the time, if you have time during the day, to sit down, find out something about them, it's the same with players. We want to make sure that we're comfortable working with each other as well as answering calls. Because, if I'm nervous being around another judge, then the players are going to sense that. I'm not going to probably perform as well as I could have. I'm not going to be very relaxed. But, it's about fostering that environment of like a fun tournament, because we're here to have fun. We're playing Magic. What could be better, right? So, anyone else? Example of something that was done well or could be improved? Or just questions about anything that has been brought up so far? Yes.
Can we talk tips and tricks for delivering rulings you don't want to but really have to? Such as like obvious deck list issues that have to be dealt with, but it's clear someone just made a dumb mistake and they already feel bad about it?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. So, let's see. What's an example of, I suppose there's a classic example of the easiest penalty to avoid, right? So that'd be registering your deck list. Players are gonna miscount their deck list. They're gonna, register the wrong card. That's just going to happen. For example, I was once judging a PPTQ, where I was watching a match, and the player had a Crater Elemental in play, but on his deck list he had written Crater's Claws. Very unfortunate. So, you have to stop the match. You notice something's going wrong, and for a deck list thing, it's a little easier as difficult rulings go, because you have physical proof that this is something that went wrong. But more often than not, you're going to want to pull the player away from the table, if you can, for situations like this, and say, hey, I know this sucks, but this is your deck list. You wrote this card and you meant this card. Unfortunately, what you wrote was still legal. This is a deck list problem. Probably if that's a game loss. So, really, for difficult rulings, it sucks, and we get that it sucks. No one wants to game loss anyone. It's just not something that's enjoyable, right? For literally any situation. But at the end of the day, it's about educating the player. It's about knowing that this was what was wrong. This is how to avoid it. Yes.
So, to stick with the deck list problems, that's actually why in our policy we do not apply deck list problems that are discovered outside of the deck check until the next round. That actually makes that breaking a whole lot easier. So you're not interrupting them in the middle of their match. You're not interrupting them, and you're not prematurely ending their match, right? You find that you discover a deck list problem, and you come up to the player, you catch them in between rounds, and you can fix it. You just want to present it like, hey, listen, we have this problem. I'd like to fix it. Because of this problem, you will be receiving a game loss, right? Use causality, as Elliot has already said, to explain to the player, got this issue, and this is how we handle this issue. But what we want to do specifically with deck list problems, again, that are discovered outside of deck check, is that we apply them to the next round, and it makes this whole conversation a lot easier.
Thanks for that, Nicola. I had actually, I was taking that scenario from before that policy change was put into effect. So that's on my mistake. Yes, Chris.
So after you pull the player away from the table and you've given them the bad news, say a game loss, I find myself in an awkward situation when I return to the table and I have to inform the opponent of what's going on. And I find myself using essentially the same language, but I feel like I'm ignoring the player who I gave the penalty to, like saying to the opponent, your opponent is receiving a game loss, and go through all those words, but it feels awkward, like awkward.
That's a very interesting one. I hadn't actually considered that before, but it does feel impersonal. But it's just weird because the point of that conversation is to inform the opponent of what's happening. Like the player who you've given the game loss, well, he hopefully already knows what's happened. So this is really for the edification of the player. I'm not really sure at this time what could be done to make that feel less impersonal to the player that's already received the penalty. But if anyone has some input on that, please. Yeah, Matt.
I mean, the very first line of your opponent's receiving a game loss is very much a catch everyone up at the same speed. But all the details after that, such as, you know, we're moving to the next game, you know, they can choose their draw. I don't say that to the person who received the game loss until they're at the table, so that first line is the only one I'm saying to them. Afterwards, it's to both of them. It's we're going to go to the next game, who would you choose player draw, who would you receive the game loss, and you move from there. So you're talking to both of them from the very first line.
I think it's, again, like, going back to using names, I think it's really important to, like, use people's first names, and I think that if you're able to, like, say, like, it's Josh, right? Yeah, Josh is going to be receiving a game loss in this one. You guys are going to be moving on to the next match, you know, like, or to the next game. Like, using first names just kind of gets people, like, to feel like they're more involved, I feel.
That's actually a great tip. I hadn't seen that done before. That's really fantastic. Anyone else have comments?
I had an alternative to that that's maybe
Okay.
not
Go
a
for
whole
it.
lot better, but using first-person plural language, like, we've had a discussion, we have a penalty that will need to be applied in the next game, including the person you're talking about in the conversation by talking about the conversation you just had aside.
Yeah, that's great. All right, so anyone else with the scenarios, questions, anything that can you do? Yes.
Yeah.
So like, disqualifying a player always feels bad. So how can you effectively communicate that without giving that feel bad?
Also to add on her, how is a good way to, is there in the MTR or the IPG that has verbiage of citing PQs? basically?
Sorry, could you speak up?
Is there in the IPG or in the MTR, has there been, I guess looking out, verbiage of how to assign PQs, like stuff like that?
All right, to answer your question, no. There's not exact language that exists for disqualifying a player, because every situation is going to be different. And there are many articles online. Kevin Dupre in particular has a few great ones that can let you know some more tips and tricks on how to handle that situation. But I'll get into it obviously here. So disqualifying players sucks, right? It sucks for you because you don't want to remove players from your event unless you've caught someone savagely cheating. And for the player, most of the time it's going to be for something that they didn't realize was going wrong, like improperly determining a winner, rolling a die, maybe I bet a pizza on this match, that kind of thing. And you laugh at that one, but that's happened. I could tell you a story about 4 players in a 2-headed giant in a side event game who all had to be disqualified for betting a pizza. This unfortunately does happen.
Better been a good pizza.
Yeah, right. It must have been a very good pizza. No, but it's one of those things where, again, you just want to make sure that the player understands what went wrong and why it's not okay. Because the vast majority of the time it's going to be like, well, why can't I roll a die? It's someone's getting a match result. I don't understand why I can't do this. I'm getting disqualified. I didn't even know I could get disqualified for doing something wrong that I didn't know was wrong. And unfortunately, that's one of the things where you don't have a choice. This doesn't require intent. And so, let's say a player rolled a die and the other player called a judge. Let's say, for sake of argument, that the other player knew enough to call a judge. It's just stressing that you empathize with them. You understand why they're angry, why they might be upset, and it's just getting them to this place where they understand why this can't happen. Let's say a player rolled a die. I understand that you didn't know you couldn't do this. Unfortunately, it's very clear that we can't have magic be game. And that's something that players can understand, is that this thing can't be game. And because of that, we have to disqualify you, and this is what happens from there. Sorry, do you have a hand? So it's really just understanding is making sure that you're effectively communicating to the player why this can't happen. If it's for something that the player, that you are pretty sure that the player did something like cheating, even if the player is 100% convinced or is a very good actor and is trying to convince you that they didn't cheat, it's, I am reasonably certain that you cheated. I have a duty to uphold the integrity of my event, and I have to remove you from it. It's, in disqualifications, it's very different from a normal penalty because it's up to you. It's, unless they've rolled a die or wagered or something very concrete, it's going to be you disqualifying this player because there's not a specific guideline yet where you really do have to trust your gut. And if you would like to know more about disqualifying players, I'd recommend you attend Nicola DiPasquale's next session on investigations directly following this one if you haven't signed up already. But really it's going to be about trusting your gut. It's going to be about asking the right questions. And the player's going to be mad at you, especially if they don't think they did anything wrong. But it's really just making it clear to the player that you have this duty as this judge in the event to uphold the integrity of the event. And if you think a player cheated, then you have to remove them.
I'm sorry to keep chiming in.
No, it's fine.
Players, when they're disqualified, they fill out paperwork, right?
Yeah.
I think the one thing that, not to use you as an example of good judgeship, but like when we were working together, you allowed that player that like feedback form to voice how they felt, and like I think that it alleviated a lot of like the anxiety he was feeling because he was able to like articulate, take his time, articulate on the form like what he disagreed with or agreed with your ruling, and like, you know, being able to say like, look, you know, anything that you need to say, anything that you're feeling weird about, you can put it in this form, and like that way you get to express yourself and you don't leave here feeling like we gypped you, you know?
Yeah, that's very important. That, you know, for those of you unaware, when a player is disqualified, they write down their version of what happened for submission on Judge Center, right? So we can submit to the investigation committee. Something that a lot of players don't realize is that this is their opportunity to defend themselves, right? It's beyond the decision of already trying to defend themselves during the course of the investigation. It's really, this is about you saying your side. And a lot of players are just angry and they don't realize that, but you know, let them calm down, let them go get a drink of water, have them come back, encourage them to fill out this statement because it really is important. And then see where it goes from there. Yes?
So, I guess back to the like DQing somebody for maybe rolling a die. What if you DQ them and then maybe you're doing it in a store and then the TO comes up to you and says, I don't want to lose a customer and I think if I lose one, can we not disqualify him? Is there any deal with that situation?
That's an unfortunate situation, first of all. I unfortunately have had that happen before. I'm going to be very careful about advocating any one position because this really is your judgment. What I did in that situation is I showed the TO, who I happen to have a relationship with, which helped, because you know this may not be the case with everyone. You may be working at like a PTQ at a neutral site that you've never been before and have to disqualify someone. But it's really that I'm sorry you have lost a customer, but you know, I'm here to do my job. This is what the rules say I have to do. If you have a problem with that, then I can do it. Because really, that's the only way that a tournament organizer can override your authority according to the MTR, is actually remove you as the head judge. So, hopefully that doesn't have to happen, but if it does, yeah.
Without necessarily having to get confrontational, one thing you could do is familiarize yourself with alternatives they can use for handling the situation after the person's disqualified to help, you know, make them feel better about it. Like, I don't know, maybe giving them like a coupon for free entry to another event or something.
Right. Yeah, I mean, explore customer service options, definitely. That is something you should certainly do. Thank you for that.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. Are there any other questions? Any other? We're running running low on time. I just want to make sure everyone's heard. Tips and tricks, things you might be comfortable with? Yeah.
So on a related note to that last one, actually, I've had a situation where I made a wrong call towards the end of someone's event where they had already had a bad day because they started off with a deck list issue that I had to give them a game loss for, and they were sharpshooting from the, or gunslinging from the very get-go, and their bad day went to worse when I made a bad call that ended their game. And they got perhaps reasonably salty about this, although the TO thought they were pretty unreasonable about it, and I couldn't do anything about the ruling I had already made wrong. I made them the apology that I felt I could. I gave the opportunity for them to give feedback. They did not concern themselves with that, and then immediately turned to the TO to say, hey, what are you going to do about this? What tips do you have for mitigating situations like that, where it is not necessarily the result of the player's actions, but of the judge's actions that someone's going full tilt?
Unfortunately, mistakes happen. I'm sure we've all been in a situation where we've made an error or something like that has happened, or we've seen this happen. Talking to the TO, just in that situation, if they turn to the TO, talking to the TO before they respond to the player is something that I highly recommend. Is figuring out something that the TO could do for this player, customer service options. If it's about making sure at the end of the day, this player knows something went wrong, and that sucks, and that's our fault. But we can at least do something to make sure this day isn't a complete loss. If there are any number of things you can suggest, maybe it's a coupon for a free draft, or a couple booster packs, or any number of things, but just something that makes sure that this player isn't leaving feeling angry towards everyone, because that certainly can happen. We all go on tilt. It's very natural, and when it's not our fault necessarily, it just gets worse. So we just want to make sure that this player's leaving with as little animosity as possible. Yes.
I had an issue at a local event. I was a floor judge, and it was a local store, so 20, 30 people, IQ. A lot of players that play at the store quite often. The head judge, basically we had an issue where a player who plays there quite often was playing somebody. His opponent drew his opening hand, called a judge, said, hey, I have sideboard cards in my hand.
Sure.
I took the call. I escalated to the head judge, because I know they have the discretion to downgrade if necessary. The head judge chose to downgrade it. Unfortunately, the player that played at the store got the idea that, oh, well, he did that because he's playing against me, he's targeting me, that kind of thing. What do you recommend as far as that, like the discretion calls? I'm choosing to downgrade this because, is it just a matter of explaining it where I'm choosing to downgrade this because I don't feel your opponent did this on purpose, that kind of thing? Is it, how do you tend to handle that in a situation where, people obviously know each other very well because they play there all the time, but get that kind of, it was kind of like a feel bad moment. He ended up losing the match, he wasn't happy, obviously it went from there, and he was, oh, well, I feel like he did that just to spite me or just because it was me, that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I would encourage you to talk to this player and really say, like, hey, I'm sure this guy wasn't breaking the rules on purpose. Right. Because if he is, then he's cheating, and we're going to assume that this player isn't cheating, because we'd like to assume the best. The other reason is to explain why that policy exists, and really say it's because we want people playing Magic. We caught this error before he could gain any information off of it. So we're not going to penalize him for something that could have easily been avoided. Yes.
So I think part of that is going to be your framing of the policy, and the way you framed it just now is actually just ever so slightly, if we tweak it, right, we come to a better understanding, right? You say, well, you chose to take this down. Well, the way our policy is codified, you don't choose. You don't get to choose, really. Our policy is codified such that you downgrade in this situation, right? So if you're presented with this situation, then you downgrade. So you frame it to the player and you say, well, so I have this infraction here because of X, Y, and Z. Now, in addition to X, Y, and Z, we have A, B here, which affords me this downgrade, right? So my policy says that in this very specific situation where I have X, Y, and Z and A and B, that I downgrade and the player will receive this infraction. So the way that you frame, and we're here in communication talk, right? The way that you frame your ruling to the players is going to be very important. And just saying like, well, I chose to downgrade, again, what Elliot was saying earlier, well, you have this personal stake, I chose to downgrade. Well, no, you didn't choose to downgrade. Our policy says you downgrade. So if you can, the more that you can off-shift onto the documentation, the less the player is going to be able to stand there and argue with you. Because, like, here it is in black and white. What would you like me to do, sir? Right? Like, and I know that sounds very like I'm being a jerk, but just, it's one of those things where if you can offload it onto the documentation, then say, oh, yes, I understand where you're coming from. Perhaps we need to relook at this policy, right? But it's no longer what you chose to do, right? It's what policy says that you need to do, right?
Okay, thanks very much for that. All right, so we are just about out of time. So I want to thank everyone for coming to this and being such great participants. Have fun the rest of the conference. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
It is 9:52, the next conference, well, the next seminar will start at 10 a.m. Yeah, that clock back there. Sorry, look.
That's
gonna go to also, is it on daylight savings time?
Yeah.
Yes, right there. Oh, wow.
And we unplug it sometimes.
Yeah.
I gotta get this. This is 7-Eleven.
I mean, I also think that they're more
exit.
here than
You're gonna make a left, and you're gonna make a right in the street, and then 7-Eleven on second is 2 blocks. Yeah.
If I were to draw,
And then 7-Eleven is exit.
sole purpose of getting I know that doesn't need work,
Like, I hosted, I was the judge at a track during an epic land. So I'm using that as a and I'm also using the fact that I'm going to be judging the events at CPAC as well.
Were you recorded as having been?
It's unsanctioned, so as long as it's experience.
I've judged, I think,
Are you on the field?
judged, yes, when I wasn't able.
That's fair, yeah, that's.
When I wasn't able to think of what's it called. So, does that,
Or-
would I be able to ask that?
Yeah.
I would believe so.
When are those?
I'll talk to the.
Oh, when are those?
To,
Okay, that's great. So he'll
Yeah,
get here.
I would talk to Nicola.
All right, so I would love to be able to testify.
Yeah, miracles do happen.
You know, top.
Hate everything.
You know you
Yeah, we're
made some
streaming.
top.
Blue White Miracles and Legacy, top makes miracles happen.
Oh, did top.
Yeah.
So are you like, so you're attending this too, or did they just?
Are you?
I am.
So which
I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure how it works with. So you're attending and you're also streaming.
Attending and also doing tech support.
So, I'm interested in this.
That's how I meant to ask.
But I'm also interested in this.
Are you
I
a
thought it was
judge?
actually
No.
Are you
going to be
testing?
a lecture about the
I didn't
storm.
judge an event before this.
Like, just about that card specifically, but that's not.
All right, I forgot that was a requirement.
Hey, good job.
Yeah, thank you.
I
Only to
liked it a
test.
lot.
I just needed that to test, and then I could like get a recommendation after that.
In
Oh,
a
okay.
lot of my experiences at my old
All right.
LPS, we
kind of.
Whoa, product.
We kind of flew without a judge.
Did you buy those?
Ian got them for me.
Oh,
Ian got them for you? Well, I mean, he got them at
Because he was judged, he was only
cool.
Oh, for you. I was like, are they selling them in the?
Your mayor
Because
is
you
in the
would listen to his player base complain about the X of person who not everybody likes. So when the first time he would get an infraction,
setup here.
Sick, nasty setup.
like, it was really rough to play there. And honestly, he wasn't too. He was a very abrasive person, very towards me specifically as one of the players, because I would come in, grab some drink, grab food, free play with people, play when I can. But the product he sold was so incredibly overpriced. It was like I can't buy from you when there's a store that I've been going to for 3 years before you open that sells for a little bit under MSRP because they've been in the business that long. So it's like you have this animosity towards me for no reason. It's affecting your rulings in games.
Yep.
And when I ended up graduating, I didn't go back to LPS at all. Like I just stopped playing Magic entirely, and I just moved up to Piscataway a month and a half ago because I got a job over here. So I'm going to start going to the only game in town. I met the owner. I met everybody there. They were really, really cool people.
Yeah, I hear good things about this.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. But for the purpose of taking the judge test, experience judging is a prerequisite for that. I've been a floor judge at previous Castle Anime conventions here at Stevens, and I've also judged in-home drafts at lands and epic lands and stuff like that. Being unsanctioned, would that be enough experience for me to take the judging test? Or
you have to talk to whichever LT was actually issued.
Okay, so that for this event that would be Dan Collins.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if Dan's issuing it, but you can talk to him. He'll figure it out.
Joshua Gang is.
He knows.
Joshua Gang is?
Joshua Gang is testing me, so.
Yeah, I think he's the one who's doing everything.
Okay. Do you have any idea where I could, like, I understand that we're a little short on time because we're in between things. Should I, well, when is testing today?
Hey, I know one of
it's
Are you the tester?
I'm the other.
Oh,
There's two of us, me and Josh.
It's way after. Yeah, you'll play it.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm James. I agree. I'm a marker baby because I managed to
Okay. So here's the dizzle.
All right.
All the tests are already printed out.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we could get another test printed. Tell me a little bit about your REL judging experience, IRL.
Okay.
Have you worked any events?
I've worked events at, you were aware that we run Castle Point Anime Convention here, or you might have heard of it before.
I'm from Philly.
So
I don't come back
at the school we run Castle Point Anime Conventions. We have a cardboard game room where it will be run by ideally a judge. In the past, Ian Marcelana ran it, and I was a floor judge at one of them 2 years ago, and at our lands and epic lands here, we'll
So how much you willing to part with?
When I was still a student here, I would help judge for those events because sometimes I wouldn't be able to play due to monetary reasons or whatever it might be. So I learned a lot.
What's the name of the judge you worked with?
At CPAC, Ian Marcelana.
I think it's probably So have you judged two or more events in the past 6 months under the supervision of a certified judge?
In the past 6 months, no.
Okay. So that is one of the requirements for L1 is you need to run 2 events or help run 2 events. You also need to have knowledge of the jar. Have you read the jar?
I have not.
The jar is judging a regular REL.
Oh, my apologies. I've never heard it. I've never heard it referred to.
It's the jar. It's nothing else but the jar.
I have read the jar. Okay.
Okay, so that's good. In terms of rules, there's a lot of them.
Yes.
Layers. Can you tell me what 7 layers are?
Not off the top of my head.
Topic control, text type, color, abilities, power and toughness, 5 sub-layers. Characteristic, defining abilities, power and toughness, setting, power and toughness, without setting. Counters and keep away from you. So that's a big part of the L1.
Okay.
So, just at a precursory glance, what I would recommend from this area Jersey-ish?
Yeah.
North Jersey.
Scataway.
See, that means nothing. I never hear.
About an hour south.
An hour south of here. Does that put you
A little west. Oh,
so
west.
you live in New Jersey.
Yeah.
So your area rep is Dan Conference. You'll be able to put you in touch with either a local L1 or an L2 that you could start working with and discussing and then move forward. Unfortunately, I don't believe you'll be able to test today.
All right.
Just based upon the first.
No problem.
But just as an FYI, Dan Collins, who is one of our conference organizers, you probably spoke to him last.
Yep. The real chair.
He would be your best point of contact.
I see how it is. I see how it is.
What? How much spots do you have over there? I didn't see you. I looked. Not now. We've given him
Are you going to be watching the presentation too, James? Yeah. Are you going to be watching the presentation too?
Oh,
Can you just move? Yeah. Can you just move over? Thank you.
When Chase was like, yeah, we don't have a problem where
move down.
We don't have a problem with people not having that's basically
You guys are ready to learn about some investigation? No. Please welcome Nicola DiPasquale.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So, as Matt said, my name is Nicola DiPasquale, and I am free from Philadelphia. So we're going to talk about today investigations. So we're going to go into the eye of the storm. I know that's corny, but it doesn't really matter. Point is that we're going to talk about investigations and what happens when you get to a table. All right, so our topics here today are going to be, we're going to talk about assessment first. We're going to cover considerations, techniques. We're going to get to decision time. So what happens when you need to make an actual decision. And then we're going to talk a little bit about post-processing. Now, for those of you who were at the last talk that I gave on this topic, this is more in-depth. This is different. Okay? So we're going to talk about a little bit about techniques and things that you can do while you're at the table in order to discover what it is that you want to know. So, when we talk about assessment, first thing we need to know, what are we doing here? Why are we here? We're at this table. Two players have called us over, so we want to understand why. So we're going to ask questions to these players to figure out why. Right? We're going to say, hey guys, what can I help you with? Right? Effectively communicating. This is Elliot pointed out in his last talk, if you were there. The next thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to figure out if players agree on reality. That's a big one. That's really, really important. All right? That's going to lead you down this road that we're talking about more often than not. As soon as you sense that players are not actually grounded in reality and they're not agreeing, that's when your spidey sense should tingle and you might want to get the head judge.
Are we asking?
Please say your name first.
Hi, I'm Ellen. Are we asking the players directly if they agree, or are we finding out via asking them both?
So they're gonna tell you that through their stories. So that's going to be something that you determine. So you're going to come to the table. Each player is going to tell you their side of the story. We're going to talk a little bit later about how we get that. And then once you understand what their stories are, you're going to see, do they match up or not, right? And it's going to be real obvious. And a lot of times you're going to know almost immediately whether these players are not agreeing on reality or not. And so that actually leads to my fourth point, which we'll talk about in just a second. But what we want to do once we have their stories is we want to identify the important information, right? So a player calls you up and says,
hey, I just cast Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger, and my opponent said, I'd like to fetch. And I said, okay, and then he resolved the fetch, and then I said, exile these 2 things. No, that doesn't work, sorry. You missed your Ulamog trigger, because you didn't say, wait, I want to exile these 2 things, right, before your opponent fetched, right? Your opponent has, not only has he said, I'd like to fetch, you said okay, but then he also completed the fetch, right? So there's lots of opportunity and time in there for you to be like, wait, hold on. I've got Ulamog, I've got to name some triggers, some targets before you can fetch. Your fetch is fine, that can still be okay, but you have to name the targets in there before we complete that fetch, before we have that whole cycle, right? We have that pause, that time in there, players are shuffling up, right? You can't come back later and say, oh, and a lot of this stuff is going to be already codified in our policy. So you see this when you read over the missed trigger policy. So, right, like this is investigations, right? But even this missed trigger example, that was real. That was actually real legit, happened to me last weekend. These are still investigations. So you want to know what is important, right? So you ask the player that says, hey, I'm thinking about my Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger trigger, right? Well, my opponent asks me if I can fetch, right? Even though he's tanking on this Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, he's still in this feedback process loop, right? So the guy says, I'd like to fetch, and the guy says, okay, all right? So we have an acknowledgement there. So our important information is that we have this player, he's pausing, he's thinking, right? And then, wait, he's acknowledged the fetch, and now they resolved it. So now we have a different set of information. We can't then go back and say, oh, I'm gonna get the exiles and things. All right, we missed that. We're gonna move on, right? So when your spidey sense does start to tingle, we want to get to this last one, and this is really important. I'm gonna mention this again later on. We want to separate the players, and we want to do that as soon as possible, especially if number 2 here, they do not agree on reality. Okay? So we have these 2 player stories, and they conflict in some way, in some shape, in some form. So we want to take these guys and we want to get them away from each other, because we want the purity of their stories. We want to understand exactly what, from their perspective, without the taint of their opponent, right? Because as soon as their opponent says something, their story is tainted, and it's going to be changed and adapted based on what their opponent said. So, back to what I was saying before, and the question that we had earlier, we're going to gather each player's side of the story, right? So, we're going to talk to each player. We're going to do that in turn, right? And it doesn't matter which player you start with, right? But we want to make sure that we hear both players, right? Each player has a side of the story, and we want to make sure that each player feels that they have been heard. That, again, goes back to effective communication, right? Make sure that each player has a chance to offer their side of the story. So when we get on to a little bit later, we can talk about several different things that you can do to make sure that each player feels like you have given them ample opportunity to present their side of the story, especially when you're going down this road, all right? Because if a player doesn't feel like you have heard them out fully, that's when you're going to run into trouble, and they're going to be very upset with you later on once you decide and you get into your decision time, all right? So this one here, I can't stress this one enough, and I know this one comes from the absolute master, Eric Schukan. All right? You ever talk to him about investigations, he will tell you this piece of information. Ask questions with known answers. And you might say, well, I wasn't there. How do I know what the answer is? Well, you have the answers because you're talking to the players. The players are telling you information, especially that first initial story. That's your baseline. That's gold for you. Because they're gonna tell you, hey, you know, when I was thinking about this, I was doing this, and I tried to, you know, do this. And now you've got no answers. No, you've got no information. So you go back to the other guy, and you say, especially when they're separated, this is a fantastic technique to use. You go to the other guy and say, hey, I was wondering, when this happened, what did you do? Right? But you know, because the other guy said what they did. Right? Now you get from their perspective. And so now he's going to tell you, or he or she's going to tell you a story. They're going to spin you a story, and they're going to tell you something. And you can see how the realities match up, whether they agree or not. And you can start to pick apart, all right, so I've got this story from this guy, and I've got this story from this part, all right, and they don't match up. How is it that I can get these two divergent realities from this one situation? And you are going to have to make up your mind. It's going to be something that when you get to the table, especially if you're the head judge, because that's going to be where you need to come in and say, all right, I think we've landed into X. And X may be just a mistrigger, or it may be we have something deeper where we have a player who's cheating. So now we're going to talk about considerations. So when we get to a table, what are the kind of things that we want to consider, right? I've touched on some of this stuff already, like Kevin DiPasquale over there. He's thinking, right? So we want to consider current policy, right? This is big. This is huge, right? We get to one of my examples a little bit later on. This is going to lead you to the right answer, but I guarantee most of you will already go to the wrong answer. Guaranteed. So we want to weigh the provided evidence, right? I've got stories from multiple players. I can have stories from spectators. Never forget that you can ask questions of spectators, people who are around and watching you, other judges. If there are judges, there's a shadow, right? You have at least, minimally, you have 3 people at that call. The judge, the responding judge, which may be yourself, and you can certainly ask questions of yourself, not a problem there, and the 2 players. Right? But you may also have spectators and other judges, right? Especially if you weren't the responding judge. So if you're a head judge of a PPTQ and you have a floor judge who was there, and they come to you and they say, hey, I've got these 2 players, and they've done this, and this has happened. And I know we got to think about this in the abstract. We'll have some more concrete examples later on. But you got to start to think, right? All right, why is it that this could have happened? So we want to weigh this evidence, right? Right? We don't want, ideally, we don't want to land our players into a disqualification. We don't want to disqualify our players. It's not fun. It's not fun for you. It's certainly not fun for them. We want our players to have fun, and we want them to keep playing some Magic. But some people out there do things that we don't want them to do. And that makes it not fun. So we have to remove them. Okay? The other thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we have some level of confidence. I put certainty up here, but you want to be confident that your picture of reality, because that's what you're building a picture of reality based on the stories that are all provided to you. What do you think actually happened? You want to have some level of certainty that that is the actual reality. And it may not match either player's reality. So keep that in mind. You could come to a point where you have discrepancy on life totals. Well, one player thinks they're at 16, the other player thinks you're at 12, but really, if you walk them back and you go through what the game state happens, they're actually at 14. That totally can happen, right? The right answer is 14. Now, you don't always have to come to that, right? Usually one answer is going to be correct versus the other, but you want to keep these things in mind when you build out your reality, especially things with discrepancies. Use the life pad, right? Take control of these things. The other thing you want to consider, and this is really, really important, is the clock. So when you get called over to a ruling, what's the first thing you're going to be looking at?
Clock.
The clock. Because we want to keep it order, we want to make sure how much time we take. So we don't want to spend 10 minutes at a table before we ever get the head judge. Bad. Not the thing we want to do, right? Because that means already, before we've gotten the head judge, we've spent 10 minutes, we have a 10-minute extension. Now, the head judge is going to come and perform their own investigation. And that may also take 10 minutes. So now we've extended the length of our tournament by 20 minutes, which this is a disservice to literally everybody, especially if you don't disqualify a player. Everybody in the tournament now has to wait 20 minutes. So if your spidey sense goes off, gather as much information as possible and go get that head judge. You want to ask questions. Ask questions. Ask a lot of questions. So now we're going to talk about different techniques. All right? So when we approach the table, right, this is actually going to be a bit of a step back. We're not talking specifically about investigations here. We're talking more about sort of a diffusing conflict, right? We want to explain to players the goal, right? What's our goal? I said it earlier. Anybody?
Here to help you.
What's that?
Here to help you.
Yes, sure. Here to help you, but we want. Ultimately, that is a greater goal, but it's not the ideal goal when we have in mind when we get to a player. We'll put your name on the end. Say your name, people. Please.
Olivier?
Yeah.
Fix their problem.
All right. Well, what does that do for us, Trevor?
We want to get players playing Magic again.
Boom. There it is. We want players to play Magic again. I actually said it earlier, so I throw a softball at you. So yes, we want players to play Magic again. We want them to play Magic we want to get them. We don't want to be over there. We want to minimize the amount of time that we're over there, right? So they have some issue that's come up during the course of their game, and we want to fix it as fast as possible. Now that doesn't mean we want to just throw out willy-nilly some answer. Take your time and do it right. But if you can do it quickly and efficiently, then let's keep that in mind, right? So we want to explain to players the goal. Hey, I see that there's some issue here, and I'd like to assist you with that. You know, how can I help you with that? All right. So they're going to tell you a story, and you want to align the players to this goal, right? Especially if you're in the mode where players think that there's something fishy going on. Okay? So you want to separate them. You want to get them basically on your side. You want both players to be on your side. And that can be very difficult when there is contention, right? So you can do that in a couple of different ways. Again, some of this goes back to what Elliot was talking about with his communication. We can drop to their level, right? So if you lower their level down to the table, that neutralizes you as an authority. You bring yourself down to them. So now you are on their level, you are equating yourself to them, which is very friendly. So keep that in mind. That might be a tactic that you want to use, right? So a lot of the times that actually works great, especially for things like a mistrigger, right? You come to the table, you realize, oh, they've explained to you, now we have this mistrigger. You come down, you lower your level, and it disarms players, right? Because you're on their level. You can make eye contact with them very easily. The other thing that you might want to do, especially in a contentious, when you have contentious players, that you might want to remain standing. That gives you a point of authority. You are above them. You are above the players. So they need to look up to you in order to speak to you, right? So when you have players, and you have players who are contentious, right? Especially in a situation where you might be disqualifying one of these players, they're probably going to be fighting already, right? So if you remain standing, then the players have to, not only do they have to turn their head and look up. So they're turning their head and looking up to you, and if you've ever tried to fight with somebody while they're not looking at you, it doesn't really work too well. So you can diffuse the situation, hey, you laugh, but like it doesn't work, right? And it helps diffuse the situation because the focus of the players is now not their opponent who they are frustrated with, it's you who, with what you've already tried to do, which is explain the goal to the players to get them on your side, you are empathetic with, right? So they are now focusing on you, and they will explain themselves to you such that you don't have an argument this way, and it diffuses the situation, typically. The other thing we can do, and like I said, I would mention this again, is we can separate them. Get them away from each other. Physical separation not only does it do wonders for diffusing a situation that is contentious, but it also gets us away from that situation where players will taint each other's stories. Ryan?
Yeah, I know CJ had his hand up.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get to you second.
No, I was just pointing over to CJ for you.
Oh, all right. Then CJ.
How do you feel about sitting next to the players when you're looking at them? On the drop to their level?
You can do that. Yeah, that's fine. The point of this one here is to make the players feel comfortable. Get them engaged. You are on their side, right? That's because you have this mutual goal. Everybody has that mutual goal. We want you playing Magic. I don't want to be over here as much as you don't really want me over here, but I would like to solve the problem that you're having right now.
When it comes to separating the players, I've noticed that if you have really good floor coverage, you can ask another judge to sit at the table and watch things.
You're getting ahead of me.
The players very happy, very comfortable.
You're getting ahead of me. We'll get to that. Right. So, I mentioned this earlier, and I'll mention it again. You want to have players take turns telling their story. And it really doesn't matter which player goes first, right? If you have one player who's like, and they're talking, you can have them go first. It's not a problem. And what you want to do is you want to look at the players, make eye contact with the players, especially when you're explaining something to them. So if I ask Joe a question, I'm looking at Joe, and Joe knows that I'm engaging him, right? I'm not just talking, I'm not talking above Joe. I'm not talking over here, hey Joe, how are you, right? I'm looking at Joe and I say, Joe, all right, can you please explain to me what exactly has happened in this game? And now Joe is going to go into it. And then I turn to his opponent. Now I'm not looking at Joe anymore, and that cuts him off. Again, we can diffuse this, because Joe's going to speak at the side of my thing. And if Joe continues to talk, we can say, hold on, you've had your time to speak. I'd like to speak to your opponent and give him opportunity. And it's really, really hard, again, going back to talking to somebody's side of somebody's face, it's hard to also have an argument with somebody while there's a third party going, shh, hold on, shh, and keeping, just interjecting that you stay quiet every time. It's really hard. Try it sometime, really. So another thing that you can do, this is more physical, is that we can insert ourselves between the players. So this doesn't, obviously a lot of times we come to a table, right? And I like the tables on the end. They're my favorite because I can actually just literally do this. I get in between the two players because I'm on the end of the table, and I duck down and I'm here. And the players now have to look at me, and I'm physically in between them, right? So if they want to have an argument, they can't really argue. They have to turn to me, right? For the middle tables, other things you can do, or you can actually, to physically get in between, is you can physically come inside and lean in. And that cuts it off. That cuts off any argument that these two players can have. Did you say, hey, hold on guys, I'd like to figure out exactly what's happening. This particular conversation isn't constructive, so I'd like to turn it around a little bit into something more constructive and understand what the players, are having issue with. So this one here is also goes back to the master Eric Shukan himself. We're going to inquire about collaterals. Okay. For reference, and at the end of my talk, I have some references to one of the first ones. Eric wrote three articles on this alone. So this is incredibly important. Okay. So the big thing to ask yourself with this is, what else must be true? I know that the player had an Elspeth, and I know that the player said go. And then I know that while the opponent untapped and drew his card, the player moved the die on his Elspeth. Yeah, he left, but that's also a real thing.
No, I know, I was there.
So we want to understand what is this guy thinking? So why did he move that Elspeth, right? And he tells you, well, I thought I had activated it. Okay, you thought you had activated it. Why did you think you had activated it? So we want to understand what's going on through this player's mind. Clearly he said go, because he said that he said go. He told you in his baseline story that he had said go. And then he moved this die. And his opponent said, yeah, he told me go. So we want to understand. Really, this one is actually more of a situation we want to understand if the player knew what he was doing was wrong or not. But it's still very important, right? Because we have to understand what's going on through this player's mind and why is he moving this die, right? For, do we have just a simple game rule violation, or are we throwing this guy out? So the other thing, and this doesn't happen nearly as often as it really should be, is one of the first things that we want to do is we actually want to ask ourselves, when we're presented, especially when we're presented with a situation from a floor judge. You're head judging a PPTQ, and a floor judge comes up to you and says, hey, I've got this situation, and your immediate reaction is, I'm going to throw somebody out. Well, take a second and ask yourself, what would change my mind? What is it that some player could tell you that would change your mind, right? You've got a guy, and he's got marks all on his sleeves, and they're all on his lands, and it looks, it looks incredibly suspicious. All of his lands have these marks on them, and it's very consistent, same place, all the lands. You can look at the deck and you can see, right? You discover this very good deck check. What is it about this situation that would change your mind from disqualifying the play? I don't, it's rhetorical, actually. You can answer that. I don't know. Yeah, this talk is stuff full of information, so sorry. I don't like this presentation mode for this, but next time I'll do it differently. So now we're on decision time. We've made our assessment. We have all of our considerations. We've looked at the techniques that we can use to gather this information, right? We need to make a decision. Our clock is ticking, right? So if you're the floor judge, we talk about this, there's really two different perspectives here. You're that floor judge on that PPTQ, and you need to determine if something is suspicious so you can go get the head judge. So how do you do that? Well, we've made our determination, right? We wanna leave a judge at the table, if that is possible. Our man over there at the end was saying, hey, if we've got some extra floor coverage, we wanna leave a judge there. For sure, we wanna leave a judge there. And that's going to allow us to keep the situation diffused, and it's going to give us another perspective for the conversation that takes place. Because players aren't going to stop talking just because you left.
How do you feel, let's say you're at an event and somebody else has cleared an investigation and they pull you aside to be that judge. How do you feel about asking questions of them?
I actually don't like that. If you're the third party, what I like to do is I actually like to engage the players in a fun, non-investigation related topic. I don't like to ask, if I'm called over, that's a very good question. If I'm called over as a third party and there's an ongoing ruling, doesn't have to be something that's going to lead to a disqualification, could even be an appeal. I like to engage the players and say, hey, where are you from? Oh, you're from here. How are you doing on your day? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. What's your, I like to engage them in something completely unrelated, right? Oh, I see you're wearing a Dallas Cowboys shirt. The Dallas Cowboys lost yesterday. Da-da-da. Yeah, I'll do all that. Right? Like, that's, use their clothing, use their hats, use their deck boxes and things. They have stuff about them that if you're observant enough, and that's what this talk is all about, is observation, you can have a separate conversation that takes their mind off of the current ruling. And again, that's great because it disarms them, right? So they're gonna open it up, you're gonna diffuse the situation, and when the head judge comes over, they're gonna have an easier time getting them to talk. Right? They're gonna be more open to talk to the head judge. And again, you think about investigations, oh man, somebody's getting disqualified. No, that's not, 99% of the time, that's not the case. So, for the floor judge who is responding, you want to brief the head judge away from the table. Do not tell the head judge, I think Joe is cheating. Not good. Not good. Joe can hear you. Joe knows what's up. Sorry, Joe. You just happen to be right there in the sweet spot. So that's we want to be back over here. We want to talk to the head judge away from the table, right? Another thing, even when we we'll pull the players away, you actually want to have the player face away from the table. That's an actual legitimate concern. Don't have the player face his opponent. There are people who know how to read lips. So even for something like, hey judge, I've got a question about a card in my hand. Have them face the table. That allows you can have eye contact with the table, see what the opponent is doing, so you can watch that player's stuff. You know, I've got an eye on your stuff. You can reassure the player, hey, I've got an eye on your stuff, face me, that way. You can tell, like, look, some players, they can read lips. We had in Indianapolis, we actually had some players, or no, it was DC. There were 3 players, and they were all hard of hearing. They were all on a team, and they were all hard of hearing. Those 3 players can definitely read lips. So you never know. You never know, right? It's one of those things where, like, oh, it seems inconsequential, but it's real easy precaution to take. So we wanna, as the floor judge, while the head judge is there, you wanna, as best you can, I understand in some situations with PPTQs, there's only 2 judges, and you have 7 different calls going off at once. As best as you can, you want to remain at the table during the process. Okay? Why do you want to do that? Well, because you, as I said earlier, are one of those 3 resources for the head judge. Okay? Because you are the responding judge. You got the initial story. So you have the baseline. So that information you can feed back to the head judge. And if information changes over the course of time, you are the conduit to feed that back into the head judge. So you want to offer your input directly to the head judge. Never, never, never should you step on the head judge and go, hey, well, no, it was actually like, unless they solicit you to do so. If you have additional information, you can certainly offer that, say, oh, hey, can I add something? And they'll usually step you back or off. You can say, hey, I've got a question. That's actually the best one, right? That's fantastic, because then it looks like you didn't understand something, right? And it puts the onus on you, and it looks like you're not questioning the head judge. You're not trying to, and I say this like never, don't do this strongly, but you should definitely want to offer your input. You were there. You're a witness, right? You definitely want to be able to convey to the head judge what you saw and what your opinion is.
Yeah. When you come across an investigation as a floor judge,
yes.
related scenario, how many questions should you ask before getting the head judge? Or what point at that time should you get there? And what should you avoid doing?
All right, so the first question is sort of preposterous because the answer is enough. Right? You should ask enough questions till you are satisfied that either you no longer need to continue that line, or you've exhausted all the options, or that you are certain that there's something suspicious going on. And the second part of your question was what again?
What should you avoid doing in order to avoid stepping on the head judge's toes in that initiative?
So, I mean, it's really easy. What you should avoid doing is you should avoid going, hey, well, this is like just, you should, it's the same thing as when we're shadowing somebody. It's the exact same thing. You don't want to step on the other judge's toes, right? Hey, no, you're doing that wrong, right? That's the kind of presentation we don't really want, right? And when you're there, you are there, you should definitely remain at the table to back up the head judge, because again, you're one of his resources, right? And when you're there as the shadow, you're a resource for that other judge. So it's actually very similar what you're doing, right? So you don't want to jump in on him and be like, no, head judge, you're wrong because of that, right? Come in and say, I've got a question, and I'm not sure about this one thing that was said. Take him off to the side and be like, before they told me, it doesn't matter if you have a question or not, you don't really have a question. But you can say, hey, look, before they told me, this, that, and the other thing, and now this guy's telling you something ever so slightly different. So now he has to look into that line, right? And the head judge has to make a decision that you don't want to just jump on them and offer something up, right? Because that may tip the head judge's hand, right? Especially if we're going back to some of those things that I was talking about earlier, that you want to ask questions to known information, right? Like, those are really subtle things a lot of times. You want to ask corroboration, what else might be true. It's subtle. A lot of the times when I'm doing an investigation, I ask a question that's super general. I give this guy a little bit of rope, and I let him run. And for as much as he gives me, right, like I got a really famous answer that I tell, or example that I tell all the time. And that is, I had a player who was we were doing a deck check on him. And this player had failed to decide. So the floor judge had said, okay, you're going to get, game loss for failing to sideboard, deck with penalty, And not satisfied with this, I said, hey, tell me about these cards. And I pointed to some of his sideboard cards. And the player said, well, my buddy and I were sitting there and we decided to roll a die and he rolled higher and then he won.
Check, please.
Right? Now, you ask a question, tell me about these cards, and that's the response that you get. So you want to ask general questions. So when you jump, if your floor judge jumps in, right, and you jump in, you be like, hey, what about this, right? You may actually blow that hand. You may blow, and you may say, well, you know, what we're really looking at is these markings that are all on your lands, and now you put the player on the defensive, and he's going to clam up, and now you can't toss him because you're not going to get any information from him. Okay? Unless you do, if you do, your DQ is on very shaky ground, right? Did you have a question, Charles?
Yeah, how much better would it be if the head judge is they're walking to the issue? If the head judge, as one of the last instructions, the floor judge sat there and said, look, I'm going to talk to them. When I'm done talking to them, before I issue a ruling, I'm going to talk to you for just a second.
To the
floor judge. Just to reassure the floor judge, hey, I'm going to come back to you and get your input on this and make sure that we're all on the same page.
Absolutely, you can certainly do that. I usually, before I give a ruling, I'll pull the floor judge aside and I'll talk to them again before I give the ruling. I don't usually say something explicit like that, but if you feel that the floor judge is not comfortable with your, you know, with how they received or you received their input, right? Or you want to reassure them that you are absolutely considering their input, because frankly, that floor judge that came to you, that's what you have to go on as the head judge. They're your front line. You don't know any of this until they come to you and tell you, oh yeah, this just happened. And that's going to get into something that I talk about a little bit later. We're going to hold the questions. I got a bunch more slides to go through here. So, what makes something cheating? Right? Because we're in this investigation talk. What are we talking about? Cheating. Players like to cheat. So, occasionally. A player is about to lose. So we come to a situation and we say, oh, this situation looks suspicious. Why would the player cast a glare of heresy as an instant? Right? Sorcery. Why would the player cast Hunt the Hunted during combat on a non-white creature? You don't know anybody who did that. Right? We can consider the board state. We can consider, is this player about to lose? Right? These desperate plays, these GRVs, right? That could turn the game around, right? That Hunt the Hunted, right? Could kill that creature, and boom, now I don't take that combat damage, and now I'm up like 4 or 5 life, and I can crack back and win. Right? Mine was a legitimate mistake. I just didn't understand how that card worked. I also main decked it because I was like, wow, this card is great. Yeah, RTFC. The other thing is we want to look at the flip side of this. A player has a chance to win, right? If I make this play, and can I win the game? Right? Real simple. Board positions, right? We absolutely want to consider board positions, right? I've got 6 mana in my hand, and I cast this spell at the end of your turn, and it's a sorcery, and if it goes through, I can cast my giant 6 casting cost Planeswalker instead of Ugin, right? Because Ugin would clearly limit the game, but I have six lands in play. But if I get rid of your Planeswalker, I can lay mine down on my turn, right? But I don't have enough mana to be able to do both, right? Even if I draw a land, I can only get 7. Board positions. We can look at hands. We can look at, you know, am I desperate? And it leads into these other 2 things. Am I desperate to win this game? So I'm going to lose, right? If I make this play and it's wrong, do I just simply win this game? The board position actually lays into that a lot. And this list is certainly not exhaustive. I'm sure you can think of other things. So I'm gonna breeze through these quickly since we're getting close to time here. But we've got an example here where a player attacks with Goblin Rabmaster and several tokens. His opponent says, block a token. Okay? Then Rabmaster guy says, all right, take X. And then his opponent says, wait, no, I meant to block Rabmaster. Yeah, no, shake your heads. But you want to go back to what we said, and we want to understand, why is this guy doing this? What could this guy say to change my mind, to make me not DQ this guy? And this guy, he got tossed. because he didn't change my mind. But he understood that what he did was that he couldn't do, and he understood that this play would lose him the game. He would lose the game because X was too much. And it didn't matter. He was so far behind in the board position. Again, we want to talk back. We want to talk about the board position, where we were, right? So now we have a very similar example, right? We have player A cast Rally. The answer first tapping 5 of 7 lands, including all of her blue lands, and it doesn't say anything. For those of you who are familiar with our tournament shortcuts, X equals 3. So N says, okay, I dispel that. A says, wait, X equals 2 and I'm floating blue. Because earlier in the turn, they had activated their Jace and gave their dispel flashback. Yeah, no. So this player actually did not get tossed.
What?
What's that?
Why?
We can talk about that a little bit later.
Did they have a
But,
lamp?
but again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. What could they say to change your mind? Right? What could they tell you? Right? They don't understand that shortcut. They don't understand how that shortcut works. How can I hold them to be intentionally cheating? Right? You don't understand the shortcut. Oh, I meant to do this, but I didn't really understand what I was doing. Well, you're not cheating. Because you have to know that what you're doing is wrong. So here we go. During the beginning round deck check at a Star City Classic, it's discovered the player has 2 cards in one sleeve. It's very obvious, very visible. You can cut to it any time because these cards are not from the sleeve in any way. Both cards are playable in their deck, and all of the cards listed on his deck list are there, with the addition of this second card that's behind them. Jeez. What? What do you think?
Swap them out.
You think swap them out? No.
No, I think they just forgot to put a card on top.
So yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Is once we talked to the player, we sat down with the player, and the player was play testing some cards, and they had a bunch of extra cards that they were play testing with. And while they were swapping sleeves in the early morning, they messed up, and they had this card that was 2 cards in one sleeve. Especially since they were reusing sleeves. So again, go back, you gotta think about, so now we have this one here. During the last round, day 1 of a Grand Prix. So this is who makes it into day 2, who earns money. Players are discussing if one of them should concede to the other, and then one player flips up the top card of his library. Who here would disqualify these players?
When did this happen? Before or after the change?
It happened in DC. Who would disqualify these players?
How did he put it?
Who would all I wanted to show of hands, who would disqualify this player?
I don't have enough information.
I feel like anymore.
Did he actually knock it over?
No, he purposely flipped up the card. He took the card and flipped it up. Who would disqualify this player? All right, several people. Interesting. And we can discuss why later, but you're wrong. You would not disqualify this player. And the reason is because during their discussion, they're not actually using the information of the top part of their library, which is very important, right? If we go back to our policy, we consider our policy, they need to use the information of the top part of their library. If you want to know more about this particular example, again, we can talk about it later. So now we're coming to the end here. So all of these situations are situations. All of my anecdotes, all of my examples are situations that happened to me, and they came up to me because, well, judges were watching games, right? Somebody was there, the rabble master, there was a judge floating by, and they heard the conversation, and they came up to me and said, I just heard this conversation, and then I came over and investigated further, right? Somebody was there watching these games. So watch games with magic. It's really important to be able to identify what you need to know and to do it quickly. You want to be able to draw your conclusions and be considerate and professional. I would say questions now, but we don't really have time for it. So, this was jam-packed. I will be here all day long in various different rooms, so if you have any questions for me at all, be sure to ask, and I'll be happy to cover everything and anything that you like. So thank you very much.
All right, the time is 11:50. The next seminar will start at noon. Time was at why am I still chilling? I'm not waiting 9 hours.
Oh, nice.
Judge goes live. That'd be great. I don't think he's like, can I do that right? And I was like, That's my favorite. I just messaged Rodney.
Your process. First time it's that's why I go. Awesome. That's true. They're gonna have some sort of
and this player is somebody his famous for going out
Not really. They don't really zoom, but I guess we can move it there. I think that's as close as we can get.
I'm going to paraphrase basically something great happened.
Yes!
So it was one of my floor judges told me something. He told me the floor judge has an idea to get the GP, and I'm like, oh, I'll go race and I go and I tell them, yeah, we'll do that. And later I find out I thought it was real. This makes sense. And I like chopped left there. I was like, Lens, so this thing that you thought I did, that was great. I didn't. You did.
I think you're going to try to move the camera set up to capture some of this, so we can possibly take different scenes.
We're gonna.
They haven't moved them from that.
Oh, okay.
Whatever he wants, basically.
We're gonna move. We're gonna try and move the camera up here, so you can see the slides more. That's the only issue. I can move it in between you guys. If you guys are gonna be there for most of the day, it'll make it easier because I can see the camera here, and we'll still be able to go over the laptop. That's the only issue. That also works.
See open all the way over. James goddamn laptop.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah, basically this area is gonna be mine and everything else. That should go really rich. That should totally be a video. Sounds like this, I think the message is 30 minutes. Next time I think
Anyone have convenient access to Excel? Really
Yes.
Come on this guy's computer.
Okay, I'll find out.
Ready? These are
I don't want to
right, yeah.
They want to
That's good. Not going out to people that have been sometimes.
Oh man, they're power is in the table.
Yeah, I'm gonna practice.
Very interesting answer.
No, unfortunately, I think for the most part, I might actually be the quietest person presenting. Maybe Chase. I don't know.
Are we not going to everyone?
No, in mine, you and Joe and so forth can be very protecting.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I can be very protecting. We're talking about voice, not emotions. Why not? Sorry.
Okay. No.
What's up?
Is everything here? We're good. Do you need anything from me? Do you want any water, snacks?
Water, you guys.
Water? Yeah, I'll grab water.
Thanks. There's a water fountain. If you go out to the right where the bathrooms are, there's a water fountain sort of in that area. There'll be lunch too. Oh yeah.
What is Joe? I'll meet Joe.
Joe is being
I mean, I'm pretty.
They had the camera right there. Unfortunately, somebody had to move already. Yeah, sorry, man.
No, let me know now.
Hey,
Oh, no,
what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Doing good.
Unfortunately, we have the camera set up.
Camera's there.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'll see you in a bit, though. Oh, like right now.
Now just gets to tease you from behind.
How's your judge conference going so far?
Pretty good.
Ready to stick around and hang out?
I hope so, but I really don't know. I was talking up with Dan Barrows yesterday. My wife gave me off, so I was back to Massachusetts. I got in my car, I drove to Connecticut, I slept at a Motel 6, and then came here in the morning. Sam Rick. Yeah, I'm fine. Someone in front of us rear-ended someone else. Sam couldn't stop because the road was wet.
Eric, you look like you
tried to get out of the way, but he turned right when he could have gone left. He got sideswiped.
No, Eric, you're just wrong.
It's right on the line, but it's probably So here's the thing, because we didn't actually touch the two cars in front of us, we are considered a separate accident. Okay. And obviously, relative to the guy who pulled out someone on side swipe, Sam has more of the blame, though the actual blame is
All right, judges, what's up? All right, this discussion, you're going to learn about de-escalating situations. So I present to you Steve Guillerm.
Hello, everybody. It's been a long time since I addressed such a large crowd. I think last time was a sealed event, and this is not the same. So, just a quick warning, unlike some of our other presentations, there may be some yelling and shouting. That's just part of the script. That's such that it is. We're all friends here. We're just pretending to be angry at each other mostly. And I've got some volunteers who are going to be playing as players in situations I'm going to be involved as well. I'm going to be soliciting some volunteers from the audience to be judges. As you are answering these judge calls, remember to be loud enough so that the audience as well can hear you. If that's a problem, we do have a microphone, so that way everybody can hear you. Beyond that, if in this situation you feel like you need another judge to assist you with this call, just call over another judge. We got a whole bunch of judges here. This is going to be somewhat improv, so but basically just we're going to be taking calls as though it were a real call. So for this first one, I'm going to need 2 volunteers. That's Eli and I'm sorry, what's your name?
Chris.
Chris, come on down.
Question.
Yes.
What is the most important level of reason in this situation?
For the most part, we're going to assume competitive.
What format are we playing?
It doesn't matter. All right.
What makes people angry?
Which means it's standard. Oh.
Scissors. Improperly determined.
Culture.
All right. So, I'm so bad at this game. All right. Well, Joe has 2 Swift Spears on board. One of them has an enchantment. I currently have a Mox Opal and a Springleaf Drum, and all my other creatures have died. I am in deep crap.
Wow, what a scrum.
I am scrum. Just wait. All right.
Good scrum.
All right. Okay, so Mox Opal, Legend Trigger on the stack. I'm going to tap these for mana.
That's not how it works, though.
No, they changed the Legend rule like last year.
No, they did, but the way the legend rule works is that it just happens. Like it's not a trigger.
Why don't we just get a judge here?
Okay, sure.
Judge. Hey, my name's Eli. How can I help you guys?
Let's just get a real judge. Like I'm familiar from our store. Why don't we just go get the head judge now?
All right, I can go grab the head judge for you.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hi, what's the situation?
Okay, so we have an appeal for a ruling I haven't given yet, so it will probably be a USC minor. Joe, the player at table on the left, is someone I know from my local store. He's pretty competitive, and I think he will miss me because I gave him a bad ruling about 6 months ago. And the other player called me over. I came over, and Joe immediately said, "I would like to get the head judge." I don't know how you want to handle it. If you want to send me back to do the ruling, or do you want to take it yourself? I would recommend the USC minor penalty, but we might want to de-escalate first.
Okay, so let's go to the table and let's get the full square. Hi, my name is Chris. I'm the head judge for the event. I want to make sure that I want to understand the situation. So you played a second box football and you tackled immediately with the first. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm responding to the lead trigger.
Okay. And you have a problem with this.
Yeah, I let her know that this isn't how the ledger rule works. He said that it changed and it's whatever, but he doesn't seem to be up to date enough with the rules to understand it's action on the trigger.
Okay, so.
And he didn't believe me, so we wanted to call him.
Okay.
Well, I just want to make sure that I want to get the right ruling is all.
Okay, that's good. So when we have legendary actions, what's gonna happen? It's a state-based action. So immediately one of the legendaries is going to pop off.
But mana abilities don't use a stack. Can I activate it? No.
Legendary permanents are state-based actions.
Okay.
In this situation we have 2 Mox Opals. If when this stack is cleared after you cast the Mox Opal, one of them is going to be popped.
Well, that stinks. You're gonna get this game.
Do you have any other questions?
Do we need a time extension?
Yes, sure.
I guess we're done here. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna skip you. Thanks. New games. Okay, so thank you, guys. Does anybody have any comments? Elon?
Don't just immediately go get the head judge. You're a real judge. He said, "I want a real judge." You are a real judge.
That wouldn't have helped. No, honestly, like if he had pushed back on that, I would have yelled at him.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what would have happened in that sort of situation with the player.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, that's true. Dylan.
One of the things that I noticed is that if there is a situation where a USC minor is going to be issued, I would encourage the judge to hang around at the table and talk to the player as soon as possible, away from the table, away from the match, away from the opponent. Calmly explain the situation. Obviously, if they're on tilt, you don't want to do that because issuing a USC minor while they're tilting is a terrible idea. Trust me, I know. And so waiting for the situation to de-escalate, calmer heads prevail, or for the match to finish.
Finding the right time to issue the penalty. Abby.
What are your feelings on, say, the head judge not going right to the table and the head judge telling their floor judge, "I want you to issue this USC minor to that player"?
So in this specific circumstance, it looked like there was kind of a personal animus. It wasn't simply Joe being a jerk, but it was rather he and Eli don't get along. So I think in this case, it might have been better that Chris kind of handles the call in general. On a different circumstance, if there's not like a personal thing, then maybe it's like, no, like let's get him back to the table and I would have liked to see, like, I'm not sure if Chris, if you were just kind of like ending the thing, but
yeah, I forgot to actually mention the USC because I was just like, oh wait.
Yeah. Definitely want to issue the USC minor. That can be, take Joe away from the table perhaps and say like, hey, I know you guys have a problem, but he's doing his job. It's not really sporting, like, be nice. Amanda.
One thing, and even if a player asks for for the head judge or a different judge, it's still a good idea to try to maybe get some of the information so that when you're getting another judge, it also gives a player time to sort of calm down without saying calm down when you ask them to relay information. They're no longer thinking about like specifically whatever triggers the explosive action, but also just kind of starts to reset their brain. Hey, before I go get another judge, could you just tell me like why we're over here, like what's up? And then that way it starts to change their thought process. Changing their thought process can just in and of itself de-escalate the situation.
Okay. And so CJ.
As the head judge, first of all, I agree with what Eli did, taking the call and being like, all right, I'll go get the head judge, because I feel like that would not cause something to start immediately. So I think that was pretty good. I feel like the head judge should take the other judge away from the table, or the player that asked for the head judge away from the table first, to kind of get an idea of what is going through that player's head, if they're feeling uncomfortable, something like that. Because if there is something that is making them feeling uncomfortable, addressing that is probably why they wanted you to go get the head judge. Taking the player away can also get you a more accurate story of what exactly is going on at the table as well.
Will.
Echoing what he said, I think it's a micro thing. If a player has a problem with the floor judge, I don't want that floor judge to be over my shoulder when I go back to talk to the player. I just have him on some other task, go deal with it, because if there's conflict between the floor judge and the player.
I'm not entirely sure I agree with that. I think that we don't want to necessarily undermine our judges. If there's like a serious problem, that's one thing, but otherwise it's like Joe in this circumstance was almost completely in the wrong. Like, we shouldn't be undermining Eli and saying, Eli, we're going to remove you from this, unless if Eli says like, no, seriously, we got in a fist fight 2 months ago, it's like, okay, you know, like that's the story. But like he plugged a call like, you know, 6 months ago. I can hold it. Eli.
So my question is there a situation where the head judge would say, I need you guys to let Eli make his ruling, go make the ruling, and if you still have an issue, you can appeal, or should the head judge just make the ruling, notwithstanding the USD thing?
Honestly, I think that's kind of you need like something you gotta get the feel for the situation, and sometimes one approach is right, sometimes it's not. So it's a lot of these things like de-escalation in general. It's a lot about feeling out the situation, saying, okay, what's going to calm things down? Because the thing, if some of you guys were in Nicola's investigation seminar just before this, we want to get players back to playing Magic. So we're not trying to goad Joe into like getting a USC major or anything. We just want to give him the minor thing, say that's not okay, but let's get you back to playing Magic. We're going to move to the next scenario. So I need Chase and Tom, and Chase, I'm going to put you here. Oh, yeah. All right. This is your board.
All right.
And I need one judge, one volunteer judge. Sorry, what's your name? Jason. Jason, come up, Jason. Bears.
Well, that would have been awesome.
All right, Jason, here is the situation for you.
So let's immediately show you the correct way to do it.
All right. So, we are at GP Vegas 2017. We are all here to have a good time. Except for me, I'm losing. He has a Sun Titan with a battered skull and a Sword of Fire and Ice. And he just played a Cheetah. Cheetah in Modern Masters 2017.
What a sealed pool.
GTA results. All right. What you got, man?
Let's see what we got going on. All right, so I gotta pay for the GTA.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and so you got 2 cards.
Whoa, dude.
All that. Yeah. So.
Holy shit, that's good.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, I'm gonna animate my Nexus. Okay. I'm gonna equip the GTM to the Nexus.
You got it, man.
All right. So you got the 2 blocks.
That is
here.
hot fire.
What's
going on? You want some?
Let's say it does.
I allow alcohol. What's up?
If you're gonna spectate the match, I'm just gonna need you to keep silent. If you see something wrong, do it. Can people hear me?
No.
Should I use my
No.
Okay. So you're free to spectate. Does this sound? No.
Just.
Here we go. Okay. So you're free to spectate the match, but if you are going to do that, I'm going to need you to not say anything. If you see something wrong, just have them pause and then call myself or your judge over.
Man, there's nothing wrong with that. This dude's on a tear. Do you see it? He is literally on fire. I don't need to assist this guy. What's up, Raff? What are you, 8-0 now? Yeah. No wonder. Sorry, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys, please continue playing.
Well, one of them's playing. You got anything else?
Please try not to make any comments if you're going to be spectating.
Okay.
And maybe
Tom, you're
something
way
that
too
you
good.
allow alcohol. Is that maybe fallacious?
Probably not the case.
Okay.
Some TOs, most TOs, whether or not the venue allows it, probably don't want drunk players. What's
Okay.
fun is I've looked into the rules. There's nothing explicitly about intoxication in the rules. It's all about behavior. So Tom could be that drunk, but it's disruptive behavior.
Okay.
On the other hand, the TO probably does want to know that we've got somebody drunk. It's Vegas, but we want to keep some of the Vegas out. Abby.
Yo, just be careful when you have your flask. You're gonna like spill it everywhere.
Whatever.
Turns out my basketball expensive cards.
I mean, that seminar at 5 p.m. You can take a seat if you like.
Oh, yeah.
Any other comments on that? Questions? Has anyone? Jason.
So one good thing, if you are the opponent, you should also remember, or the judge taking the call, the opponent has the right to ask him to not observe that match.
Okay.
So you might want to talk to the other player and go like, hey, is this actually disruptive to what's going on?
Yeah.
That being one option, I don't think I would ask the players directly. It feels a little bit confrontational, like you're asking them to support this verdict of guilt. In this kind of situation where it's already that disruptive, I would just have them not able to watch that match and have it not be up to the players. I don't want to have the opponent need to feel like they're interfering and giving this guy a hard time.
Yeah, I'm actually on board with that. This was very clearly disruptive. It doesn't matter how much I was losing that game. It doesn't matter that I was basically a scoop and I was just making him go through the motions. There are also other players. Amanda is playing against Invisible Guy.
Invisible Stalker.
So there are, like, we do want people to have fun. It is Vegas 2017, but, like the venue might not allow people to be drunk. It's a liability thing. At GP Nashville, I actually pulled this one straight from reality. I had a drunk player, and he wasn't doing anything that was like super obnoxious. He was kind of like rubbing his friend's shoulders and being a little touchy and like, but his friend wasn't being like, dude, knock it off. Like, it was, but he was clearly drunk, and I just had to kind of pull him aside and be like, hey man, like, this, like, we're here to have fun, but like, I don't know, like, if this is the right kind of fun to be having here. And eventually, I didn't end up giving him a penalty, but I did kind of hand him off to the TO, because the TO was not particularly pleased to know there was a fun player. James.
I worked at PTQ on the day of the Iron Bowl where Auburn returned that kick for like a 100 yards. This is in Florida. So there were a lot of Alabama, this is at a Shriners Lodge.
Oh boy.
So there were a lot of Alabama fans after that happened. It was like round 7, who just, I think, took about 6 or 7 shots and went back to the tournament.
Wow, okay.
They weren't disruptive, but like one of them top 8'd and he was not in a state to draft.
So actually,
define draft.
So actually,
Eli.
So it's possible I missed this, and I'm also not sure it affects anything. But I wasn't clear, and I'm not sure if Jason was clear whether that guy was a random spectator or an actual player. And I don't know if that affects how we deal with the situation.
It really doesn't. Anybody who is not in the active match is considered a spectator, including other players. If they are out of the tournament entirely, they can be entered back in the tournament for penalties. If Kim Kardashian shows up to a Magic tournament and is disruptive, she will get a DCI number, and she will get. She will.
How do you know she doesn't have one already?
I don't know. But the point is, in this situation, if we have a penalty to give, we'll look and find out if they're in the tournament. If they're active in the tournament and this penalty affects their tournament, then if we have to disqualify him or ask him to leave the venue for some reason. Otherwise, it doesn't really
So
matter.
you wouldn't say like, oh, this guy's a player, I'll USC minor him, wait, he's a spectator, it's not worth entering him in the event for that, or anything like that?
I'm still going to assume that he is he's still an active Magic player. Like, I'm assuming that spectators have an interest in Magic. We enter penalties partially for tracking purposes. If he has a habit of getting drunk at tournaments, we want to be able to look this up so that at some point, if he does something that actually is majorly disruptive and gets him DQ'd, the investigations committee can look and say, oh crap, he got drunk at like 4 GPs in a row. This guy has a problem. Yeah, it's kind of a tension between wasting our time and the scorekeeper's time versus being comprehensive. And again, I feel like I sometimes err on the side of not giving penalties enough, and it's like, oh, he's not in the tournament, but we should. Their tracking is a concern. All right, let's get on to our next scenario. And I believe you're on this one. All right, so you on this side. Again. Which one can actually switch roles on? So you want me to be the, well, you are the
Oh, I am.
You're the salty casual.
I'm the salty casual.
Yep.
Salty casual. My favorite breakfast drink.
You're not on this tapping out. It's direct combat. It's the situation. I can do it if you want me to.
No, I'm just going over.
Okay.
Just getting in the mood.
And this over casual mindset on.
Okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Put on some.
All right. And I have some sort of board. And
Will you be requiring judges for this?
oh yes. Would you like to be our judge?
Nope.
All right. All right.
Start a rumor
Okay, so this one takes place at a PPTQ. We all know each other, roughly. Okay, narrate loudly so that people understand.
Okay, so I have a Vault Scourge, and I have a cranial plating incline. I would like to equip that.
Equip resolves.
Okay, have Glimmer Void, equip cranial plating.
All right.
Oh, I also have a signal pass in play.
Okay.
Move to combat. I'm going to swing with both of them.
Okay. I'm going to wild slash the signal pest.
While that's a signal test, sure. In response, I'm going to
Wait a second. I don't have black mana. Would you mind if we back that up so I can untap I meant to tap the Dark Steel, set it out. Can I back that up to,
Sorry, man, like, you tapped Glimmer Void. Like, it happened.
Alright. Look. How long have you been playing Magic for?
I don't know, like 6 months.
Okay, great. I've been playing for 3 years. Let me tell you. Hold on.
What's going on?
In all my time in Magic, I haven't seen a player who has been that competitive and that awful at letting people take back stuff in casual environments. You are not a good player. Dude. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to take your deck, I want you to chop it up, put it in dog food, because that's what you deserve to eat. You are that awful of a player, and I am sorry that whoever has to play you next is going to be forced to sit down with your awful behavior and uncasual, stabby environment.
Wow, okay, so, geez, I just didn't want you to have to take back. Let's get a judge and figure out whether.
Oh, sure, now you're gonna call a judge on me? This is casual. There's no such thing as a judge here.
Judge? Well, so.
So my opponent's being a prick.
I'll listen to you after I listen. We'll get one at a time.
Okay. Can I take a moment?
Sure. You want to talk away?
Yeah. Thank you.
Come on, stop wasting my time. I got other things to do.
So, like, he tapped his Glimmer Void, and then he equipped it, and I burnt out the creature he equipped it to, and then he wanted to use the special ability on the plating, but he only had 1 black mana up, and he is colorless, and he wanted to take back, and my friends were like, as a PBQ, like, it's kind of serious, like, so no take backs, so I'm just, and he just went off on me.
Okay.
I was like, okay.
Alright, can you tell me what's happening here? My opponent's a prick.
I don't know story. Can you elaborate?
I'm sure he can.
Stop! No, I don't want to step away. I'm gonna have to ask you, come with me, please. Fine. Thanks for wasting my time. What's going on here? So, I made a silly mistake when I tapped the wrong land to equip my cranial plating to my creature. Okay. And so, in this situation, it was clear that I had meant to save it up because, as we all know, cranial plating has an ability that's black, and I had meant to save the black mana. So, it's not like I wanted to take back the action, I just wanted to tap a different land brick. My opponent is now being super salty about it, and he's upset because I'm a better player and I was about to win.
This is a competitive level event, so you're not actually allowed to have this take back. Your opponent is correct for that. So I'm not gonna be able to let this happen. Okay?
Fine, whatever.
Okay. So what is currently happening on the board right now?
So this Wild Slash was targeting the Signal Festival, and he said died, but he didn't put it in his graveyard yet. So
Okay, so we're gonna resolve the Wild Slash? Right?
or no, I guess he said it was in response. I forget exactly.
My reaction was in response.
Okay.
I'm going to move the equipment.
So are you going to move?
Wait a minute. All Slash doesn't even kill the damn thing. Wait a minute, does it?
It does.
Whatever. Never mind. Casual.
Alright, so we're gonna resolve the Wild Slash? Right?
Yeah, fine, whatever.
So this is dead? Yeah. Alright, can we continue with the game now?
So I guess I take 1 now, right?
Alright, guys?
Yeah, take 1.
Okay. Damage?
Yep.
You know what? Screw you. I'm done with this.
Alright.
Judge?
Feel free to issue a penalty.
It appears that
You
That's
should
supposed
monitor
to
to
not
see if
play
you
the game.
Okay.
So he will have forfeited the match. I'm going to go find him and talk to him, but you can fill out the match slip
as
Okay.
you win a match.
Sure.
This is where I go off and find the player, but there's no player.
No, he's right there.
Oh, he's right there, okay.
Talk to him.
Alright, so I can't have you going off like this on players at the event. You're really disrupting not only your match, but the matches around you and everyone else at the tournament. So I'm going to have to issue you a penalty for this. That's nonsense. I'm appealing that.
It's PP turn to head judge too.
Sorry, you cannot appeal this time. That's bullshit. Alright, you know what? Fine. Take my penalty. Yeah, you can even, it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna drop from the event. And I'm going to take your name, I'm gonna write a letter to Wizards. I've been playing long enough, I have enough contacts in there, and I'm gonna get you dropped out of the program.
Good luck with that.
I am walking away. Do.
All right.
I always like saying
pretty bad at this.
That's my favorite.
So just for our edification, the description says, casual player can't believe Spike is being such a rules lawyer. They both know what casual wanted to do, the best play is obvious. Casual has never played against such a jerk. Now this rules lawyer wants to call a judge a casual player? Seriously? Does Spike think casual is a cheater? Way to ham it up.
Alright, so what was it? We want them to speak into the mic so that.
You just repeat or rephrase.
Okay. David.
So Brian, so you said you were going to give a penalty. What penalty do you give here?
I would be
So
giving.
the question is, what penalty would you give?
I would be giving a USC major here. Just because his actions are that disruptive to the event, it makes it nearly impossible for anyone else to play while he's going off like that.
So the answer was USC major. Who in this room agrees with USC major? Does anyone think it should be different?
Mike.
Aggressive behavior.
Mike says aggressive behavior. Does anyone agree with aggressive behavior?
I don't disagree.
Somehow.
I also.
Did you actually Okay. All right. If he actually flips the table, like it's aggressive behavior.
Like he's pantomiming, it's hard.
Okay. So for the purposes of
also
discussion,
posted.
let's assume I did flip the table.
Oh.
If you actually flip the table, okay, yeah. That's pretty nice. Amendment.
So one of the things, and I know that I guess might have been speeding along the investigation, is sort of asking Steve what he means by went off on me, because there's like a very big difference between being like, I guess like you don't want to assume that his escalated behavior is that was the same way he started off. So you want to be like, Steve, what do you mean by go off on you? Did he just say like F you? Did he just say? Because like those are two different responses. If he's just like, come on, man, like let me take it back. Like Steve might take that as going off on me versus the rant we heard.
I was mainly going off because I was standing over there and I heard it happen. But
Yeah, so the context was basically, get some context for what I said. Like, all I said was he went off on me. Dylan happened to continue hamming it up. It was very clear he was agitated. But the judge probably should, definitely separate us, but ask, did I say anything? It doesn't necessarily excuse Dylan's behavior, but it is worth knowing, like, did I say anything? Were there previous altercations in the match? Has it been tense for 30 minutes and we're picking and picking and picking and finally something comes up and we call a judge versus one blow up suddenly out of the blue? Dylan.
honestly, even though it does not seem correct, I would probably end up issuing a USC minor here, just because behavior that's exhibited is disruptive to the tournament, but USC major is, as far as I'm aware, usually reserved for something incredibly disruptive to the point of physical contact.
That's aggressive.
I feel like
that's aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like
Physical
the
contact
language,
is
so raising the voice, the language, the direction that it was in alone, kind of it does justify the upgrade to major. Like,
Yeah,
it's
alright.
not just like, oh man, you're a jerk. Like seriously, dude. Like,
Could this make Steve feel harassed?
Fair enough.
I mean, that's one of those things I kind of did end up trying to play it, I'm like feeling a little bit like nervous. Like he was really in my face. Abby.
Yeah, because you feel like you got offered like water or whatever, like you needed to get away from the table.
Yeah.
So you were feeling threatened or whatever.
Tom.
Not only that, I think the line that we have to figure out here is like general disruptive behavior for a USC minor versus more targeted behavior, which is what Dylan was,
Sure.
presenting to Steve, which I think crosses that line in major territory.
Back there, what's your name? Chris.
One of many. The way he was acting, he was quite clearly creating a hostile tournament environment for you. It's the same as if he was throwing ethnic slurs at you because you're so white.
It's not wrong. Eric.
Oh, so one thing I don't know if I would do in this situation is, you were first pulled aside, and then when he came to talk to Dylan, he brought you back. I don't know if I would have done that. I would have maybe found another judge to stand with you away from the table, or swap who's at the table and who's off talking with me.
I like that a lot. Eric points out that another judge could have been recruited to keep the players separate, even if only one player's agitated, even if I was like looking smug as fuck. You still like I've gotten riled up, or he got himself riled up, doesn't really matter. Keep the players separate until you can get to a resolution when things get heated. Then once you're sure they can get back to playing Magic, then it's fine. You can get back to that and issue the penalties if needed. But having me come back and talking to Dylan may not have been the most effective.
What's your name?
Joe.
Joe.
Okay, so would it have been better to immediately address the player's attitude and behavior when right off the bat you're at the table, the player said my opponent's being a prick? Should you just pause there and said, well, first of all, please, we need to keep our language appropriate, something like that, before continuing anything else?
Should we have paused the call as soon as he said my opponent's being a prick? This is one of those things where it's kind of hard to read. That may be the first point where you call over another judge. You say, hey, I want to separate these guys. Can you elaborate away? He's, on the one hand, I called the judge. I have something to say to the judge. On the other hand, he is more agitated. So it may be more useful just to get him away and say, hey, do you want to talk to me away from the table? What's going on? I'm here to help. Make it clear that you're going to hear him first, because he seems to think that calling a judge on him is a big deal. No, I'll hear you out first. CJ.
Yeah, so kind of bouncing off that point, I feel like there's basically two ways that the call can go. When a player is very clearly agitated, I'm going to try to project because I don't know if anybody over there can hear what I'm saying. Great, awesome. So when you're at the table and somebody directly points and says, my opponent blocked, regardless of what they say, I feel like stopping that behavior at the table is very important, and talking to that player immediately is also very important. And that does two things. It establishes you as the authority at that match, so that you give directions, they need to follow those directions, especially when they're being confrontational. And it tends to sometimes they'll just snap and realize, oh, hey, I'm doing this thing is bad. And they can kind of change their behavior sometimes. Doesn't work all the time. Again, these situations are very kind of hit or miss. Sometimes you can kind of calm them down there and be like, hey, we can't be doing this. Or you just have to take them away from the table and be like, hey, these are the rules, you can't do this. And reading that is important and difficult, but based on the scenario at hand.
Call on you. What's your name?
Max?
Max, okay.
So, I was just looking under the IPG, under USC Major. It's a safe environment is a basic expectation of any tournament attendee. Harassment undermines the safety and integrity of a tournament. Players who purposefully create harmful or unwelcoming situations in an event are expected to immediately correct behavior and demonstrate remorse or be removed. In that situation, Dylan did not cease the behavior or demonstrate any remorse. And I feel like for the safety and betterment of the tournament, we need to remove him from the event.
Absolutely.
That is a very good point. Max pointed out that the definition of USC major is regardless of what was said or how it was said, the player does need to come to a resolution and express remorse, even if it's like, I still like him, but like I shouldn't have said those words. The fact that he basically just was like, no, it's a prick. I'm not going to take it back. It's like, okay, well, we can't have you here. Like, he's going to have to be removed. That means disqualification.
James.
So, also in the IPG, because I love it also, I'm looking under aggressive behavior, and the definition for aggressive behavior is one sentence. A player acts in a threatening way towards others or their property. And one of the lines that I thought crossed the line there, in addition to the table flips, which is actually just example E, was saying, Steve, you should cut up your dog food jack into a bunch of little pieces, because you're dog food. That's what you are. This is like that to me. If that happened to me at a tournament, I would feel so uncomfortable. I would be so rattled. I wouldn't want to play against that player. I wouldn't even want to finish my match.
Yeah, that's actually one of those things where you can kind of solicit other players as witnesses, because maybe the judge didn't hear that I'm dog food, but I'm
So
sure one of the
maybe
players
not.
did. Like that got heated real fast, and there's definitely going to be some witnesses. And with 10 minutes left, I'm going to get Elliot up here for our last scenario. And of course, I need a volunteer judge.
Here you go. Mike is on if you want it. Oh, and so here we are at, I don't know, we'll call it an SCG Open. We're in like the last couple of rounds. Ellie and I are both doing real well. We're having a good time, and pairings just went up. And okay, pairings, here we go.
Dude, you're paired against Gabby. Hope you're ready to lose to a girl. Just saying.
Excuse me, I'd like to talk to you for a moment.
Sure.
We're gonna go play a match. Good luck, buddy.
I'm sorry, but
Someone play match with this poor.
you would like you not to use that sort of language here or anywhere really, but definitely not here.
What language do they use?
Please do not use language that refers to people, makes people feel lesser because of who they are. You made a comment, I believe you said something to the effect of, oh, it's a girl, they don't have to worry. That's not something we should be saying here.
All right, fair enough. Gabby's a good player. Just giving my buddy a little shit.
Yes, but please, it has an effect on the other players who may have overheard. So, it's, this is not something that we should be saying out loud. And I hope you understand that, we want to keep this place a safe place for all the people here so that more people might be interested in playing this game in the future. So, thank you for your understanding.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Is everyone here?
Yeah, it's good.
All right, so any comments? Go on.
I 100% would have given USC minor for that.
USC minor. Who would give USC minor for this? Fair to the play. Who in this room would want to give USC minor, but might not because they're not super confident that they would go well? Yeah, this one's hard. We really sometimes have to straddle this line between like we want to give out the penalties, but we don't want to seem like penalty robots or jerks, and it's hard because like overall we definitely know that this is wrong, but in the moment it's like he was just making a joke. Like, what's the big deal? Elliot.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing.
Amanda.
So one of the reasons why I would potentially not give USC minor in this specific situation is, as we heard during the investigation, it seems that Elliot knows Gabby, and there's a chance that the player that he said it to also knows this Gabby person, and it seems that even if he made somewhat of a slightly inappropriate joke, that it's just it might just be banter, and if it's like dependent on how you read the investigation, sort of determines how I would rule. It seems like if he's understanding that, like, you know, might not have been the best thing to say, but he's like, hey, you know, we both know the person, it's more of just like a banter that we have.
So the point was that depending on what the situation is, maybe it's an in-joke, maybe it's slightly inappropriate in-joke, but it's not a overt slur or anything like that. That's where your investigation skills can kind of come in handy. So go back in time about 2 hours, attend Nicola's seminar, and learn more about investigations.
Yeah.
In seeing how the scenario played out, where this is right in front of the pairing board, unless this is some weird situation where both of these players were in the restroom and no one else is around, generally there's a lot of players near the pairings board when the pairings are on the pairing board. So this is very likely to make some of them uncomfortable, independent of who knows who and whether Gabby also thinks it's a joke. There's just tons of people there. Maybe some of them are girls, maybe none of them are girls, and some of them can still be offended.
So audience is important depending on where you are. If people are at a remote table and just jokingly happen to walk by, no one else is around, versus in front of the pairings board where we were supposed to have been. Abby?
I've had quite similar situations happen to me. At my local gaming store, a female was attending an event and she was doing very well, and everyone was making fun of everyone she'd meet and saying, you got beat by a girl. I've never seen her since. This was probably a good 6 months ago.
Mike?
I mean, the only reason that I would shy away from giving the minor would be because Elliot immediately acknowledged that, yeah, what you're saying is right, and I probably should have said that and expressed remorse. He didn't try to argue the point, or he said, well, I was giving a shit, and said, oh, yeah, you're kind of right.
Yeah, that can be a point too. Like immediate remorse, if it's one of those like my bad sort of situations. Like I said before, tracking is important, but the talking to them and having this conversation may be enough, and keeping the tournament flowing, not having to figure out where they're sitting and getting the match slip and filling out the warning, that can be a mitigating factor.
Sorry, your name back there.
NJ.
NJ.
One thing I'd follow up to that is not just placating themselves to the judge, but also understanding that regardless of whether or not it's an in-joke between they and their friend and even Gabby, that it does harm the community around them, and they need to not just be remorseful that someone thinks they shouldn't be doing that, but that they're actually harming the community around them, and that they need to actively avoid saying things like that, even if it's a commonly accepted joke, because they are harming the community around them, and they
Right.
shouldn't just feel remorseful to the judge or to other people they know about that. They should feel remorseful to the entire community.
Ensuring the damage is understood to the community as a whole, not just like remorse, oh I got caught, but remorse like I understand this was not right. And we've got maybe a couple more minutes, so let me call a couple people. James?
So something that, with like the whole in-joke argument, I feel like there's harm when you say something like lose to a girl, because like if it was an in-joke and they're all friends, Elliot could have just been like, hope you're ready to lose, ha 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 ha. And it doesn't you don't have to bring the gender of the person or whatever that it might be in whatever situation.
So the definition for USC minor includes the line, it may affect the comfort level of those around the individual, but that is not necessary to determine that fact when assessing USC minor.
Right. It may affect the comfort, but it is not necessary.
One of the things that I have interacted with multiple players who have presented comments like that, and sometimes they're not necessarily aware of how degrading that phrase can be, or even the true implications of the word. And so there's a good chance that, or as good practice, or as a good policy, you should always sit down and explain what the policy is. When we're judging an event, when we issue a penalty, it's good to sit down and explain what is going on. In this case, it is also good to explain so that all the players can learn. Even if the person who made the joke is not aware of that or does not think that it is that offensive, it is important to stress that while they can make, or if that comes up, it's okay to say, while you can make that joke in a different environment, when it comes to a Magic tournament, these are the rules that we have.
Stressing that we have rules and expectations at tournaments, and we're not trying to stifle them personally. We are just trying to make them adhere to expectations behavior at our events. So I'll hand over there. Sorry, your name?
Lene.
Lene.
I was just, I don't know, it's not in the form of a question, but it's kind of an interesting thing when, to take a call like that, I would find it challenging to make it about, like, 'cause I'm not bothered by a lot of that kind of stuff. I learned to play Magic in a store with a bunch of guys who used to it. And I have to, like, take myself out of that for a second and think, yeah, but if it's your first time here, and that's how you're hearing things, then it is going to affect that. And I do have friends who don't feel as welcome in the community as I would like. So I think it's just really important to keep a big picture perspective, even if it's something that doesn't bother you in particular. And I think that it's probably good to think about like how to make sure that their understanding is about the community.
For those of you who didn't hear, basically the upshot is take yourself out of the situation, think about how another person could take it rather than just do I think it's offensive. We are out of time. Thank you very much, and one more thing, your feedback is very important to me. This is the first time I've done this seminar, so if you can think of other scenarios, if you'd like to work with me to make this better, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm very open to constructive criticism. Thank you.
All right, judges, it is 12:52. We are on lunch until 2 o'clock. Lunch is a great time to find any presenters that you've seen already if you have more questions for them. Washington, that was
You would clearly have a problem.
No. The Savage. Oh yeah, that's right. Should have been. No, it would have been fire.
And I was discussing this with somebody, and he's it said, like,
it would have been fireball.
We walked by a bunch of them down here. You can probably also leave your stuff like behind the desk there, maybe if they're staying there.
Somebody left their phone.
But yeah, so like if like someone's being like directly aggressive, leave it like you're
Leave it here and take it over there.
he doesn't need to like go to another
The food is
like,
we're going
you
to
don't need him to
Hoboken.
like establish a pattern. Like if he feels
There's a whole bunch of people that are going out. I'll probably go out and get pizza. There's like a pizza place right there. Is there a good pizza place? Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, good. How far is it?
It's slices of pizza. It's like the next street over.
Okay.
It's right on the corner of the main street. Like right there.
Do that thing. That sounds really good.
that guy flew off the rail. That's a pretty good barometer to be like, alright, I understand that maybe you're upset, maybe you might want to get the CEO involved, be like, hey, we're going to, he's looking at that. Let's say he theoretically doesn't give him the USC major. he just scoops in response. So fill out the USC major. You say, you go get the TO, you say, hey, I had this situation with this player, this is what happened, this is how the people around it feels. I don't feel comfortable with him in the event, because remember this is a PPTQ, so you are the head judge, but you still want to talk to the TO when you're DQing somebody that's not necessarily going to DQ events. You're like, hey, I think this person shouldn't be in our event. The TO says, you know what, let's go talk to him. Over to them, walk over, have a conversation with the player and the TO. The TO, usually in these situations, the TO is going to take the lead, because you should be there because you are the judge's authority. And then from there, what will happen is, usually the TO more times than not will ask the player to lead the event. So the thing is like he's not actually attacking, he's just being verbally aggressive. And aggressive behavior sort of needs to also cross the line that the player feels threatened. The player doesn't really feel threatened, nor does anybody else really feel threatened by his actions. You're kind of overstepping. Like I said, it's all about investigation, right? Like if everyone's saying like I feel threatened, like this guy makes me feel unsafe, that is definitely aggressive behavior, DQ. But if nobody says that they feel, like if you're the only one who felt that it was an aggressive situation, you're kind of the judge. So it's like a little different. You're not in the active play environment. So it's better to enlist the TO, get the TO, because the TO might say, I don't like the fact that he said the N-word.
Yeah, yes, I'm going to
Sorry, so like for example, like you said to the TO, hey, I just gave somebody a USC major, he said the N-word. The TO might say, no, I don't care that this is a game loss. I don't want that in my event. So like anything that you're like the game loss, that's when I usually involve the TO. And it's like, hey, this is a situation that happened. I think you should be aware of it from a customer service standpoint. And if they go, hold up, this guy said the N-word, this guy called somebody a fag, or whatever, he might say, no, we don't accept that language at our store.
But you wouldn't
No, it's only USC major. It's a game loss.
I guess like the whole thing for me,
as a queer person, as somebody who worked on that USC minor major policy, like yes, I know your sentiment, but that's like such a off the handle thing because like we don't know people's regional context, we don't know anything, and so like it's not. Now if he's just like, maybe, especially like, but it's also a level, right? Like it's just like the person involved has to feel harassed, has to feel threatened. Yes, you can gut check, but in that situation, especially if you're DQing someone, you want a greater tournament perspective. You don't want to, especially if it's something that's not cheating. Obviously, cheating, bribery, wagering, collusion, all that stuff. That's like, don't need that's you, 100%. Things like that, I'm more about doing a thorough investigation, talking to the TO, because you're not fully supported by the IPG to DQ this person. Someone saying the N-word to me isn't a DQ offense. It's just untoward conduct major.
The thing for me is it is hard for me to separate things because I generally am because I don't have maybe
Yeah, I have.
So like for me, when Tyler or Nico are, I'm the only person.
So at that point you do. Then as the TO, you can also make that gut check and just say to the guy, hey, you know what? As the TO of the store, and both as the TO and as the head judge of the store, your behavior is just above and beyond what we find acceptable in the store.
And that's a store thing.
And that you make it a store thing. You want to make it a store thing at that point because remember, you're not protecting. Not that the IPG is like this protecting document, but you're not doing anything the IPG says. So if you're making a decision like that, you want to make it clear that it's more from a store perspective. And not. You don't feel comfortable with it, but it's not something that the IPG says. Like I said, saying the N-word and you don't feel comfortable in your store. You as a TO have every right to be like, no, not really.
Oh, well, I mean, I was in a rush, so I just picked the first.
Yeah, I think we're all good. Oh, cool. You ran with us. That's something else.
Yeah.
Should we have little notes?
They're all friends. Well, I had a chat with all of my what I call the
It's even better because he has no idea what he's doing. Well, no, he knows what he's doing from business end, but he's like, I want an app.
Joe
And I was
Davis
like,
is
no one knows
why
what technology
that's
is.
just complicated. Technology's actually he's giving you back call.
I actually wanted to talk to you
You don't
about
like
what
very
I
much.
should do
Figure out
for
what's
this
going
thing.
on.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Wonderful.
so I started that out.
Good. Life has made a dramatic in like the past 72 hours.
What else we got?
Yeah, between the exam portfolio has been pretty decent, and a new job opportunity that's been worked out.
It would have been good if you did, like, I always really, I'm like having something at the end of each year, like, kind of hits on certain points. So that way people have a chance to take their own notes as opposed to like.
No, I'm not
open
either.
discussion.
I just
That's
lost
the
a
good
job
part about
opportunity
this.
to somebody
But I
with
feel like having something at the end.
clearly
that's like,
defined less
hey,
qualifications.
so these are the things that seem to be the general consensus.
And it has to be everything.
That and
Yeah.
like, that's the problem with some people, like, even if you're better on paper, like, sometimes just like, it's good to, like, not call them out. But just be like, hey, these are the things that are important.
I'm aware
It's
this is
yeah.
not the greatest like feel situation ever.
Yeah, like I said, this is the first time I've done this, and I'm trying, I'm like, this will be fun. This was originally born out of the fact that I realized that I have a lot of like, got a lot of talk about like,
folks we interview.
customers, like, it's not the
No,
judge,
if I'm not an executive in 3 years, like I was going to
practical
be.
difficult players. We can talk about like what the penalties are, and
So,
what
like,
we consider USC major, but like,
Yeah.
sometimes having an example of it is much more useful.
Yeah.
That makes
But yeah, definitely, you're right. It's just like key takeaways.
Yeah, like I would just do it on site to be really easy.
Yeah.
Like have kind of
I-
not necessarily a direct discussion,
I-
but maybe
and
have
it's
a
like,
topic like,
even-
hey,
even if I-
this thing happened. What do you
that
guys think about this thing? And then like
that I find interesting. So
have it be a little
when
more
I can do
focused, so
puzzling
that way
software, I
it's
can-
not like
Fair. I like that.
Yeah.
Two things.
Yeah.
The first one was, I think this would be awesome in a smaller group
Workshop.
setting.
Yeah.
Even if you did this big group thing and then broke people into sets, you could break this room up into 5 groups and do the same thing with 5 groups, and then folks could come back with different interesting things that they thought about that situation. The second one was, for some of these, it would be interesting to see what happens if the judge didn't see the initial problem. So like the situation
So a lot
where
of judges
Dylan
kind of-
walks in and it's like, you walk in and you're like, the guy called me a prick. Oh, well, you know, my opponent was just being a salt word. And like, when you as a judge come into a situation where you didn't see the fight happen,
Right, yeah.
that dealing with that is really different. You don't necessarily have a that's a case of privilege right away.
One of those like isolation booths.
Send it around, say,
I want an isolation booth.
I mean, yeah, I want that too, but where no one's playing on stage in Korea, so. So, you know. Yeah. Wanna grab lunch and talk about things?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I usually seminar. It's basically it's basically a practical approach to like the seminars I do. That's what I like. Because like I like
here like once every month. So this whole room is filled with like PCs and people playing Smash and stuff. And
This is
like
what we
another
do.
room filled
I
with
really
Smash
thought you
players.
said LAN parties, like you were sorting basically.
I mean, we also do that at LAN parties. Whenever we have to do a draft, you gotta sort.
Have you seen our land box?
That's what I'm saying.
It's not a land box anymore. It's like an uncommons and commons box. It's terrible.
He just proxy lands over commons and uncommons.
I mean, lands are worse than the game with all much more than commons.
They like,
I think we still have those right. Honey mustard bowls.
You know, it's just another word for honey, right?
Oh, you guys went to House of Q? I need to go to that place still.
It's like 2 minute, it's 2 minute walk.
I know, but I'm always busy.
Well, you have tonight. Well, they're only filled judges now, so you should go actually just go down.
There's live performance in there?
Yeah, they're just playing guitar there. It's pretty
Yeah. Honestly, I'm pretty sure people could have just gone to like an actual Guillerm restaurant and still be back in time.
Yeah, well, I want to come back just because I assume there would be more people coming back.
Yeah.
Ian.
I think in one of these bags, we have
just before I
You want me to grab the Smash cart? Put it down by Smash cart.
I mean, if we can get it out of here by 50. Sure.
Yeah, that's not worth it.
Yeah,
It's like
that's what
2
I'm
games. It's
saying.
like 3 games.
I should have.
I mean,
I should have gotten on this
post-conference.
bandwagon that people are doing.
I'm still iffy because that's C2GS and we don't have the room until after. We don't have the room past
Again,
6.
if nobody else has it, post-conference Smash sessions, I wouldn't be opposed.
Doesn't mean they don't have.
Reservations in your
Did you
name.
play Smash? Yeah, I know. That's the issue.
You're not gonna be VP for like what? For that much longer.
Yo, be president. Do you understand how like that shaking part?
Yeah. There haven't been like super trade or really much of anything for a while.
Oh my god, it's awesome.
They think it's silverware. Oh, call it. They're already over that. Did you get extra silverware by any chance?
No.
They didn't give us silverware.
I asked, they said that they gave me some, if not, it'll be a really sad salad.
Yeah, we didn't get any.
Salad?
Salad?
Give me your man card.
You definitely do.
Still got my pork.
You know, it's not like any of the, I think you had like,
Hey, this was a good idea.
Eric, when you compare it to what I was.
Eric, Laney, did you get silverware?
No, I got a sandwich.
We didn't get sandwich and they didn't give silverware. Because they said they gave us silverware, but there's no silverware around here, or plasticware, or anything.
You're totally fine, just pick up the meat and eat it.
I have a part of
What's that? Is there silverware?
That's hard.
And it's diet again. One of them remained diet.
I was only telling you short. So basically, if the coffee is scanned, well, they're already on that. Plus the mileage card. If what I'm getting approval points is more than that, then I do. Partially. The other reason why I like.
How much is it like coffee down the big one?
I don't.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
think you can see my mouth.
huge.
And if I get money for it, I.
He gives us extra.
When I saw one whole chicken.
One more magic.
He gave us an extra quarter pound of the first game.
Oh, God. So good.
Correct. Bro, next door over on the second floor, there's a cafeteria. I can run up and grab silverware. What do you want to do?
Yep, these are people who actually do get it. You can just throw one way or the other. Me and my food.
Not even taking stars to eat or.
They didn't give us silverware.
It's all my power.
I got a sandwich left.
I would make it look better about that. But I have no way to like initially populate it.
What's wrong?
You can put the sausage and just get a big bite.
Is that what you do with sausage?
Don't do that. No. We made eye contact.
Sure, I'll go simple. I'll go. Just save me half of whatever you kids lose, Mike. Where is he? I wandered away. I just kept walking past the place. I went up to Chipotle and it's like 6 blocks out. So did anybody end up with extra sandwiches? Why? Because like 2 sandwiches disappeared. His sandwich and my sandwich disappeared.
No, they didn't make yours.
No, they made mine.
I corrected them before they gave mine away.
And napkins and crackers. No, he made mine. I watched him make mine.
Oh.
And then it went down the line. And then it disappeared. Yeah, that's why I was just wondering, like, I bet you that, because they served a table in between us, I bet you that table got all our sandwiches.
Might have. All I know is I got an extra quarter pound of brisket. I'm happy. He looked at us like, you're only supposed to get a pound of this. I'm like, he's like, look at the scale. I'm like, okay. He's like, you're coming back. I'm like, duh. I'm like, you just heard me arguing that the biggest meal they have there is $120. It feeds 4 people. Me and Brian looked at each other and like, we can house that. And the guy goes, it feeds 4 people. I'm like, we'll take care of it. He says, it feeds 4 people.
What don't you get? We'll take care of this.
If you want to eat $60 for the brisket.
If I had
What man doesn't?
If I had $60 to blow on food, I would have done it. I'll have $60 to blow on barbecue.
They literally said, one chicken. I think the thing they got was packaged.
You need to fix your life choices then. Clearly, you need to move money around.
And also, by far, this is the best brisket I've ever had in my life.
Waiting on my income tax so I can take away a $200 bill.
There's nothing wrong with that.
What?
Brisket.
It's so good. What time's your test?
It isn't good.
Right after this.
Good. Good luck.
Thank you.
I won. Yay. I'm a noob.
Good luck.
Thank you.
He's more here with me and Charles.
Sorry. For half of that.
It's not that.
Oh, no, I can kill it.
Krog, what's your response to that?
I'll demote you.
Huh?
I'll have you demoted.
So,
I can't do that.
you're like, we're gonna sit outside and eat, and then you leave.
I told you as we were walking out, we're gonna do it. The girl was kind of off on the fact of us staying there, because essentially she was thinking, okay, you guys can eat all there if you want. She had this look on her face like, yeah, I'm not gonna stay.
Like what?
Yeah, but we don't, like, take care of it.
I'm thinking about I want to people.
Wait,
Hi, Charles.
Problem one.
It's just like herding cats.
Problem two is that people in Cavalieri geographic areas are in better shape than others. And then there's a bunch of technical problems that like you got these 2 L2s in the rail transit area. Well, people do every weekend, you know. And everybody else like that is not necessary to work it. You teach you every week. Correct choice was made. First of all, second of all, the thing they do is come out of the
I was like, can I get barbecue?
I'm too fat for all this walking.
They're like, we don't do it, we put it on it. And they give me my inside anyway.
I
heard that statement, and
The girl checking.
in a vacuum.
People with sandwiches, check your bags for extra pair of sandwiches.
I mean, I have a clean fork that I look clean.
Oh!
There, need it?
So that I look clean.
Mine is still. Oh, mine was sipping. I can't even sit next to my favorite judge.
So Charles is right there.
Charles Federer. Don't worry about your back, Charles. It's not a problem.
I want you to back
Dude, there's always, there's literally,
Here's what we do.
one answer when we go to barbecue.
I thought the jury was up.
Oh, what poison were you trying to feed me? Yeah.
I'm a vegetarian. I only eat vegetables.
Did you see the study that they published recently? That vegetables have feeling
That seems very doubtful since they have no nervous system. So I'm very curious on what the definition of feeling is.
It's at a cellular level. Cells react to being harvested.
Well, they certainly do. Rocks react to being programmed. I feel like we need a consistent definition of what we're calling feeling. So it is a fun thing to like throw around.
Some people say I have feelings.
That brisket is
That
good.
is not-
I've seen no evidence of this, Nicola. I have no evidence that that's the case.
That is what I said. What I heard was two different stuff.
One is probably North Carolina, and one is probably.
They're all North Carolina.
I guess there are these students. I kind of have this little place myself, and I just get to set up and figure out what's going on. I don't have to do it secretly.
Sorry, bro. I didn't get to set up for cigarettes.
I mean, right?
And I'm pretty sure people, I'm pretty sure people confuse me for Elliot and giving feedback this morning, but yeah, I don't know. Cause I was up in the front, like trying to set up my computer, and some dude was like, "What's your name?" And I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, "It's like, what's your name for feedback?" And I was like, well, and he's like, "All right," and then walked out. And I was like, "All right."
He's just shy, Nicola.
I mean, hey, he can give me feedback all he wants. I don't really care.
Ah, that's very receptive.
For sure. I'm receptive.
How much did that cost?
$75.
Yeah.
I will go for $120. I will absolutely.
What stopped you?
I talked him off the ledge. He talked me into it, then talked me out of it.
I will absolutely.
You don't bait and switch.
Dude, if they would have
I was doing the math. Like, hold on, 4 pounds of brisket. Like, that's 2 pounds.
Really, math is involved? Not
and
just
I
can we
forgot-
eat 120 pounds of brisket? I know that's not involved.
The guy looked at us, he goes, that feeds me.
No, it wasn't only the brisket. There was a whole
Brisket,
chicken
ribs, whole
involved.
chicken.
Well,
He goes, that feeds 4 people. I'm like, okay, me and Rick got this. He
Yeah,
goes,
so-
I don't think you understand. That feeds 4 people. I'm like, I don't think you understand. We got this.
It's
I'm not doubting our eating capability. I'm just saying it was $120 worth of barbecue.
I mean, the whole chicken I kind of take for granted with Krug. Krug uses chicken in a sandwich for other types of meat.
I still love that picture I took of you at Philly where you're eating that turkey.
I got to work with Federico Hunter again in DC. The day I met him in Philly 2 years ago,
Yeah.
he goes, "Hi, I'm Federico. How are you?" I'm like, "Hi, I'm Anthony. I'm Krug." He's like, "Krug." I'm like, "I'm a cake." He's like, I don't see it. I went to Red Phone Market for lunch, came back with turkey leg. He looks at me, I take him to plate, and he goes, "Yeah, it's that."
I just don't see how many.
Well, a lot of people like instantly liking it now without even thinking.
Well, your beard wasn't as long then, right?
At Philly, it was just my chin. A year ago. That's why my chin is longer than my cheeks.
Well, that and the mishap with the fade.
I haven't heard this story, but I can tell already it's gonna be good.
I was fading the
Please,
line,
Trevor,
like,
retell it.
I was trying to fade the line up, and as I'm going, I'm like, I feel a sneeze, okay, breathe. Okay, went away.
Shoot! Why is my name almost misspelled anyway on top of your head?
Oh, Nicola.
Yeah, we were planeswalkers.
You like misspell my name and put it on top of your head.
I'm Dak.
Manny's a many face, many name God.
It's true. In fact, I should.
Yeah.
If I said you already had?
So, that is different.
I'm sure I've got a Sharpie.
4 slices of biscuit.
Yeah.
There were 9, I had 5, sorry, yeah, I had 5.
Even king.
I can drive home, don't I?
Nope.
In fact, what's going to happen is we're going to get to an exit of the turnpike. He's going to pull over and murder all 3 of us and sell our organs.
And
I used to.
prepared.
Hello.
Until I got home, and then my other one's like.
Yeah, I saw your son's name on the pile of people.
Well, that would be number 3, but you can have a picture about family stuff going on. He's also had you made a call that you wanted to do family stuff. I said, okay.
Also, his name Nicola is not ready.
Yeah, he wants to focus on football, and that's okay, whatever he wants to do.
I remember playing.
I'll repeat the question already.
Anyone got a question on that back real quick?
Thanks for the run, Coach.
I think you should finish the 120. I have to say what you call it. Huh?
Really?
Absolutely, really.
That's great.
I'd have put my money on Krug. I'd have faith in him.
The stories always go the same way.
You're a creative one.
Here's
Did you not see his picture from the last conference? I was right next to him at the last conference.
He was one of the first to fall.
He was Mr. Mises. I'm aware.
What was the top one?
What was my, what?
This round two.
We're gonna use,
Making great calls.
Round two.
like using four stickers to spell your name. What?
It's our time to present.
No.
You're in 5. You guys are in 5.
Go to one more presentation first.
I really wish it was eight.
So,
That's really fun, everybody.
Then we did top 8 in the second one.
Why?
I want to learn the line.
All. It was a presentation.
Yeah, they do. Kind of. Yep. It turns out they used to tell me all this before.
Yeah. Fine. I was trying to figure out, like, I'm thinking past those guys people longer, get the whole thing. I felt that. Thanks.
Got it.
I
also like, I love the show, but these are
I gotta go back to
the
the
guys saw it years before.
It just opened up like 2
I
months ago, and I've always been wanting to do it.
This works.
Really good.
It just works.
Come on. Maybe you didn't. That was my interpretation of the.
I get that.
Why did we go there for dinner?
We'll go back.
We'll go back.
I don't know how that was ready.
6 pounds of meat isn't enough to sustain him.
And you gotta sit in the car for an hour with us.
Oh, we're gonna be so hot going back. That's when I get the beans.
I'm gonna have weed sweats.
And we're gonna drive with the windows down, just body.
I thought that was just your normal natural clean.
No, this means like 24/7.
That's what I'm saying, like, that's just normal natural clean.
I'm actually lucky I don't have a grill.
Yeah, if you're not careful, that can just happen by accident.
I agree.
You know, I looked at some bars in
Boston.
Oh, wait. People that definitely grill inside of their apartment.
Oh, that grill. I thought you were talking about like for teeth, because people get stuck in them. And that's why I was so confused. Like, I'm not going to grill. Like, how is that a risk? Like, oh, dang,
I didn't know you took it.
I take a picture of the food, it's like, oh, it's grug and garbage. Shred sauce.
Yeah. I don't eat sauce.
I think it's shred sauce. I think it's shred sauce.
The sauce is pretty good. Like it's just the right amount of tanging.
I like that it's like, has like that lingering tang.
It's perfect sandwich.
Oh, thank you very much for the heads up.
Doesn't have the bad after.
It's all thanks to you.
Too late. Where was it when I needed it?
It's true. You were so hoarse we couldn't hear you.
The normal event of it.
How are you?
Where I would look at it and go, I'm actually doing good. How often does it not?
How was that?
Stand up, breathe, burp.
usually every year.
Ability to black two. You may cast this card from your graveyard to your hand.
Why? But there are times when I look at it. and just
See,
go,
what, you don't actually order food with them. You just like
You just watch it.
you take a couple pieces while they're busy eating something else. They'll never notice the difference.
That was a hard one.
Have you never high-fived me?
No, I haven't actually.
Here's the best thing about events. You get high fives all day.
He's like, don't apply for events.
I'm just happy there's finally a person that was able to hurt the high five.
When you guys want to play modern, KC stopped me at Philly. My arm went out.
Yep.
It was about an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, you only get that one spot right here.
What's my next one? Something got punched.
You did all the fields in here. Everyone else can do the on the outside.
I get all those.
You saw my Facebook post, right? John? Bird. Yeah? You saw my Facebook post, right, about the summer?
No.
I got my achievement of 2 out of 3 recognition I wanted, right? So, an hour later, I get a text message from Nicola going, good luck with that last recognition.
Oh. Ow.
Did somebody do the level and make that for you?
Meanwhile, someone only got 1 recognition.
Oh, cool. I did. Remember, there's somebody at 0. So I suppose a lot of them did make it. Yeah. I mean, if you're even a little bit knocked out.
Ask him who he got his recognition.
It might be this gentleman.
Wow. Or if you're just like level up, you've got the Nicola for
Oh, I wrote that.
I'm enjoying learning, playing different.
No. These are the glasses.
He's like, no. I'll go eyeless, I'll go glasses.
Okay, go for it.
Do you know how much glasses are? Don't do this.
No!
You're on the play, right? Debating whether or not to grab my magic. No, I mean, we're supposed to work, they have magic Nicola.
We wanted 3 root beers.
4.
4 root beers, and they gave us $1. And I opened it.
Yeah. This well, they said 4. They said 2 for 3, so 4 overall. They pull out all 4 dice. So like, you don't want dice, do you? It's like, no. Like we scored like 8 pounds of meat. I don't think we want dice.
Well, I mean, come on, it is the joke, you know. I'd like a Big Mac large.
Ridiculous.
She zaps the silver hands down.
Like, ooh.
Okay, so I will just get over it. Thank you.
Trevor, that is or you just take an entire sausage.
Okay. Well, I'll come get it.
Epic Bill, you wanted to get the one that was twice as big.
I half the brisket.
No, I
half the
appreciate
ribs.
you using my hand for preparing the rest of the presentation. The reason why I'm not offering to use one.
Well, then I guess I have to.
Well met.
You could never have any in mind. I'm like, no, that's not. There you go. I just saw some children in my hair. Always the Grinch. So I will also keep it.
I think that's how he proves that he likes it.
No, I'm just gonna play some.
I would have had level me up the 2 and done.
So,
Once again.
so Crowd, maybe he's confused you for a fungusaur.
If I remember, if I've ever, I think I've looked at your list once. Like, just kind of take a look at it.
If you're not gonna finish it, I'm eating it.
Whoa! No, get off my meat.
I am so bad.
No, you don't even pay me yet.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry I didn't have your pin by the way.
It's fine.
You'll get it as soon as I get it.
Why, is he, we'll call a lantern in his name.
What would you guess? This doesn't seem like very hard to decide.
Passion.
Sorry?
Indigo.
Indigo is
passion.
Passion. What up?
Also, I'm not sure if I can't do anything about it, but I'm
What green lantern color is it?
It's funny because it might be indigo, but it's a little funny to be asking me in particular which color Green Lantern I am.
No.
I know. I'm not questioning you. There's more than one of us. We're not orange.
Yeah.
I don't have one. You can find it. John had a bag full of like fancy red marker. Otherwise, check this out.
FYI, there are 5 oranges by the way.
Rick just oh yes, yes, good looking out. Come on. Go find Rick. That John is smart. I am my
and swing with the clocks. And these are my 2 attacks. The power of the okay, so I'm with 7 poison and a 4. I'll pass to you.
Charles, save me from this guy.
Which one? They're all
This guy.
I made him read Instagram. Isn't that a great answer? I said I had him. I corrected myself. Great answer. I'm pretty sure that if you guys
like literally the worst tailor play in all of the
Looks like we're on next box. Why that wouldn't be next box?
These are my 3 attacks. Battle cry trigger unleashed it. So the problem is I don't know what you're playing. Like I would have don't let me I have no idea what I'm playing. Because I saw
Drag me in. You drag me to watch yours. It's better than the most fantastic
don't think I was
on the deck.
I don't think I was
Okay.
No, I think we'll play another game where you're on. On the map. I mean, will Eldrazi leave one effect your desire to like without telling you the cards? Like it's obviously a card that allows you to.
No, also actually all about
you're seeing pure two decks. All it tells me is that you're a combo. So you put summon, then a cease to this team.
Charles, where are we at? We'll open 220 stacks.
I will look at my hands.
I think we have the same presentation.
Last. You want to get on this play test? It's my drafting game.
Pay 2, vault 2. Draft 15.
Okay.
You got it. Sacrifice all the results. Next is number 2. Let's start Googling.
I'm building a drafting game.
Oh, this new one that you were talking about, your latest, I read part of it and I didn't quite get.
Castiel Overseer.
Do you have any extra?
Go back over there. We put one too long for my additive phase.
Somebody has others.
19. I have to wait.
Well, like isolated, I don't want to play
you control a tower. The tower is an HP. There are 3 different card types. There's a minion wave, a fortification, and a spell.
It just doesn't do
The minion does its attack a number of times per turn. This is, so you get a pack. We're gonna pick a card out of the pack and pass the pack. Yeah. There's 80 cards in the deck. There are 3 card types. You can play 1 minion or 1 fortification each turn. You can play a spell at any time.
I can also change my board to not get, you know,
It's not fortification.
Signifies? Combat? 1 in the air?
What do I do?
So the objective of the game is to reduce your opponent's towers to 0 HP.
I played when Cole was still in the bed.
So we're gonna draft these cards, and then we have a hand.
Draft the square face up?
Yes, draft the square face up. You can exchange the square to make 2 picks next day.
Get to activate the
At a later hand.
What do these things do compared to each other?
Right. So this is a minion that does 1 damage over 3 turns. This is a fortification that can sacrifice to destroy a minion with less than 3 attack.
1 damage over 3 turns, is that 1/3 of the damage?
No, it does a damage. So once we're done drafting, we each simultaneously pick a card and put it face down. And you flip that over and execute.
I also got it in the
Wouldn't I want to pick the best card?
So
Yeah, explain it so that we understand how.
all right, well, then I will play a hand.
There's one, when you go back out here, there's one down the hallway where the classrooms are.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah, hold on. Right?
Okay. Oh, actually, can do you mind if I can Lucas hang out with you?
1, 2, 3, 4 regular damage and
What? You're not allowed to play Magic here?
regular damage is +2. 8 plus damage is +1.
Alright, so I've got
3 poison.
Charles' head. Let's assume that Charles and I are in trouble.
Yes. Oh wait, hold on.
So
No, it's more than that.
Charles has the burning dagger on.
So with the activation, 4 total.
So before we start the hand, the turn is going first. That player has priority.
Not mine.
Once we execute.
No, not yours.
Jason needs the bathroom.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This was
I actually feel really bad for that dog. The last tournament I saw that dog.
So 4 poison and
Every
8 damage.
once a round or once every other round.
Second main.
So
I'm gonna play the strong.
it was the worst
So I can
because
attempt
the
to
dog would be under the
sack
table,
permanents and not
but they
lose the game.
they almost always sat at the end, and so someone would just turn the corner and step on the leg. It's like the worst.
I'm assuming you're gonna do your thing.
Oh, we're upstairs.
With an Evertool, it's gonna hurt real bad.
This is what I meant by scraps.
I ate my half beer.
I'm sure you did.
I'm fairly flexible about it. If you're not terribly flexible.
Like I said, you got
As long as there's a level playing field.
the statement I said.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you need to spend some points on it.
I'm serious, I swear to God.
Pretty good piece to have.
How's it going?
You guys were. I didn't hear. You were gonna finish like. Well, here's the thing. You guys give us a time. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, Lily got it.
Thank you. I know, stairs with you.
I wasn't sure. Also, I gain some I'm an idiot. I gain some.
I'm trying to think what's the other one. Here, I'm in this for the rest of the day.
Yeah, he made the smart play.
Groups were assigned, but I tried everything else. I just happened to only one presentation and one position.
You just have to do the left side.
Well, actually, it was kind of determined because a lot of people had signed up at the time that I signed up for the seminar I wanted to go to, and my tiebreaker was which one had more people going. So I was like, no, more people thought this was one to go to.
I still have I keep bringing way to wind up in the room with them.
Yep. But this is the biggest room, so I guess that's why I
Is there a styrofoam passenger on the team?
No, I beat it.
I can't think of anything.
Blood pool?
It's just right. So what are the two?
Well, it's a speed run, you just don't care. As long as you don't die.
In fact, damage boosting is definitely a thing.
If you have the money for it, would you run it?
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, it does multiple things. How do you feel about this one?
I'm getting.
Oh,
kidding me.
My God.
Yes, right in
Who's coming in? Ideally, it would be a 14-minute
I went over to two places before VCS last night. I was watching this dude and he's like screwing the screen. I'm like, that's why I don't actually know.
Have you ever watched like
Games Done
Quick?
Yeah, summer games done quick.
Because I asked if it was trash, he said yes. I just started feeling like
So there's.
I hope that was okay.
Oh, a free
No, but I know.
There's a guy who had just put in so you don't play games with one. So he did a speed run of Transformers the hardest difficulty with one. By the way,
Yeah, those are insane.
by the way, the game is designed this way that you can activate all the guns at the same time.
But you need all of those to work.
Also, that's true. I was freezing.
But I'm sure if you were a senior.
Please let me break the show.
Yeah, you can always.
What about long-term plans?
Is it what it is?
No, it's not. No, I wait all my time.
Yeah, get out of here.
I was
In 3 turns, something will happen.
And that's still way too long.
Yeah, it's a long for a fight. What can I say?
That was more of my.
I actually just started crying, and they called. Are you?
Yeah. I'm
Here, I was packing up to go somewhere else. I didn't hear.
We were talking about how many games and then we should have realized it.
I did not know. I didn't check all the
I'm a little sad I didn't go to short cut. Too bad I actually like it sometimes. Which realistically I confidently need to go to, but
I found this room like this.
communication is one of those due to my obvious complete total lack of experience.
Well, I mean,
kind of
I made all of
where am I? It's a soft, it's a monitor repair company called $1,000 in some That is another. That is a different. It's the same
so
positive that it's not.
Yeah. So you start from which is and so each player's dealt some cards. And then so this is called the canvas. The first one. And each player has a second. So there's just I'm in the game. And you know you have to find a way to play the game or change it. So you can play through those bigger than a street system, and this is how you can colors as well. So that's a game. So you can choose to play a card to get you to map, or you can play a card to your color, you can choose, or you can choose not to. Or you play a card directly to the canvas. Just give us up all the lowest marks. Say if you want to use it, you move it to the canvas. You change your colors. Yep, I would say do that. And so basically you would be winning the game when your turn is over. Generous phrasing, but
You're sleeping. It's terrible. You need more caffeine. I do need more caffeine. On the drive here, so I took. Did you drive here this morning? Yeah, I drove here this morning. Because I just live in South Jersey. Yeah, you're a little closer. It's not that far, but the New Jersey Turnpike, every single rest stop has a Starbucks. And so I was looking, I was like, I get my green card. Yeah, you get a cappuccino.
So you could play
I don't need
a green card and make a move.
I had to make that choice 3 times, and each time I was like, nah, I don't need it. And then I got it, I'm like, I failed 3 times.
That is a lot of checks to miss.
Yeah.
What are you feeling?
Stop missing your own triggers. It's terrible.
I'm getting caffeine this morning.
You failed all those beneficial triggers on the way here.
I had several chances, and I made mistakes every time.
I'm disappointed in you.
Double down.
So, most fun number.
Yeah, really. You're going to feel the pain.
And color would break that.
Yeah. Oh.
And it doesn't, so like say you had a red 7.
It's weird because I parked at like one of the train
say I had a red 7.
So that's what we did too.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And it was
What was
like,
weird to me is that the train station I parked at, you can see the Statue of Liberty from, and I'm like, huh, it's like sightseeing today.
Bonus,
Which is really cool, but yeah.
We did our training.
No?
Yeah, I got one of those too.
Oh. What?
Which they never check.
That's different.
We had to check.
Really?
It took, we were like 8 stops from here, so like about 3 stops in, they went by and checked them.
My entire time, no one came around to check anyone.
Now, to be fair, by checking them, I mean, they went by and said, oh, you've got one with a stamp on it, good enough.
Good enough.
They didn't
They
like
don't check
take
the
it and
time.
look at the date, like,
Yeah.
none of that. I'm sitting there going, why did I buy this ticket in the first place? This seems
yeah, that's what I
unnecessary.
said. But you just have to play the palette before you play the canvas. So like maybe 6, 7 minutes cards.
You might not get checked.
Advanced
but
rules,
you
you
might.
get to draw
But it was
cards,
like
and then it becomes a game
4:50
of
for round trip.
The entire game is just tripping over.
It was easier to find my parking here.
I hate the ring.
The first time saying that.
Although I'm totally gonna put this away because it's like,
Are you recording it or are you streaming?
We're streaming it.
What are you using to stream?
This is Dan. This is YouTube stream. Yeah, this is. Now we're live. And this is Dan's HDMI to USB. HDMI capture.
Yeah, I know, right? Like never.
So we're streaming on YouTube? On YouTube?
Yeah. At least this room. And we're recording it.
Yeah. I have OBS.
I don't really do a lot of streaming, but this is I wanted to. Just like, yeah, Twitch. I always wanted to. But yeah, OBS is the configuration.
Like a hard spot.
Hey Matt, sorry to bug you. So are you all set up with the camera? Does
Yeah,
anything
we're all
else-
good.
Okay, cool. Do I need to like give you some signal for you to start recording?
Well, I'm already recording on this, but this has been recording. It's just sending it straight to the Twitch stream. But just speak up. That shouldn't be hard.
He can't fit one 32. So he runs these things, we got 32 pieces for
All right, everybody! Welcome! I'm going to talk over your conversations until they don't exist anymore. Sweet, that only took one sentence. You guys are great. And we're going to be presenting about great things today. Specifically, we're going to be presenting about making great calls. If you guys wanted to make mediocre calls, I'm sorry. That is not in this presentation. I am Manny. In case you guys didn't know or hadn't seen me before. I've seen a lot of you before at other events, and many of you I haven't worked with yet, so I'm very much looking forward to working with you guys at future events. So if you see me at some, say hi. I'm not that mean, I promise. I would like to talk a lot about how we're going to build a framework for taking judge calls. Now, judge calls is the one thing, the one task, unlike, let's say, working OR or doing deck checks, that we can be pretty certain that virtually every judge has at least some experience with, because that's the base case for us as judges, interacting with players and assisting them. And while the judge program, and especially the conference circuit, is very, very good at sharing useful tips, sharing things, best practices that people have learned, sharing little pieces of guidance that people have gathered before and put together, I don't know that there was actually a concerted way to teach just what you do at a judge call. Now, different people think with different amounts of structure, so maybe some people don't think about it that way. They just hit the ground running and they do fine. For me, I overthink everything, especially when it comes to people and how people work. So I spend a lot of time thinking about how I interact with players and how other judges interact with players across all sorts of skill levels, across all sorts of experience levels, and across different types of events. And I think I've seen enough variety here that I have an idea of how to put it together. And I want to provide this framework that we can take with us. We can use it for those of us who are still beginning to work more and more events, especially larger events. We can use it to get better at handling these calls. And for those of us who already have a ton of experience, my hope is that you can use this framework to reflect on calls you took where something felt maybe a little off, and you felt you could have done better. Hopefully this framework provides you with lenses that you can use to analyze how that went. So before we get to that, I want to talk just a little story to explain why this framework is important to me. So my first job, I was a canvasser. I would go door to door and say, hey, my name's Manny. I'm with Dominarians for Yawgmoth, and we're raising funds to help make sure that the Father of Machines is elected as the ruler of all planes. And I would go to each door, say my pitch, finish it, either get a donation or not, and go to the next door. And I would get door slammed in my face quite a bit, and then I would go to the next door and say my pitch again. And what I want to tell this story to focus on is the pitch. So we had what we called at our office at Dominarians for Yawgmoth, we had what we called the Raff. The Raff was that pitch that we say at each door. It was written by some high up within Dominarians for Yawgmoth. It was very precisely worded. I'm sure that there was a legal team that went over talking about how we can solicit people to play Walker Sparks or not. It was also very deliberately worded for what points of Dominarians for Yawgmoth's campaign we wanted to emphasize. We really had to memorize it. Literally every day that we did this, for the entire summer that we did this, we practiced this pitch, and we practiced it dozens of times per person per day. We practiced it quick, we practiced it slow, we practiced upselling, we practiced downselling. This was drilled into our memory. Halfway through that summer, I was probably reciting this in my sleep to the detriment of my parents. What was useful about that, though, was not that we then repeat the pitch like robots at every single door. What ended up happening is that the experienced canvassers knew where they could modify the pitch. For example, and this is just a very obvious case that I started doing myself without realizing it, I would go door to door, and rather than just launching into the whole thing, I would say, hey, my name is Manny, I'm with Dominarians for Yawgmoth. We're here to raise money to try to put the Father of Machines at the ruler for all planes. And I would pause with a smile on my face for just a beat, just a breath longer than normal, and gauge their reaction. And based on their reaction, that would tell me if I skip ahead a couple of paragraphs, because if they're clearly not interested, I'm not going to then go into the laundry list of why the Father of Machines is the appropriate ruler for all things. I'm going to skip ahead to what we're trying to do so that this person knows how they can modulate the rest of the interaction. This sort of thing you can do once you have the pitch memorized as that scaffolding that you can hold on to. That framework lets you know where you can switch things out and how you can tweak things to better interact with people on an individual basis. So that's really what I want to provide. I'm going to go through something with a lot of structure, and it's going to be a pretty dense presentation. But the goal is not necessarily that you do exactly this every single time, and I'm the only judge who's figured out the exact way that all judge calls should be handled. The idea is to give you something that you can always refer back to. So if you're feeling lost and just want to practice calls, you have something that you know, okay, well, I need to do this, and I need to figure out this, and I need to do this, and I need to look out for this. And if you're already very practiced, when you look back at calls that could have been done differently, or how to give feedback for newer judges, you can think about, okay, well, did they cover this? How can they get to this? How do they look out for this, and how they use this to respond and better engage with players? So, this presentation is going to cover kind of two areas of things. We're going to cover what a judge call needs, and what a judge call needs to be great. So, before we launch into that, I want to hear from you all first to kind of see where we are. I like to start hearing what you guys think makes a great call. So, I'm going to look for raised hands, and I'd like to hear your name and in one word, what makes a great judge call. Let's get started.
Leandro, satisfaction.
Satisfaction.
Lene, brevity.
Lene, brevity.
Muscle, communication.
Communication. Sorry, next one, Nicola, I believe.
Mike, resolution.
Resolution.
Trevor, clarity.
Clarity.
Jason, understanding.
Understanding. Over here.
Yeah, Rusty, confidence.
Confidence. Yes.
Joe, respect.
Respect. Let's get, let's say two more.
Steve, acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
That would make it great.
One and yes,
Chris, accuracy.
accuracy. All right, so we've got a pretty wide spread. We've got some people who seem to be discussing a little bit of how the call is administered. We have some people kind of discussing some more of the content of the call, and we have some people discussing what the outcome of the call is. So I think it's actually very interesting because you all, in varying degrees, have actually hit on the sorts of things that we're going to talk about. So let's jump into it. First off, just to set the stage, when we talk about judge calls, what exactly do we mean? I want to be clear that I want to address all judge calls. I may end up focusing on some types more than others. But at our base, when we're talking about judge calls, we're talking about the player has requested our presence and needs some assistance. And when we're talking about judge calls specifically, we're not talking about your idol and the players asking you where ODs are. We're talking about players playing an active game of Magic or doing something related to their playing an event, have requested your presence. So they do this for a number of reasons that you're all familiar with. Just to get them out there, we're talking about they usually ask for rules clarifications. How does this work? Can I target this? They might ask for the Oracle text of cards. There might have been an infraction that occurred, whether or not they know it when they call you over. Or if we're not at competitive, there might be some other type of issue. Frequently, let's say a mistrigger. They might be asking you to watch your opponent for slow play. Or they call you and you go over to the table and they say, Judge, can you take my match slip up? And that makes some of us sad. But not that sad. I do want to focus, though, on one of these in particular, and a lot of my language for the rest of the presentation is going to talk about when an infraction has occurred. I want to talk about this because I think it's the, or I should modify it already, when an infraction might have occurred. And I want to talk about this because I think it's the most complex case out of these, in that there are the most things to consider and the most steps and parts to our interaction with the player. So this is where a lot of my energy is going to be spent using that specific language. But that general approach applies more broadly. So if a player asks you how certain rules interaction works and it's complex, you can use a lot of the same approach. You'll just not need to involve certain parts, such as, for example, explaining the penalty or the outcome of the penalty or why a certain remedy. You can kind of omit certain parts. Like I said, once you have the scaffolding, you know what you can tweak. So I'm going to say that for starters, as a beginning point, I think a great judge call needs to be correct and it needs to be satisfying. That's it. I hope you guys enjoyed the presentation. But seriously, we need the call to be correct, and we want to make the call satisfying. Right off the bat, I want to point out that these are not necessarily going hand in hand. You can have calls that are correct and not satisfying, and you can have calls that are very satisfying and not correct. As a very quick example for 2 live calls that I'd seen at events. I saw a call at a recent event, I think at, not that recent, at Philly back in November, where a player had knocked a card off the top of their library. The opponent called for a judge. explained the situation. The judge briefly said, all right, we're going to shuffle that in, and was on his way almost before the shuffling was completed. This call was correct. They missed administering the penalty and checking to see if other penalties had happened. But the punchline of the call got to the same spot. This is what policy tells us to do. We're going to make sure that we put that card back in the randomized portion of the library. But I heard about this call without having been present because the other player was deeply unsatisfied. It had nothing to do about whether or not the penalty was there. That player felt that the judge handled that call very poorly. Or you could, of course, have a very satisfying call, and a call that you execute very well that happens to be wrong. At a different event, I noticed that a judge was called over when somebody had not gained life off Soulfire Grandmaster, and this was a turn and a half ago. So the judge said, all right, we adjusted the life totals and instructed the players to continue playing. They explained the situation very well. The players were both very satisfied. We don't have partial fixes for after the fact life gains, so that call was wrong according to policy. But the players were very satisfied with it. So satisfying is obviously a little bit more of the complex area, which is why I'm not going to talk about it yet. First, I'm going to talk about how we make calls correct and how we make sure that they're correct. So we want to make sure we are giving the right answer. That's kind of an obvious one, but in the interest of being thorough, I'm going to go through it. And to clarify here, when we're talking, for instance, about a judge call that involves the result of a ruling, the result of a rules question, any rules question has one and only one right answer. But if we're talking about a call where infraction might be involved, we try to make policy as consistent as possible, but there isn't necessarily the case that there is always one and exactly one correct ruling for every single call. So I want to modify it here and say we're looking for the right answer or failing that, the best possible answer. So assume that there is one or very close to one correct answer and find it. And we want to make sure that our answer is able to be explained clearly. And I'm putting this here with correct because, well, I'll get to that later. So how do we get to the right answer? How do we make sure that we are going to give an answer that is correct every single time when we get to the call? This seems a little obvious, and on the one hand, it feels like, well, we prepared for the test. We know everything that we're going to talk about. We know everything that is going to come up, or at least I've studied it well. So I know what the right answers are. But not necessarily, and frequently, I think this has been the experience for all of us at some point when we first started judging and had to deploy this knowledge. Somehow, even though we knew the answers, there was a little bit of grasping around at the beginning. So let's see if we can avoid situations like this. Let's see if we can avoid scenarios where we're at a call and we go, well, I know that there's going to be some warning, but I feel uncertain about the rest. Or, well, you start thinking about whether or not to back up and how to back it up, and you realize that, wait, but I'm not sure if it's this type of penalty or that type of penalty. So let's get rid of all that and replace it with a nice, simple two-step process. Infraction, penalty, fix. And the important thing about this process is that it is sequential. Meaning, step 1 must be step 1 and informs step 2 and step 3. What I'm trying to emphasize with this process is that when you are at a call, the first thing you're going to try to do is figure out what happened, or if the player just has a simple request, once again, you kind of skip that. But if the player has some situation that they need clarity on, you figure out what happened, and if it's possible that an infraction occurred, you figure out which one it is. So start going through your head. What is this? Did the player see extra cards? Did the player draw extra cards? We're using IPG-specific language here, but more on that in a moment. Go through those in order and try to just figure out which one it is. And if you get stuck at any step, you know that that's the step that you need to bring in another judge. For instance, if you're not certain what infraction it is, you certainly can't tell the players how you're going to fix it or what the penalty is yet, because these two, at least with the IPG, depend on that. So if you start there and you know where you're lost there, you immediately know where to seek assistance. The infraction, of course, tells you what that penalty should be. So you don't begin by saying, oh, well, I know this sort of thing is a rule, is a warning. No, you start with, what is it? And then I know for a fact what penalty is applied. It's also a neat little reminder to double check for upgrades. And of course, the same section of that infraction also tells you what the fix is. So instead of seeing something like, Judge, I accidentally shuffled my hand into my library and thinking like, oh, how do we fix that? No, you start by saying, what happened? What is the penalty, if anything? And what is the specified fix? Instead of beginning with the open canvas of how could we possibly fix this, you're kind of following the guidelines. Now, again, I've said that this language is all very specific to the IPG. And of course, not all events are run at competitive rules enforcement level. Some events are run using a different document, which we affectionately call the jar. But I want to say that the same process actually applies to the jar. we're going to be using different documents and different philosophy. But in terms of figuring out what happened, we're going to follow basically the same steps. We're going to figure out what type of issue. So we don't have infractions really at regular, but we do have common issues, serious problems, general unwanted behavior, and we do have some categories for those. So figure out what bucket it falls into. Administer a penalty, very rarely, almost never, but you can give game losses at regular, or most frequently give the polite and educational finger wag. And apply the fix. This last part is the same. Get the players playing Magic and do what you can to remedy the situation per policy. And just like with the IPG, use a sequential. The first one must come first, inform the others. I want to take a moment here to emphasize that what you're doing is you're figuring out key things up front every time you take the call. You're figuring out what went wrong. You're figuring out how to teach them to be more careful. And this is actually what the penalty step is doing, because part of the reason why penalties exist at competitive is to emphasize the point that they should not do this again. So we end up with how do we fix it? Now, whether it's regular or competitive, you have the same basic 3 questions you're doing to figure out what the right answer is for any given rule. Now, these are kind of a mouthful, so for the rest of the presentation, even though I'm not strictly talking about competitive realm, I'm just going to use the terms infraction, penalty, and fix. Just a shorthand, but remember that these 3 steps are the same thing for regular versus at competitive. And we're talking about professional, you guys don't need to be here. So, how do we make it satisfying now? We're going to switch gears a little bit. We've talked about how to get to the correct answer. I'm not going to go much more into necessarily policy and give specific examples because I want to focus a little bit more on the general framework. So let's talk about how do we make a call satisfying. I would make the argument that for a call to be satisfying to the players must feel addressed. We want to make sure that we engage with them the way that they are expecting to be engaged, such that even if they are unhappy with the result, they could still be satisfied. And I have seen that at events. Players can be displeased with the outcome, obviously because it could be detrimental to them, but they can be satisfied with how the call was handled. And at this point, you should do well to think of yourself not as the same as policy. Don't feel bad necessarily if the game loss is being applied. That is policy. But try to make sure that your interaction with the player is as satisfying as it can be. So, how do we make sure the player feels addressed? Well, we have, based on what we did earlier, we figured out the infraction penalty fix. We have all the answers to their questions, so we just tell them the answer. I don't think that's comprehensive. I don't think that's a good enough way to think about how to make sure we make the player feel addressed. And to make an analogy for there, I want to use this little known game that I don't think any of you guys have heard of called Magic. So, let's say that we're playing this control deck, and we've got a hand like this, which is a hand full of answers. It's pretty good. And our opponent has like 3 cards in their hand, whatever. So we're like, all right, bring it. And they're like, sure. So, Tasca. We got no problem. We got a counterspell for that. So we deal with their Tasca. And we overlook their 0/1 plant token that I didn't have room to put here, and they attack with it, and then they play, and they run. And it brings a buddy. And we go, all right, well, you're a little silly for spending that counterspell now, but I can still deal with that when they rock now. So let me just get rid of the actual big bird, and we might waffle for a little bit. We might decide we don't want to risk that they have another wing-bait rock, so we want to get rid of their next thing. We just say, all right, let's just get rid of the other bird. And we block their plant token, so it's close. And then they play their last card, which is Siege Rhino, because of course it's Siege Rhino. And now we feel very, very, very simple. What happened here, though? They had 3 cards in hand. We had 3 answers. We had all the answers. Why did we end up falling behind? And the problem here is that we didn't match our answers to their questions. So even though you have the right answers, if you don't match the right answers to the specific questions that are actually being presented to you, you are not actually going to be able to address the player. So let's talk about how we do that. I think there are several ways to make sure that you make the player feel addressed. And I'm going to start by elaborating on what I mean by matching your answers to their questions. So, what are some ways that we can think of to make sure that we match our answers to their questions? And what really does that mean? If you are trying to get directions, let's say, and you ask somebody how to get those directions, if they give you an answer that is just slightly different form than you expected, even if that answer is accurate, and even if that answer could be deployed to get you directions, there's a good chance that it's not going to sink in with you. When many people ask questions, most of the time, they're actually expecting the answer to come in a certain form. And if they don't get it in that form, they're not going to process what the actual answer even was. They're not looking, most of the time, to hear whatever it is you have to say and consider it with no baseline. They have a baseline. They have an expectation for what type of answer they want. And if they don't get it, they could just sit there and be confused, they could go away, and if the player just sits there and stays confused, that's pretty bad for us. Or frequently, they might just assert the question and just repeat the same question. We want to avoid this situation because it can lead to frustration. They feel that their question wasn't addressed. We might feel frustrated if we just told you the answer to that. So what we want to do is make sure that we match type of answer to the type of question. So how can we do that? Include their question in your answer. So if they give you a question that might use some terms slightly differently than you expect, or they give you a question that is as technical as the answer you're preparing, make sure that your answer is on the same level of technicality and phrase your answer similar to their question. Judge, can I cast this spell now? You don't want to be the one answering. You have priority in the end of combat step, because unless the player knows how to parse that, that's not the answer to the question that they can use. Instead say, yes, you can cast that spell now. That does two things. One, it's very clear that you're answering them and they know that they should parse your sentence for the information that they need. And two, it's very responsive to them just on a conversational level. It shows that you're taking in what they say and repeating it back to them. This can be elaborated on, use some or similar phrasing and terms. So I already kind of went through this a little bit, but just to really emphasize that fact. Try to make sure that you think about how they processed it and just reflect that back at them. You can also do that to even if the answer isn't just yes. So if they present a question to you, make sure that you acknowledge at least the options that they're expecting those to be. And I'm going to elaborate on that in a later slide because there's actually a very interesting perspective there. Very important lens, I would say. Let's talk a little bit about expectations, which is the second way that I think we need to make sure that we make the player feel addressed. At any given judge call, any given one, we show up, and the player isn't just like, oh wow, neat, I wonder what happens. The player has some expectations, or they might have limited and vague expectations, but all of this information is useful to us. We need to make sure that we know what the player expects to happen. So if we want to think about what this section is about, we're really trying to figure out, does the player think they know the answer to what's about to happen? Whether this is a rules question, or a policy question, or just something happened. We want to figure out, does the player think they know the answer to what's about to happen? This will inform how we respond to that. And what does the player expect to happen? They might not have a concrete expectation, but they probably do frequently, especially at the higher level competitive events, where we see players who play many of these events. And we need to be aware of that to make sure that their expectations are engaged when we answer them. So, are the player's questions open or closed? Are we using explanatory versus concise language? Are we responding directly to the player? And as we gauge their expectations, we can deliver our answer in a way that prepares for how they're going to respond to this emotionally. Now, I'm breezing through these a little bit because there's actually one of these that I hinted at in the previous slides that I really want to focus on because I think this is a powerful lens. The idea of open versus closed questions. Not all questions are actually the same. And we don't necessarily realize, but the questions we ask and the way we ask them in any given conversation, especially in a somewhat transactional conversation like a judge call, the questions have an implicit, think of it as a talking stick. It's very, very vaguely analogous, really loosely to priority. Whether or not the player expects to pass that to you or retain it. Do they want to keep the tempo of the conversation or do they want to retain it? This relates to open and closed questions. An open question is, as you may guess, open-ended. It's non-specific. And what this means is that it invites the answerer to say whatever they want. An open question is passive priority. An open question might be something like, what did you have for breakfast? Hey, how can I help you? Or, so what do we do here? These are all open questions. When somebody asks this question, they're not looking necessarily just for one specific response. They're saying, I'm giving you the talking stick, and you now have free rein to describe or explain what you want. An open question is for genuine inquiry. Not necessarily genuine, but it's frequently, you can think of it if you want to simplify it, open questions about inquiry. I'm asking you to tell me whatever it is you feel you should tell me, and I'm doing so, then planning to listen. By contrast, closed questions are questions that themselves suggest what their answer is going to be. Those questions are very specific, and rather than passing the stick, closed questions are keeping the stick. What closed questions are doing is prompting the answerer not to speak about whatever they want, but to confirm or deny something. Closed questions are very frequently yes or no questions. They can take many forms, but they're expecting one specific answer, and they're expecting that answer so I can take it and use it. I can either ask the next question that I have in mind, I can talk about what I'm going to talk about based on that, etc. Good example of closed questions would be whose turn is it? Where are ODEs firing? Which is better for my sideboard against red? Firewalker or Leyline Sector? What did you think of you about that movie? Was it alright or was it like as bad as everyone says? That latter question is a neat example because we use closed questions like that very often in conversation. And even though on the surface we might think this question is inviting the other person to say what they thought of Batman. No, it's actually inviting the other person to address one of the two options that were mentioned in the answer in the question itself. Closed questions are much more like a request. Note, by the way, we're talking about open versus closed questions, but some of these don't have a question mark at the end of them when you get them from players. And it's important to be able to try to figure out which type of interaction the player's engaging with you on. If you show up to the table and the player says, Judge, my opponent drew an extra card. It's not a question, but it is a request. It's a closed question. It sounds like this player knows that something is about to happen and knows that it's about to happen to the opponent, and they knew that they had to call you to resolve it. So, going back to how do we manage expectations, I mentioned explanatory versus concise language. Open questions can warrant explanatory language with a response back. If a player asks an open question showing that they have no idea how a rule works, like, I'm lost, can you explain this to me? That's a very direct invitation to explanation. But it might be something like, wait, so I don't get how this works. That's an invitation to actually slow down and say, okay, so what happens is, etc. But if somebody says, Judge, I drew an extra card, you say, okay, cool, so what happens is, this is called, etc. They might start to get a little impatient. They might feel like they don't know necessarily that you're getting to what they asked you to come here for. When you're dealing with a closed question, respond with more concise language. Also, I mentioned earlier responding directly based on what the player was actually asking you. That's where closed questions are in play. You look for closed questions to tell you what the player thinks is going to happen, and that enables you to respond directly to that. By which I mean directly state yes or no. Is what they expect that's going to happen going to be what happens? If you don't address that directly and make it very clear, the player might not actually get that's what's not going to happen. Or, just on an emotional level, they might still try to press their case in some sense, just by repeating the question. So if you give an explanation that doesn't directly say that card doesn't get drawn, or we're going to have to move that card to a different zone, they might interrupt you, they might press that, or at the end of the explanation, they might furrow their brow, look and say, but doesn't it, and just repeat the same question. You want to make sure that if you're faced with closed questions, we directly reference what they expect to happen, especially if it doesn't happen, if it's not what's going to actually happen. And that's why I mentioned preparing for the emotional response. Because if we know that we're about to tell something to a player that contradicts their expectations, then we know, or we can at least plan for, how to phrase our answer to them so that we reference that. If we know that the player seems to be expecting that his opponent's going to get a game loss or a much harsher penalty, and this is actually going to be a warning, we can prepare for if the player approaches saying, actually, the way this is handled is X, Y, Z because of this, or the policy around drawing extra cards has actually changed recently and is handled this way. We don't necessarily volunteer all that up front because we don't want to just guess what the player is looking for. We can pay attention to their questions and figure out what their expectations are. Obviously, we also want to see how familiar is the player with what's going on in general, or more specifically, how familiar are they with the rules, how familiar are they with the policy, and how familiar are they just playing competitive events in general. This player, for instance, you can tell is very clearly a scrub. He probably doesn't play as many events. If you play that in front of him, you know what's going on. I have a little story here that I kind of like from actually GP Vegas. I was at the actually, damage doesn't kill creatures. State-based actions kill creatures. And I continue to walk by. I saw a couple of chuckles. What's wrong with that call? How do we know, no matter what the situation is, that something is amiss with that call?
The condescending actually.
Actually is condescending. Very good point. What other? I saw some hands up here. Yes.
It doesn't really matter.
Correct. It's inconceivable to me that at this regular rel limited event, some player could have asked a question that required that clarification. This clarification is not something the players are looking for, and there's an incredibly high chance that that clarification is way over the player's heads. That's not the level at which they need to know these rules. So, how do we gauge a player's familiarity with what's going on? This is relatively simple, and I think a lot of people already kind of know what to look out for, but in the interest of completeness, we want to look for what terminology does the player use. We want to make sure that when we're responding to them, even if they seem familiar, we avoid shorthand. I'm going to take one guess. Why do I say we should always avoid shorthand? Even if the player who calls us says, this is a Jeopardy, right? Why should we always avoid shorthand? Yes.
I mean, their opponent may not understand the shorthand there.
Bingo. The other player who hasn't spoken to you doesn't necessarily know it. Also, we don't really gain much by using the shorthand other than maybe a couple of seconds. Whereas by spelling it out always, we make sure that we are always thorough. We make sure that even the player has no idea what policy is. They know what the words in the game rule violation mean. Sounds right, and they can follow along with the rest of it. Address their knowledge base. So this means you get an idea for, and this ties in a little bit to what I was just talking about with expectations, you get an idea for how the player thinks a thing is going to go. And you want to make sure that we are addressing it. This doesn't necessarily mean correcting them, and it doesn't necessarily mean using the wrong phrase if they use the wrong phrase, but it means making sure that we keep that in mind. So for instance, if a player casts Green Sun Zenith, which is a spell that says at the end of it, shuffle Green Sun Zenith into its owner's library. If the player casts that, puts it in the graveyard, a couple turns pass, they comply, we get called, and the player says, I don't think that trigger can be missed. This tells us a lot about the familiarity. It tells us that they know at least enough about policy and gameplay to know that there are triggers that they can be missed, even though they're applying it incorrectly here. Green Sun Zenith doesn't have any triggers. So that tells us a little bit about what type of language we can use. And it also tells us that to avoid confusing the player or giving incorrect information, we want to specifically avoid some of that specific language. And if the player ends up further in this interaction asking an open-ended question like, wait, so how do miss triggers work in general? Then we know we have an invitation to say, well, this isn't a trigger. This is in fact just part of the spell's effect. Whereas otherwise, we might not necessarily go down that road. And the last thing I want to talk about in terms of what it takes to make a great call, make sure we address the player, is participation. So this might sound a little, a little after school specialty, but the reality is that we can really involve players in every call we make, and this makes a very, very big difference in terms of how addressed the player feels by our interactions with them. Invite the player to get all the information you need. So I mentioned earlier, you have to figure out what the infraction is that happened. Fraction, penalty, fix. To do that, have the players walk you through it. Now this is something that's so obvious you guys already answered. You guys, when you show up, say, what happened? And that's just an open question right there that invites you to hear from the player. But make sure you continue to walk through them with that. Get at each step, so you did this, so you did this. This is helpful not just because it gives you the information, but it helps you make sure you don't overlook anything you didn't think to check for. Because the reality is that any given game that we walk into, unless this happened in the first couple of turns, there's always the potential that there's some confounding information that you didn't know about. So we can make sure the player feels involved in the ruling just by having them help us very friendly, walk us through exactly what happened. So remember, we're trying to get this infraction, this penalty, this fix. Have the player help you out with that. Use your open questions to fill in gaps. So now that I've explained what the difference between open and closed questions are, you can think a little bit more about what types of questions you deploy. If you show up and the player doesn't tell you enough for the rule, don't follow up with a closed question. You need to just gather more information about what happened. Start with an open question. Don't start with, wait, so you just cast that lightning bolt, right? Start with, walk me through what happened. You drew a card, and then ... Whereas, if you're just at the point where you're repeating the story to the players to make sure that we're all on the same page, use closed questions to get a more concise answer. Prompt, all right, so you cast lightning bolt, and the other player said, okay, is that right? Once you've repeated the story to the players, get their sign-off on it. This kind of wraps up everything that we talked about. It makes sure the player buys into your assessment of what's going on. It It helps you make sure that you confirm that you have all the information you need to make the ruling. It helps make sure that the player agrees with the version of events. And obviously around here is the point at which if the two players don't agree, you know that you need to separate them and begin to have different types of conversations. But if that's the case, you just go through the same process with each of them. So these things together help make sure that you have everything you need, you didn't miss something. And it also helps make sure that at the end of the ruling, the player is given kind of a binary decision. They know that they either accept it, or if they just really want to do it, they know at this point that they need to appeal. The goal of this participation is to try to minimize the points at which the players continue to give you new information after you begin trying to give the ruling. At that point, they're trying to continue to argue the ruling. But the reality is that if there's any information that the player has that's relevant to the ruling, you need to get it before you deliver the ruling. So this fits in with that process that I said earlier about making sure you have all the information up front. And again, do all this up front, even if the ruling is super simple and you already know what the answer is going to be. Again, do all this up front, even if you know already what the answer is going to be. Think back to that earlier example I gave, where the judge heard that a card was flipped over, instantly looked, didn't see any funny business, said shuffle it in, and the other player did not feel satisfied. That's because this judge didn't engage with these players at all. That's part of why I would say these players didn't feel satisfied with what happened, even though the outcome was correct. It could take a couple of seconds, but if it takes too long, that's what extensions are for. Just sit down, walk through, all right, so you just knocked the card off the top of your order. All right, cool, so what we're going to do, and proceed with the rest of the ruling. So let's see if we can put this all together. So I went through a lot of things. I know that this was very dense so far, but let's take all these ideas and think about how we turn this into a framework that, like the Raff that I mentioned at the beginning, you apply at each door, at each table that you go to. So we talked about matching your answer to the question, we talked about expectations, we talked about familiarity, we talked about participation. How do we bundle all this together? How do we turn this into something concrete and actionable? Let's go back to infraction penalty phase. Up front, this is the information we need to have to be able to deploy when we give a ruling. So we need to figure this all out up front. So we're going to try to figure this out at the beginning. This is our first step. We show up and we have to figure out what's going on, what went wrong, what penalty happens if anything, and how do you fix it. So that's fairly easy. You begin that by asking some open questions. Hi there, how can I help you? Is the most common open question. It just starts off the conversation, and depending on their answers, you follow up. They're going to start giving you some open responses, and while they're talking to you, you are listening for what their expectations are, and how familiar they are with the situation they're in, how familiar they are with rules, with policy, and with playing at large events, and how an interaction with the judge might go. So you are actually passively extracting this knowledge once you know how to look out for it. You're getting a feel for what they expect the answer to be, if they have an expectation for how the ruling goes at all, and what sorts of language you can use to make sure you match their knowledge level when you respond to them. So you're getting this, then you want to confirm everything you know. So once you started getting this explanation for them, once you think you have all the information you need, confirm it to make sure that's true. So we use some of our friends, the closed questions, to get that specific information you need from the players to make sure you have everything that you need to deliver the rule. They give you some closed answers, good. Now, our smiley happy judge has sucked into his brain all of the information they need in order to actually deliver the rule. So all that's left is actually just delivering the rule, which now what we've done is we've actually front-loaded a lot of difficulty in how to deliver it, because we figured out up front the content of the rule, what the answers in our hands are. We notice what their expectations are and how familiar they are with the rules, etc. And we've gotten their buy-off on it. They've participated, they've confirmed with us that they've given everything they need, and ideally in doing it, we've cut off possibilities for more problems when we deliver the ruling. Once we've gotten their buy-in, for example, we're much less likely to have issues where we try to deliver the ruling and players are saying, but I did this all the game before, etc., etc. So now, we just take that information and we use the magical power of vibration and sound to put it in the player's hands. We deliver it, and we deliver it always in this order. And again, this goes back to the idea of the Raff and a framework. So we spend a bunch of time figuring out this information, and we use this order to know what we need to figure out what we're going to say. We deliver it in this order. And by delivering it always in this order, it again makes it easier for us to think what we need to adjust at any given point, without instead figuring like, oh, well, another player's gonna be upset, so I should start by saying, don't worry, it's only a warning. No, just walk through. Say, all right, well, what happened here is this is called a hidden card error. And for the penalty here, it's going to be a warning, and we're going to resolve it this way. And you can modulate your language to make sure that you're addressing the player in all the ways that we discussed, and make sure we're matching our answers to their questions. But we can also make sure that we're actually covering everything. So we talked earlier about great rulings needing to be correct and needing to be satisfying. We can ensure their correctness more consistently by making sure we're hitting all of this in the same order. And we can ensure they're satisfying by following this whole framework to make sure that we figure out the ways in which we want to engage with players and make sure that we engage with them. So that, in a nutshell, all of this ugly text is how we make sure that players feel addressed. Sorry about that. Good resist. So that is the basic idea in a nutshell. Now, I want to add, I don't want to say some disclaimers, but some last elaborations, and then we're just about to wrap this up. Emphasizing an earlier point, addressed isn't necessarily the same as happy. The player can be unhappy with the outcome, but if you address them, you mitigate what the fallout of that unhappiness is going to be, both in terms of how unhappy the player is, and also in terms of what the player is going to do based on how unhappy they are. So for example, when you're confirming things, over here at this step, you might sometimes hear from players where one player is much more certain of a chain of events than the other. You might hear from players when you ask them, all right, is that what happened? You might go, I guess. That's an expression of frustration, and it shows that that player is unhappy. But it also gives you something important. It shows you that even though the player is unhappy, they don't have any more of a case to make beyond that. They're saying, all right, well, I don't like where this is going, but I myself am confirming that I'm not doing anything about it at this point. So, you continue to deliver the ruling, and at the very least, you sort of deflated at the very least in that case a little bit of how unhappy the player might be. Instead of it being a big surprise at the end, and they continue to argue with you, you kind of got them to sign off on it. I also want to stress here that be a little wary about whether or not you are worrying too much about what the player's mood is going to be at the end of the ruling. And this is an elaboration of what I just said. Much like in Magic events, the biggest contributor to whether a player's day went well or not is not necessarily round turnover, how clear the parents' boards are. If that player went 9-0, they had a pretty great day, and they're unlikely to write an article about how terrible that event was. Similarly, a big contributor to how happy a player is at the end of the ruling, did it go well for them? But failing that, the next contributor to how well that ruling actually went as a human interaction is how well you engage them. And that's really the big punchline I want to make. I want to make sure that we think about, at each ruling, how we engage in players, how we meet their expectations, and how we deliver a ruling in a way that is as satisfying as it can be, and is correct each time we deliver it. So, that's it. Now, we have about 5 minutes left, so either we can talk about some rulings, and I can give some quick case studies to illustrate this a little bit more, or we can open up for questions, since I know I just threw an enormous wall of text at you guys. Would you guys like to ask questions? Would you like to hear a little bit more about rulings? Here's a question.
I just wanted to bring up a specific, it's more a specific subset of questions that players tend to ask that there was a conversation, if any of you are participating in the Slack that's going on in the Northeast Slack, also shameless plug for the Slack, you should participate in it. About general questions such as, can I spell Skype now? How would you go about determining what is the best course of action to answer that question in a satisfactory and correct manner?
It's a very good question, and it's one that I thought about as well. We want to make sure that we're not giving assistance to this player. If you think about it, the way we're trying to approach figuring out how we answer that question is using a lot of the same ideas here. One of the biggest ones, obviously, that we're aware of most quickly is what their expectation is. For example, when a player asks, can I spell Skype that? Most of the time, you know that what they're saying is, can I change the target of that to spell Skype? So knowing what that expectation is lets you try to maybe translate that question. You can also ask further questions following that to try to elaborate, to get a real feel for their familiarity, so that you understand if you can respond appropriate to that familiarity, or if you're responding too much and giving too much guidance. So you can use some open questions to try to get them to rephrase it. What do you mean? Or walk me through the exact situation. So that's I like that one in particular when I'm confronted with questions like that. Walk me through the exact situation, gets the players to instinctively be a little bit more specific without necessarily cluing them that I need you to be more specific. And if it gets to that, at the end of the day, if you get to the end of it and you don't know if you can answer that, get them to rephrase it. These are lenses, these are perspectives that you can apply to try to figure out what the best thing to do is. They're not necessarily guidelines of what you must do every time. Like the Raff, you will be at certain situations where you realize, I need to not say this, or I need to not do this. But these perspectives help make sure that, like following the IPG, like following the policy document, you have a consistent flow with decision points that help you consistently reach one or the other. I saw another question right here. Oh, well, my eyes deceive me. Any other questions? Yes?
I just want to jump into, you mentioned asking the question, what do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
And just to me that feels a little too close to trying to guide them toward, like just because you are kind of guiding them towards asking the correct question, but the question that's asked, like, can I target the spell with Spellskite, is a completely legitimate question.
So, is the question, let's assume hypothetically that in this situation, the verbatim question that the player asked was, the CJ said, can I Spellskite that?
Yeah.
I don't think that question actually translates to, can I target that with Spellskite? So, if you want to think about it in terms of whether this is guiding them too much, think about it this way. That question is not technically accurate, and therefore we need to know what the specific question they're actually asking is. So we need to know what their actual question is, then we can definitely ask them to phrase the question in a way such that we understand what they're really asking. And we can do that using some more neutral language so that we're not straight up saying, I can't answer that without giving you guidance. Please rephrase your question. But I think it is a valid case to be made that if they just ask, can I Spellskite that, you don't necessarily have enough information to know what the actual question they're asking is. So what do you mean? Or a different way to phrase the basic idea of what do you mean, I think is a valid way to get them to phrase the question.
We're still.
Yes. Sure. Back there in the center, and then we're going to get two last ones. Provided the last one isn't actually opening up the conversation, because I think we're just about out of time.
My quick follow-up on that, because I was opinionated on that side of things. Also, you just know when you're at the table. Like, trust, humans are very good at interpreting how they convey their question. You can figure out what they mean. Trust your feelings on that sort of thing. If you know what they're asking, you know what they're asking.
Cool.
So I'm just asking, hypothetically, while we're staying on this whole Spellskite topic, let's say that a player asks, can I Spellskite that? And you say, you rephrase the question, all of that, and they say, can I target this spell with Spellskite? Would you consider it giving them assistance if you answered their question maybe a little bit more thoroughly than how they asked it? For example, saying you can target any spell with a target with Spellskite regardless of whether it would redirect the damage to Spellskite or whatever. Like, would that be acceptable, or do you think that would be guiding them too much?
So I think a lot of this situation is now delving into specific questions and specific things that players say. So I don't want to necessarily give like a concrete answer of this is too much and this isn't. But to answer your question, I would say if the player had asked you specifically, can I target that with Spellskite? A, that's a concrete question that you can answer. B, how you answer it is affected by some of the topics I mentioned here. If you just say yes, and you know that what the player thinks the question is can I change the target, then you have a little bit more risk. And when they try to do it, and you stay and watch the table for them to try to do it, and it goes wrong, they're going to feel a little betrayed. Whereas if you answer, for instance, yes, you can target that spell with Spellskite, then you watch, they do it wrong, and you can refer to that. You can explain how I addressed your question specifically, and I can explain how the specifics mean this. So you can watch out for what their expectations are. Unfortunately, we had that last question there in the corner, and no. So Steve, you get to actually steal the last question. And
I was going to say, like, if they ask, can I target that with Spellskite, you can also answer, you can target any spell or ability with Spellskite. And then they'll be like, I will be more specific to my question.
So I think there we're starting to get into a little bit of personal philosophy of how we want to handle that. which is cool, but we're now 2 minutes over. So it's the end. Thank you all very much. I hope this was very useful for all of you. I do want to say this is my first time presenting, so any and all feedback is hungrily crazy. All right? Thank you all very much.
It is 2:52. The next presentation will be at 3 o'clock.
Hey. So, how often do you record stuff?
Like, what kind of stuff?
Video.
Not terribly often. This is Dan's GoPro.
Did Dan set this up?
This is his work. I mean, I've done stuff like this, but it's just, yeah.
Did Dan set this up?
Yeah, this is his capture card.
Okay. I have headphones. I was listening in a little bit at, towards the end. I don't know if it's Manny's voice is really low, but it was just barely coming out. I'd want to call, if this is Dan's setup, I'd want to call him in before doing anything. But if it's possible to move up two rows or 1 row, I think that'd be a lot more conducive for the streaming. Because I think people would hear it a lot better.
Yeah.
Especially,
we have a mic.
I think there's mic.
We have a mic, but it just broadcasts to the room.
Oh.
Which would help, because at least it'll make it louder, but it'll just be everywhere. Because it's just the GoPro mic.
Right.
Just the bad, yeah.
The mic would help. I also think if somewhere around here, I'm not sure if it's
probably
that.
air or something.
Yeah, no, there's an air vent, and these mics are not like these microphones are not like our ears.
They're like.
They hear everything, and they don't have the brain to tell them, oh, focus here, oh, focus here, focus here. So it might be a good idea to see if Dan can possibly move this up within these 8 minutes. All right?
There's mic input on this, so if we had an extra mic, we could just plug it into this.
Right. I don't think we have a good mic.
I think it's just like we just weren't
a mic for the room.
thinking about it that much.
Right. A mic for the room might actually help out a lot. Even though it's probably going to be like too loud for the people who are here or whatever, it's going to help us out a lot. All right. So next presenter who comes in, try the mic. Okay?
Yep.
I'm Chris, by the way.
I'm Matt.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. But she also told me. I do not agree with that. That's. And then they were like, wait, what? And so then I was like, oh, okay. It's tough with Zane. Chris, on the other hand, Chris, you can jump in. With Zane, Chris is not. Well, I'm not going to go there. That is true, but that is not something every time saying. Because telling Zane that is just not productive. And I understand your taste, and that's why I'm saying that. Don't get me wrong.
Begging me to go upstairs.
Yeah. Because it's Chris. The event starts at 2:30. Oh, hey.
Look at this sign.
In my world, if I was in it, I would be in there. You know what? Somebody might be.
How's it going, Ray?
Still have one? No shit. And then you posted on Facebook. Open meetings.
I don't think you're missing out on much.
And you can.
That's not a reason.
Looks like I'll be doing a lot of plays. That's a really bad idea. That doesn't make any sense. There's more. He's done this several times. It just doesn't make sense. In the room at the same time.
I mean, this one isn't really enough to launch. And then calls from players. Because the employee left at registered.
Yeah, I was there once.
Oh my god, I wasn't there for whatever that happened. He was one of the old Did you bring back Chris? Now I understand. I did not, that never happened when I was just saying. Because in the first presentation, we were all given planeswalker things, and I was given Karen, Chris was given Tim. But Mandy demanded Tim only make Chris actually.
They were handed out randomly.
I don't think it was random. I think it was a short joke. He got Tibble, I got Karen. It seemed like a short joke to me. Oh, yeah, that's ridiculous. And it's not the first time he's done it. If you're out of town, I'm not out of town. I don't mind doing that. I just need to know. And and I like all this. Because when you spend to use service, I had it but you understand to do those things anyway, so why did you play my little thing like over here if you're busy? That doesn't make sense.
And finally,
But anyway, I gotta get to my next.
And everyone else. I was in front of him when he told him because I got the last minute. Oh, we have more people than we thought we need here. Come help me out because of that video. No. They would not want. Me or Chris would run the PPPQ. We do not let other people have them. Yeah, there's no other. All L2s are here.
Hey Rob, can you hear me? Vaguely, only vaguely. Is this better? Okay, that's good.
I feel like the acoustics in this room are a little bit.
I think yours a little.
I think your face is a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You let them play for free and give you back the funds, and you're okay with it. Well, me and Chris are like, no, you don't. You clearly don't do that. We're not letting you run CPA and other things. That's stupid. We understand. He's not there. Store owner has.
Do you mind if you just sit one seat over?
All things in the wall. You're not
in frame. Yeah.
Stay until at least 3 to see if people show up. Well, apparently.
Yeah, it was a lot, yeah.
So they stay open for So instead of one at the store, he said, no, he's here at 2. Started registration back. Instead of staying until a half an hour after starting registration, see if we can trust me, he wants to. The idea that participation we have, if we have 30 participants, we will be turning people away. We have to have 40 participants on Friday Night Magic where they played 6-7 rounds. Like, why the hell is this going sitting there for people? Why?
That's the real Bobby.
Yes.
All right, judges.
I missed it. Sorry.
All right. We're gonna get a presentation on guidance from everyone's favorite tutu, bears.
The first piece of radically candid feedback I received was that no one knows who the hell you are. 3 years ago, I was working my second ever Grand Prix Atlantic City. I was incredibly excited for the event. I was going down in a car with a bunch of my friends from Yale. One of them was going to test for L1 that weekend. I was working 3 whole days. I was incredibly pumped to meet a ton of other judges, worked really hard, just kill it at this event. Friday was fantastic. I was on grinders. Tons of people said I did a really good job. Saturday I was working on the main. I was incredibly excited. I got to interact with pro Magic players, give a ruling to some people that I had heard their names up on coverage, read their articles. It was really exciting. I made some screw-ups, but I talked with them with my fellow judges. I felt like I got really good feedback. On Sunday, that friend of mine who would come with me passed his exam, and I helped him with that. I was incredibly excited. I thought I was doing so well. I thought that I was just crushing it. A couple days later, I saw something on Facebook that really made me sit and listen. A friend of mine named Jeff Foster, who some of you may have heard of, posted this on Facebook. He said, if you like this status, I'll tell you something that I don't like about you. I thought that was really interesting. I was thinking, I really respect Jeff. I'm not even sure if he thinks of me at all. I'd love to hear what he thinks I could be doing better. So I pressed that like button. Shortly thereafter, I get a post on my wall from Jeff that says, when I was talking about you with other judges at Atlantic City, none of them knew who the hell you were. I was incredibly floored by this comment. Fortunately, Jeff gave me advice on what I could be doing better, which was talking to other judges. But something had really changed within me. And although I didn't know it at the time, that was my first introduction to radical candor. Radical candor is simply a way of understanding what makes good feedback. And I say feedback, what I'm really talking about is guidance. When we say feedback, we think of judge-centered reviews, we think of performance evaluations at work. Feedback can feel screechy and alien to our ears, but it is something we want. More than that, I think what we really want is guidance. We want to know what we're doing well, and we want to know what we're doing poorly. In other words, we want to be receiving praise as well as criticism. That's all that guidance is. But how can we make guidance really great? Before I answer that question, I want each of you to close your eyes. I want you to think about the last time you received feedback from somebody in person, whether at work or in the judge program. I want you to think of that memory. I want you to put yourself in that chair. I want you to hear what that person told you. And I want you to remember how it made you feel. Hold on to that feeling. Open your eyes. And I'm going to show you a clip from Kim Scott about a piece of feedback she had that truly changed her life.
And finally she said, but, and I sort of held my breath, you said a lot. And I was like, oh, no big deal, I know I do that. It didn't really seem like, who cared if I said a lot when I had a tiger by the tail? So she said, was it because you were nervous? No, nervous, not me. And then she said, would it help if Google hired a speaking coach for you so that you could learn not to do this? And I said, you know, I'm really busy. It just doesn't seem like the most important thing in the world. And she said, you know, Kim, when you do that thing with your hand, I can tell I'm not really getting through to you. I'm going to have to be more clear here. When you say every third word, it makes you sound stupid.
This is Kim Scott. Kim Scott is a director at Google, and she was talking about an interaction she had with her boss at the time, Sheryl Sandberg, who's now the Facebook of CTO. So some pretty big names here. As you can see, Sheryl had to say something really direct to Kim in order to get her to listen. That was what, much like Jeff talked to me, really got Kim thinking, geez, why hasn't anyone ever told me this before? And more importantly, how can I take this leadership that Cheryl exemplified, and help other people do it in their own life? And fortunately, you don't have to be at Google or at Facebook or in Silicon Valley to do it. You don't have to have a crazy big search engine. No, it's much, much, much simpler than all of that. And Kim came up with 2 things that you need to do in order to give really good feedback. The first of them is that you have to be willing to challenge people directly. She also calls this being willing to piss people off, and that's incredibly accurate. Much like Jeff's comments to me and Cheryl's comments to Kim, challenging someone directly might not be very nice. It's telling them something they probably don't want to hear, something that might be deeply uncomfortable to them, something that's going to require them to change and really adapt. And that's what the best guidance is. But it's very scary. And the way that we can actually counteract that is by making sure we give this feedback, these challenges, when we care personally about somebody else. That's the second axis. Caring personally is what enables us, when we receive feedback, to not just go knee-jerk defensive on the other person, and actually begin to let that feedback sink in, and really let it change our behavior. So the intersection of those 2 is where radical candor lies. This might be something that's very familiar to some of you. It may be something that you've encountered in the past, even though you didn't have a word for it. Or it might be something that you're lacking in your life. Either of those is fine. The point of this talk is to give some words, put some language around here, so you can start to evaluate the feedback that you've been receiving and the feedback you've been giving. Because it is true that radical candor is very hard. And we're not always going to be able to actually achieve radical candor. But we should be trying. And if we're trying, but not actually achieving it, we have words for those too. This is a 2x2 grid. If you're challenging someone directly, but you don't actually convince them that you care personally about them, that's obnoxious aggression. No one likes to be second best, and obnoxious aggression is second best. But I also strongly believe that it is better than saying nothing at all. It is better to give that feedback, even if they get defensive about it, and maybe start to plant the seeds, than to say nothing. However, far too often, we actually do say nothing. We care so much about the other person that we don't want to hurt their feelings, or we just don't want to have the conversation with them right now. And that is ruinous empathy. Ruinous empathy, as a manager, as a friend, as a judge, is one of the worst things you'd be doing to a friend of yours, or to anybody. We are responsible for the growth, not just of ourselves, but for other people around us. Ruinous empathy is a false kindness. It's the kind of person that says, why didn't anyone ever tell me this before? How could you let me go for so long without telling me that I am not actually good at deck checks, that I actually don't talk loudly enough at the table? Why didn't anyone ever tell me this before? As much as possible, we want to avoid people saying those words. We want to avoid the ruinous empathy. The last quadrant on this graph is something called manipulative insincerity. I don't think manipulative insincerity is worth talking about that much. It's basically when you're being a total jerk. Kim Scott, who invented radical candor as a concept, says that even in her life, and she has a much more storied career than I do, she's encountered only really 2 people that exhibit manipulative insincerity. So I don't think it's worth spending too much time to talk about this. But basically, if you don't care about someone and you're not shouting them directly, that's just being manipulative. You're just going back to high school and playing games with people. The caution is that you really want to challenge people directly. Manipulative insincerity most often happens when someone is obnoxiously aggressive and they're told to be less aggressive, so they actually just become very passive aggressive instead. So if that might describe you, this might be something to be a little more concerned with. Now, the reason I have this grid up here is because of the interaction from before. I want you to think about that interaction you had and place it somewhere on that grid. How challenging was that feedback, and how much did that person make you care about it? How many of you feel that the feedback falls into manipulative insincerity? No one. Excellent. How many of you feel that it falls into obnoxious aggression? 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 people. What about ruinous empathy? Couple big hands. How many of you feel that you actually received radical candor? Okay. About like 15, 20 people. That is fantastic. That is great. That makes me think that something is going right in the judge program. Something's going right in your own lives. I'm very happy to hear that. The next part of this talk is going to talk about, besides challenge directly and caring personally, how can we really give good guidance? So again, I'd like you to think about this for a little bit. Try and come up with a couple of words about what really makes good guidance. What is something you want every piece of feedback you receive to contain? Once you've got that, if you're interested in sharing, just put up your hand, and I'd like you to say both your name and also just one word that you think exemplifies having good guidance.
Amanda, and I guess empathy.
So Amanda says that to be good, we have to have empathy. Elon, how? Elon says that good guidance is how?
Elliot, clarity.
Elliot says clarity.
Thaddeus, sincere.
Thaddeus says sincere.
Will, useful.
When Will says useful. All right. So that's what we have for now. I've done some things as well and listened to Kim Scott's talk, and I've come up with a couple of adjectives that I think can really help us push further out. First of them, conveniently enough, is being helpful and humble. The main thing to keep in mind about radical candor is that it's not about you. It's about the person you're talking to. You shouldn't be arrogant. You shouldn't be trying to just prove a bigger point, because otherwise you're not being radically candid at all. You're making it about you instead of about how they can improve. So you need to be helpful. You need to be humble. The second is that you need to be immediate and direct. And this is something where I think the judge program has a fantastic leg up on the rest of the world, because we have shadowing. At my very first big event, I was fortunate enough to be shadowed on my first call by Ali Medwin, a judge who then went off to go work for Wizards of the Coast, some company you may have heard of. I took a call where I didn't do a great job. I sort of bungled my interaction with the players and explaining the rules interactions to them. Afterwards, Ali took me aside and said, hey, let's talk about that. I think you could have done this better. And she pointed out specifically things I could do, and she did it right after the ruling. I think it's incredibly important to always be doing this after the interaction. There's advice out there that says, as a CEO, you should have an opinion on everything. In the judge program, we aren't necessarily CEOs, but I think this advice is incredibly important. If we offer advice on everything, people will accept that feedback always at face value. One thing that was really interesting at the very beginning of Kim Scott's clip is that she talked about how, in the beginning of her conversation with Cheryl, she was kind of waiting for that other shoe to drop, for the butt to come. She could tell that Cheryl was basically kind of puffing her up and giving her some praise before saying what she really wanted to say. Does that evoke anything to anyone? Got a couple of nods, a couple of big hands, yeah. That is often called the compliment sandwich. I think it should be called the shit sandwich. You have the real criticism in the middle, which is things you're really trying to say, and maybe you have the best of intentions. You're truly being humble and helpful, but you're wrapping it in this praise to try and make it more gentle. Radical candor says, don't do that. Say what you mean, and one of the benefits is that if you give someone praise, they aren't going to look behind the curtain and wonder, when is the shoe going to drop? When is the butt going to come? They're going to accept that feedback at face value. I think that's truly powerful, and I hope you do too. The third quality refers to the old adage, praise in public and criticize in private. This is something that, again, has been in the judge program a lot. I want to break it down a little bit and explain part of why it's so important. when I was doing that interaction with Allie, she was giving me feedback on how I had done the ruling. It's very important that she didn't correct me in front of the players. The ruling went fine, just imperfectly. She didn't jump in and correct me. She didn't make me lose credit or lose face in front of these players. She waited until it was done, and then, in private, between the two of us, she told me what she really felt. Because of that, I was able to be put in place with more security and less defensiveness. I was able to accept her feedback instead of worrying about how am I going to be perceived, how will other people think about me. The flip side of that is when someone does something really well, we should celebrate that. We should put it into the public sphere. This is going to relate to your point for later, where I'm going to talk about you get the behaviors that you reward, and the way you actually know what is truly good is by talking about it. You should shine a light on the great things that the communities do. Another important element of good guidance is that it should be observable. There's a quote in the book Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. If you call someone foolish, you've called them a name, but you haven't changed anything. If you just apply a label to someone, that is the opposite of progress. It's very important that Cheryl didn't call him stupid. She said, you sound stupid when you say so much. She wasn't ascribing the stupidity to him herself, she was talking about the action. In much the same way, when we're giving feedback as judges, we should focus on specific observable actions that our subjects did, as opposed to rendering value judgments on the other person. This also relates to the fundamental attribution error. This is a cognitive bias. How many people have heard of the fundamental attribution error before? Maybe about half the room. What the fundamental attribution error says is that when I do something wrong, it's because of my circumstances. But when you do something wrong, it's because you're a bad person. You see someone speeding and they cut you off. You think to yourself, what a jerk. When I cut someone off, it's because my wife is in the car seat and she's pregnant or whatever. That's fundamental attribution error. And this is the same thing here. By focusing on actions instead of on people, we can try and do it. The last part of this talk is actually about how we can take the radical out of radical candor. I'm not sure how needed this is, given that half of you in the room said your last reaction was radically candid, which is really exciting to me, and also, to be perfectly honest, quite unexpected. That being said, I still want to talk about it because I do think that a lot of people, even if they have some specific interactions that are radically candid, as a program, we can be doing a lot more to address the things that aren't going well. The one way you can achieve radical candor is by talking about it constantly. Kim Scott goes so far as to saying you should print out the quadrant, the two axes, put it by your desk, which might not apply here, bring it to your next event, and actually have people give you a sticker, put it on the quadrant and say, this is where I felt our last interaction was. That's the way you can be getting feedback about your own behavior and really assessing if you're being radically candid or not. Communication is incredibly important. There's a mindset, there's an adage that if you were trying to bring a company up to here in some quality, you really have to go all the way up to there in order to make it swing that much. You have to swing the meter far harder than you think you have to get to move just a little. And I think that radical candor is like that as well. So, communicate constantly. The second part of turning radical candor into everyday candor is to ask for guidance. This is related to what I said before about asking other people how you're doing and constantly asking for evaluation. Nothing is alone, and feedback is just as important feedback is just about the subject as it is about you. That's where the guidance comes in. mentioned a little about the ruinous empathy quadrant. That's a quadrant I wanted to revisit. In Papua New Guinea, there's a wonderful world called a makita. A makita is a truth that everyone knows, but no one discusses. And in Papua New Guinea, the people there assess the health of a community by how many makitas it has. If you have many makitas, your community is unhealthy. There's something rotten inside it. If your community is open, if you have very few makitas, it's much healthier. There's a story in the corporate world about a company that instituted casual Fridays. And most people assumed that that meant they can wear jeans and sneakers and maybe a nice shirt or something. And there is one person in accounting who felt that casual Friday meant that he could wear pajamas and fluffy bunny slippers. And everyone felt that this was unacceptable. But not a single person actually went and talked to him about it. And then, 3 months later, the executives at the company canceled Casual Friday with no explanation. But everybody knew, and people in human resources confirmed, it was because of that one guy who wore pajamas to work. I want that to sink in a little bit. A company changed an entire policy instead of having one conversation. That is the danger of makitas. I referred to earlier the whole idea of ruinous empathy. Why didn't anyone tell me? So often, we know what that person isn't doing right, but they don't. They don't have the ability to step outside themselves and see them as we see them, and we haven't actually gone up to them and told them, this is what you need to work on. That is incredibly unfair. It's incredibly unfortunate, and it's a gigantic barrier to growth. So makitas are something we have to be very wary of, and as much as possible, just correct. And again, I believe this is where being immediate about our feedback can come in. If we see something wrong, say something, and correct it, we don't have to get all worked up about, is this a good time? Is this a bad time? How will they feel about me telling this feedback? No, we just tell them in the moment, and they take it and they move on, and we go from there. Another important part of radical candor is building a great team. If you have a unity of purpose, a unity of mission, and a shared passion, it's so much easier to care personally about one another. This is something where I think that the team-based nature of judging and judging events really enables radical candor to shine. It may not be that we see each other every day, but we do some pretty incredible things on the floor of a Grand Prix, and the teams that come together really feel like coherent units for the course of that day. When you have a great team, that sense of shared purpose is quite palpable. Whenever we're a team leader, and even when we're a team member, I think we should be mindful of that, trying to really make these connections with other people, because it makes it that much easier to give them guidance, to give them radically candid feedback later on. I promised I would talk about this earlier. The next idea is that you get the behaviors you reward. I think this is incredibly important with all the discussion about the exemplar program. When we shine a spotlight on something, we're more likely to see that again. In the same way, if we are an example of radical candor to other people, that will help them see what we're doing and inspire them to do it themselves. You get the behaviors that you reward. If you see someone honestly, directly, but nonetheless respectfully giving feedback to a different person, you are much more likely to do that on your own in the future. The last big idea is that good intention is not enough. Good intentions need to be accompanied by powerful actions. Something that I've been thinking about a lot and that I really believe to be true is that good leaders are vulnerable. And not just in the I'm going to overshare with you sense, but in the setting an example sense. giving some sort of example from their history that enables them to be more relatable. And this isn't just about forming charisma, about being charismatic or forming connections. If I'm the head judge of an event and I say to my staff, hey, I'm really working on how I take appeals at this event. It's something that I haven't done so well in the past. I really want to do well in this event. So please tell me if you think my appeals are doing well or if you think they're doing poorly. If you ask for that kind of feedback, even though you've only asked about one thing, you've actually pre-authorized people to come to you to talk about anything. It sets the tone for the entire event. And in the same way, you can do this as a team lead and as a team member. If you say, hey, I'm really looking for feedback on my rules knowledge. I'm really looking for some help with how I address players. I really want to get better at respectful language. Even if someone doesn't see you having a problem with your pronouns or with your rules knowledge, because you asked for that feedback at the beginning of the day, they're going to be much more likely to come with you about anything. And that's one way that we can make radical candor into everyday. To emphasize those again, communicate constantly and ask for guidance. These are very much related. If you communicate what radical candor is, in order to ask someone, was I radically candid, you probably have to tell them what radical candor is. This is great because it also spreads this idea of radical candor as something people can be doing to deliver truly great feedback. Self-evaluation is incredibly important, and so is evaluation from other people, so I don't think those two things are very needed for judgment. The middle one, building a great team. Again, nothing totally outlandish, but I think it's really powerful when you realize that great teams are much more likely to give great feedback. Team building isn't an end in and of itself. It's important because of what it can accomplish, and one of those things is radical candor. The fourth idea, you get the behaviors you reward. If you are being radically candid and other people are thanking you for it, that will inspire others to also be radically candid. And finally, powerful actions. Being vulnerable, being honest, setting an example for other people. Those are powerful actions that are actually going to make people sit up and listen, much like Kim did, much like Jeff did to me, and really be driven to change. To close, I want to share a story from a little while ago when I was out in California. I was with a friend who was not a magic judge, and I was talking to him about radical candor, because the two of us often talk about big ideas and share what we're thinking about. And he said to me, wow, that's really interesting. And I've heard about it before. So, are you practicing radical candor? And that actually really took me aback. Even though I had written a blog post about it, even though I had already agreed to sign up for this seminar slot, I'd never just been asked, are you practicing radical candor? I realized I hadn't truly made the commitment to myself to be radically candid. So I had to pause before I replied to him. And then I said, yes. Yes, I am practicing radical candor. And I think it's important to use that word practice. It is a process. None of us are perfect. I'm not perfect. I've certainly failed and been ruinously empathetic instead of radically candid in instances in the past, even as recently as my last event. But that's okay. Learning is a process, and as long as we're committed to stepping down that road, we're still getting to a much better place than we were before. I'd like you all to invite me in the same way to practice radical candor. To do that, I want to ask two things. The first is after this presentation, after this conference, go to one of your mentors or go to one of the people who you've worked with recently. And first, explain to them what radical candor is. Explain the two axes, explain what it is, why it makes good guidance. And then ask them for a piece of radically candid feedback. Think about that, thank them for it, and think about how it made you feel. And then I'm going to set up a forum thread in the event on Judge Apps. And I'd like you to post in that thread what your reaction was. Are you willing to do that? Awesome. Thank you for listening. At this point, I'd like to use the rest of the time to take questions. Jeremy.
So where does the radical part come in radical candor? I want to
Sure.
get a better idea of why it's called that.
Sure. Jeremy's question is, where does the word radical come in for radical candor? It comes in because this is something that is not often done. Kim Scott describes it as the secret to success in business. I don't necessarily have statistics on whether people are being really empathetic, but it's something that Kim noticed in her own practice, and I can think of tons of examples where I've just sort of let people slide because I didn't want to hurt their feelings, because I didn't know how to say or sum up the radical candor feedback that I actually had for them.
And when you say success on that, what are you defining as success? Like getting the results that you're looking for, basically?
Yeah, and the follow-up is, have you seen success? A lot of people have come to me after I wrote the blog post about this and said that this was really, really powerful and very much a motivator to them. They've realized that they've had successful moments of feedback that were radically candid, even though they didn't have the words for it back then. And this is not just a US thing, this is even true in Europe. So I would say that it's a success. But really, I think the word radical isn't just about who's doing it, who's not doing it. It's about the fact that it's a very powerful and challenging thing to do. If you say that something is radical, I think that can be a good way of reminding yourself, yes, this is hard, but I'm still striving to make it a success. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, there's obviously more to be said, but I think
Yeah.
it's a good start.
Are there more questions?
Have you ever had a time where you've, I guess, ever since you've been practicing, that you've had to, I guess, reevaluate the type of feedback you give to someone based on a perceived notion of how they would take that feedback you give?
Sure. So Tom's question is, since you started practicing radical candor, have you ever had to reevaluate how you give feedback based on how you would react? Sure. I think that's a very good question. And the interesting thing about radical candor is that it actually says that the reaction of the other person isn't as important as you might think it is. So again, ruinous empathy comes about from being reluctant to make people defensive, being reluctant to make people uncomfortable, being reluctant to say these fajitas aloud. Ruinous empathy says that if you truly care personally about somebody, you need to give them that feedback, even though it might be hard, even though they might react poorly. When I've given radical candor to a few people, in the moment, they've been very surprised and taken aback, but as they processed it, they realized just how important it was. And I think that's going to be a fairly typical result. Another big thing is that feedback is a gift. Again, when you give feedback, it's not about you, it's about the recipient. We do have a bit of an obligation as receivers of feedback to treat this feedback as a gift, as something that someone has taken time out of their day to give to us so we can improve. It is totally natural to be defensive to feedback. We're scared of growth. Not that we're scared of growth, we're scared of change because change is what has led us to here, and we're successful here where we are. But if we embrace more of a growth mindset, we can become less defensive when giving feedback.
All right, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions with regards to the y-axis more than the x-axis.
Sure.
So I would say another talk was something very interesting and something giving me a lot to think about. But I think that something that has sort of been a little bit come over just how you define where somebody is on this cares personally axis.
Yeah.
So some of what this was my presumption, I don't know that much about the background of the field, I think you have obviously, is that this type of guidance and feedback has value. You can process it because you're getting it from somebody who you have a relationship with.
Right.
Like if I were to give you the exact same words and not somewhere lower on that axis, it falls into a different question, even though the feedback and the suggested guidance is going to be exactly the same.
Right.
Yep. And so that's where I think that while this has certainly has applications where you feel that you might be in that upper right quadrant with a particular person. That's not always going to be the case, right? And in fact, in the judge program in general, I'm going to argue that in most circumstances, in fact, it is not necessarily going to be, in my point of view, as to what being in that upper right axis means in terms of caring personally.
Sure.
I might say that there are a few judges who I have had long experience with who I would fall into that quadrant with. There are a lot of people who can tell me the exact same feedback, because I've done the exact same stupid thing, and they want to give me that feedback where I would not be in that, and it would sort of fall into this other quadrant. So how do you maybe deal with that situation, or maybe I'm overreading into what the philosophy is with regards to just exactly the extent of this cares personally, how it has to be a mutual sort of appreciation that both parties feel.
Yeah. Okay. So Eric basically wanted to ask about the vertical axis, which is the cares person axis, and he advanced the idea that it can be very challenging to build out the judge program just by the nature of the judge program, and that it's very difficult to know where you really stand with someone on that axis. So how can you reconcile that with this idea of replicating? So first of all, if you don't care personally about somebody, but you give them powerful, important feedback, that's obnoxious aggression. And that is, in my opinion, still so much better than saying nothing at all. You have to be willing to be a bit of an asshole to give this feedback. I'm not saying be a jerk about it, but realize that it might make them be uncomfortable. And it's still important to get that out there. The second part of the question is, how do we know if we care personally or not? I don't have a magical solution to this. This is something where the judge program, I think, suffers compared to a work environment where you're literally sitting next to people for 40 hours or more a day. In the judge program, as I alluded to earlier, you're kind of building these ephemeral bonds during a single event, and they might dissipate a little bit as you go on. So how can we capitalize on that? And there's a couple different ways. For me, things like this are part of caring personally. We're getting to know each other better. We're getting to see people that are taking time out of their weekends to share their knowledge, to advance cool ideas, to talk about the rules, to explain diversity, and that's great. As a community, the judge program has a lot of sort of, let's call it referred caring personally, because we're part of this environment together. As far as one-on-one interactions, I think that it's really up to your personal style. I can envision someone saying, look, this might be hard for you to hear. I know we don't know each other very well yet, but I think that you really deserve to hear this. You're not saying, I really think you're going to be a great judge, because that would be sort of false, that would be a false hope. But I think you deserve to hear this is a way of sort of bootstrapping that caring person. So again, there are ways to do it depending on your own personal style, the particular context you have with that person. But at the end of the day, if you don't care, if they don't believe you care personally as much about you as you do about them, that's fine, as long as you give them that guidance and that feedback. I saw a hand come back. Yes.
You're mostly talking about using radical candor for daily discussion with peer among peers.
Yes.
Do you ever use radical candor when dealing with players?
With players?
Yeah.
Okay, so the question was, I've talked about using radical candor amongst the judge community. What about using radical candor with players? And yes, I actually do believe that this can be helpful for players as well, especially in matters of unsporting conduct. There is a certain player who I was basically radically candid with, even though I wasn't using those words, those thoughts at the time, about a year ago, because they interrupted me during announcements and literally heckled me. And I actually took that player aside during one of the rulings and said, hey, look, I've seen you around, I know you've seen me around, we've been at a ton of events together, you know that I've been around the block a couple times. He's like, yeah, I know. Like, all right, well, so when I tell you that your actions were some of the most disrespectful I've ever seen as a judge, that really means something. And that was something that was very hard to say. I do believe it was radically candid. And I believe it made, I'm not sure if it made a lasting impression or not, but I do believe it made much more impression than just kind of the generic finger wag, this wasn't correct. I will also add on, even though there was in fact an entire seminar on de-escalating players in this very room, when interacting with players, we do have the tool of assessing a penalty, which is another way of kind of getting them to listen and indicate that they did something incorrect. But I think that replicator is a powerful tool for players as well.
Like I said, there are those situations where it's not quite covered by the rules, where maybe it's not quite sporting, but it is for a case.
What's your name?
Jacob.
Nate?
Jacob.
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 Jacob. For those who couldn't hear it, Jacob at the end elaborated the idea that radical candor with players can be helpful in situations where policy doesn't necessarily apply and we couldn't give out a penalty, but we can give out radical candor. I certainly think that being forced to listen to me is a punishment, so. Are there more questions? Yes.
Do you think there's times when it's better to go through an intermediary rather than directly giving such feedback?
All right.
Say I have a coworker and maybe we don't have the best one-on-one relationship, but there's a message you want to relate. Maybe you want to tell your boss or something, or a head judge if it's a judge.
Yeah. So Jerry's question is, are there times where it might be better to relay radically candid feedback through intermediary? So if you listen to Kim Scott's talk, which I would strongly recommend, she actually discusses this in some detail. And one of her points of view is that you should make it impossible to backstep somebody, and that you shouldn't play what she calls shuttle diplomacy. Shuttle diplomacy is where I talk to Tom about how much I hate Alex, and I ask Tom to tell Alex my feedback. That's this idea of shuttle diplomacy. And that can be very dangerous for organizations, because instead of really just solving the problem, you're trying to go through somebody to do it. That's the antithesis of being radically candid. So instead, we should set this expectation in our lives, in our organizations, in the events we help run, that if I have a problem with how somebody is doing something, I should reach out to them directly, instead of going through the head judge or going through some other party. If and only if that fails, is going through an intermediary a supported operation. Does that help answer your question?
Kind of. I mean, at some point you want to make sure you're not overstepping the bounds of the head judge, right?
Sure.
So maybe you at least want to notify them. You maybe say to the head judge,
Okay.
I'm going to talk to this person. I
Sure.
want to see where you strike that balance.
Sure, so Jeremy wants to know about how do you strike a balance between making sure you don't overstep your bounds. This is challenging for judging because we are an organization that isn't necessarily non-hierarchical, but the hierarchy is constantly shifting and can't necessarily be looked up. I might be at an event where I'm the head judge of person B one day, and then the next day I'm reporting to them as a team lead, or even I'm reporting 2 levels to them because I'm on somebody else's team. So this constantly shifting hierarchy can make it very challenging. I believe that caring personally is a helpful solution here, because it's more about the personal relationships and about I am the boss, so I am giving you feedback, or we are peers and we're the same level, so I'm not going to listen to you because what do you mean? We certified the same day. Of course I'm doing things right. Those are not super helpful behaviors. And as much as possible, whenever we get feedback, we shouldn't fret over who gave it, but rather what did it say and what is the content of it. So it's a bit of a long-winded answer, but to go to your core question, which is how do we know if we're not overstepping our bounds? And this is where I think asking for feedback comes up. And you can do that with the person you're talking to. You can say, hey, you seemed a little uncomfortable when I was talking to you. Was I overstepping my bounds at all? And maybe they say, yeah, actually, it did make me feel somewhat uncomfortable. You're like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention. Or they say, no, you're totally fine. And if you think that's sincere, great. If you don't think it's sincere, maybe anonymously you can talk to somebody else and say, hey, I gave person X feedback about this time they did thing A. Was I out of bounds about that? I think if you depersonalize it, make it about, I'm looking for feedback on how my feedback giving was, instead of, I'm going to tell you about this bad thing the person did, you're more likely to be in the right mindset. So thank you for the very helpful question. Yes?
to jump on his question, how do you feel about like direct anonymous feedback factor into all this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How does like direct anonymous feedback factor
Direct
into
anonymous
this?
feedback? So the question was, how does anonymous feedback play into the idea of Raff and Candor?
Yeah, not necessarily like shuttling it, but
Yeah.
just like.
So anonymous feedback can't be radically candid because there is no existence on the caring personally axis. You don't know where it's from. And that makes it very challenging. As someone who actually has had to sort of filter feedback from various sources or through the Magic Judge feedback form, it's very challenging because I didn't see this thing directly. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's accurate. So that's its whole other challenge. And I think what fundamentally ends up happening is that even though I'm maybe taking feedback from other sources, anonymous sources, I need to own that feedback. I need to say, look, where this feedback comes from doesn't matter. It comes from me as far as it really matters, and take it from me, not from some anonymous person. That's the way to add back in the radically candid nature of the feedback and put in the caring person axis. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. I think we have time for just one more question.
So where you do lack a rapport with someone and you're maybe kind of hurting on that care personally axis,
yeah.
What do you think of the idea of relating that criticism back to things you commonly care for and respect, such as the community and the game?
So the question was, when you lack the caring personally axis with somebody, how do I feel about relating that feedback to the axis of the community and the game?
As a sort of substitute for a personal rapport.
As a substitute for personal rapport. I think that can be very helpful. If you find out what makes someone tick, that is a great way of knowing what they'll be receptive to. It's not necessarily the same thing as I care personally about your advancement or your mentorship, but it is, you care enough to try and figure out how can I make this feedback the most receptive. So if you know that Chris cares a lot about his community and he's taking advantage and he's doing things that are damaging his community, maybe I don't know Chris very well, but if I go to him and say, hey, you're doing something that's really damaging to your community, that's going to make him listen. So I think that's a really great idea. And you can use these shared values, like I alluded to earlier, as a proxy for caring person. Thank you all so much for listening. It was great to talk to you.
It is 3:48. The next presentation will be at 4 o'clock.
Last time I saw you had beard. So I looked over and I was like, is that? The hair is great. Body shape is right. He's gonna assume so.
We had 20
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yo, that was fantastic.
Oh, you did that? No, yeah, I didn't know. I heard about the fake player.
Oh, and there were two memorable parts of that seminar. This one, so hard. Dylan was supposed to be the salty casual player who's like getting their way to competitive event. And Dylan took it from like a 4 to like a 50. No, to like a 50. Like he went from what I thought was supposed to be end at like sporting conduct minor and took it to like near. It was supposed to be sporting conduct minor and took it to like borderline. Do you call it aggressive behavior? Do you call it a sporting conduct behavior? And it made some people comfortable, but it was also great to see how people like saw the spectrum between who they view as being sporting conduct. Yeah. Like the judge was like when the judge went, how so? I was like, I don't think I'd ever say that. Didn't seem very much. Well, that was like the feedback I like sent to the coach. So I don't know if we were just kind of trying to streamline because of role play, but like these guys mean you're pretty. Hey, you know what? I want to hear more about this. Can we step back to the table? Make it not like but it was just like he was just like, dude, tell him. I'm like, this is great.
And then when I get done,
Are you staying?
You want it?
Okay. Stop. How it takes my whole backpack, even though I don't expect anything.
Time for me to go learn about stretching a job career skill.
Hopefully be on Jeopardy again.
$1? Come on, you got someone.
Can I so, are you trying to get a place at a beach now, or like yourself?
Oh, y'all are over here. We have like an area? We have like an area?
It's 100% for wires.
I think you're wrong, but I might be wrong. So there. Yeah, this is not even real Twitch. This is YouTube Live.
There we are.
Yeah, I look good.
Everybody's gonna hear what we're talking.
I always look good. I look good.
I need to go
You
get
got
my
some
charger.
You got some sick reps.
I know.
No, you're here. Come in.
No, it's for the same thing I encountered last time. You're in a wheelchair. No, there's a deck of that. Come on. Just give it up. Do I have to drag you out of the chair? I'll bring you over here. Yeah, like literally right here.
You should have communicated that to me.
Hey, it was good. But then this guy showed up. Like, it was a great day, then that guy showed up. Yeah. Oh, God.
It's probably true.
Wow!
Besides not playing much. Like, if you're down
Eric, I feel bullied and embarrassed together. You just went out for milk and cigarettes and you never came home.
Yes, and like Khalid has just been just kind of there. It like just kills your comfort. And it's not even just Coco, it's like in general, like the pull against command, like in other voice you can only kill with terminates. And like before my play gets like a pretty healthy body. I think regularly speaking, like your control deck regularly speaking just like
Oh my god, no.
You need to shoot your list.
There's also a Chrome extension that will look at any type of name on
Will you please just shoot me a list of all your Chrome extensions? Because they're all really good and I want them.
What was the last one I think? The Hughto one?
No, I didn't like Hughto. Hughto is one I didn't like.
Okay,
but it was the one that like, it's like
oh, the next one.
Yeah, that thing's sweet.
You still use it?
I just have it.
It's nice, right?
Yeah. It's so much nicer than seeing like your like most recent most visited stuff.
Yeah.
Also, you're gonna look at like beautiful like images.
You guys are so bummed about this game. It's like so hyped. This better not.
It's almost definitely going to be what it was, which is like trash can
Which was like Black Feast and Fed the first time. Where's Team G1 when this
Hold on. If we keep this clear right here, we'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, we just need to make that clear. But it's like a huge lag. Yeah, let me see how this is. Yeah, this is better. We still need to keep this clear, but yeah, this is better. Yeah, clear both of them.
That sounds like
I'm so really bummed out. Random person just hit me out of the blue. Yeah, somebody text like, hey, so do you want it?
She didn't answer?
No, she said no.
Told you. This doesn't work.
It was, wait, this is
just
one of
wait,
these-
imagine if you met her and she was perfect for you, and that's your how I met you that story.
This is one of getting up out of the blue and just like, hey, we're going to do this thing. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, no, I said,
So we matched like Friday night, and then she was great. And when we get back, whatever, and we're talking, we're like, oh, we're gonna do that one. And like we meet up and like it was like things are working out, except it's raining. By the time we get back, I can't really it was like that. But it was still fun. So we're talking like she likes the same way.
All right, judges, it's time for your favorite game, Judge Jeopardy. I now present to you your host, Hughto.
Hey everybody. So you might notice that we have 3 empty chairs up here. Those need to not be empty in order for us to actually play the game. So if you would like to play, what we're going to do is I have just used random.org and Matt watch. I selected 3 random numbers between 1 and 1,000. I'm going to ask people if they want to play what their name is and what their number is, and whoever gets closest to each of the 3 numbers will get to be our contestant. Sound exciting?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
So if you'd like to play, please raise your hand. That's a fair number. Okay. Okay. Matt's going to walk around and do stuff. I'm going to touch stuff.
Chris, and my number is 784.
Elliot, my number is 429.
Brian, my number is 2.
Tom, 334. Scott, 501.
Joe, 785.
Raymond, 299.
Stephen, 400.
Keep it simple. I like it.
Ben, 375. Tony, 642.
It's Tony, is that what you said?
Tony.
So 642?
Joe Kaiser, 600.
Chris Kane, 69.
Jesus.
Keep your voices down.
Leandro, 909.
Ray, 127.
Eric, 890.
Daniel, 42.
Good answer.
Good answer, good answer.
Chase, 777.
Vegas, baby.
Sam, 450.
Brad, 129.
Adam, 639.
Chris, 130.
Rusty, 400. Somebody already said 400.
Damn.
Pat, 710.
Anyone else?
Steven and 229 if it's available.
Probably.
Jeremy, 1,000. All right. Anyone else? Last time? Let's go. Going go.
This is harder than I thought it was going to be. So, so one of our numbers is 110. So that means that there are a couple people that said 120 something. So let's see. Somebody said 128 or 127. Mr. Ray, would you like
Yes.
to come down? Our next number was 263. I see a 289. And 229. So 289. So rated.
Rated.
That's not going to get confusing at all. All right, our last number is 478. We have 429. We have 501. So 23 away. That's so close. All right, so Scott, you are going to be our third contestant.
Ta-da-da. Ta-da-da.
Okay, so I just put your names in real quick into our fantastical software.
It's Google.
Guaranteed.
Oh, this is being broadcast. That's great.
Oh yeah. We're like right near the commentary. We are the commentary.
Can they hear us?
That's the mic. So probably.
Is there a live chat?
There is a live chat.
We just picked our contestants.
Oh man, I'm watching myself.
You guys aren't going to have names because of software
No.
nonsense. No, it's player 1, player 2, player 3. Judge 1, 2, and 3 would have been
I'm
much
not sure if you can
smarter.
go to Twitch and YouTube. Not with this software. I'm sure you can.
All right, just for simplicity, Ray, you're going to be player 1. Raymond, you're going to be player 2. And Scott, you're going to be player 3.
What makes Super Judge Jeopardy super?
I'm doing it. Was that too cocky of an answer?
Good answer.
All right, so I'm sure everyone knows how Jeopardy works. You're going to get a whole bunch of questions, and then we don't have buzzers. So what we're going to do is we're going to raise our hands. Well, not us, usually. You guys raise your hands too.
Make the buzzer noise.
Sure. So if there's any, I'm going to try to figure out who raised their hand first. If there's any disagreement, we're going to have everyone out here vote which one of you gets to get it wrong. All right, so welcome to Judge Jeopardy. Sorry, Super Judge Jeopardy. Oh,
There did it.
I didn't know that happened. So we have X evergreen. We have end of line. We have acronyms. We have simple keywords with the quotes. I hope you know what that means. 4-letter words. And before and after. To explain the 4-letter words, I got this from the Southeast, so it should all make sense now. Great. So Ray, you're player 1. Why don't you go first? Oh, yeah, use my phone.
How about 4-letter words, 500?
High roller.
Go for it! Shark? Oh, wrong. Okay, let's hope this works. Alright. Click on it. Not sure, sir. You can do it.
That is a 4-letter word.
That's actually a code. Let's try 400.
I want you to play fairly. I want you to start with
BRB. You sure?
Looks pretty good. Nope.
Great. So we're just going to have this up, and I'm just going to ask you questions.
to respond in the form of a question?
Yes. Yes. It's okay. I've probably forgotten already too.
So we have to make buzzer notice, so have to raise your hand.
Yeah.
Or fight for it.
This
Or
guy, these
you have
buttons
to make
don't
buzzer
work.
noises when they raise their hand.
Yeah, sweet benefits.
Judge Jeopardy's gonna be great. It's already locked in.
We're going to keep track of scores up here.
You can't go wrong.
Except for right
No, see about this.
There's a bunch of buttons. Matt's going to try to hit a couple. Oh! Maybe do the other one?
Sorry.
You can.
Who said that? That was the best idea ever.
What?
Yes. No, leave this up. I'm just going to cross them out. Okay. How smart is that?
How about crossing out 100?
You did it. All right, so our $500 question for 4-letter words. I bet you don't remember the name of this nearly obsolete zone.
No,
Could I be a fourth player?
Hey, that's time. Audience.
Andy!
I just completely blanked on my TV system.
Before and after 300.
All right. Before and after 300. All right, you want to cross them out for you? No, I got it. You need a man. Keep you fit. 300. Okay. You're all familiar with before and afters? Hope so. This white aura exiles a permanent as long as you control a mountain, and also makes scissor lizard useless. Right.
Change the rocks? Or?
Nope.
No.
Raymond.
What is chain to the rocks lobster?
Yes.
Oh, you know that. What? This is so good.
Chain to the rocks.
So you don't want rock lobster?
Or you have to combine two things that.
All right, Raymond, what category would you like?
So I have 300.
Let's go with simple keywords for format.
This is fantastic. You're my favorite now. Simple keyword for 400. So this ability is a form of evasion where a creature can't be blocked by other creatures with greater power.
What is skulk?
Yeah. Is everyone familiar with this fantastic new ability?
Yeah.
That means this is up to date.
Good thing it's working.
I hope.
Judge Jeopardy from the future.
So the last time we did this, we did Judge Jeopardy from almost a little bit past. It didn't work out so well. Scott, what would you like?
Let's try another before and after 400, please.
400. All right. So for 400. So the question is, Charleston Heston wants this black sorcery from Innistrad to keep its 26 dirty hands off of it. Yes. Oh.
What is Army of the...
Oh, all right, that's it. Ray or Raymond? Nothing? Anyone else now?
Army of the damn dirty apes.
Oh yeah! All right, Scott, what would you like?
500.
Do you understand how it works then?
Sure.
We don't know this. Make it harder.
All right.
You need a new marker.
This best-selling book is about the fetishes of the common mono-black devotion enabler.
What is 50 Shades of Grey Merchant of Asphodel? Four-letter words for 300.
Thank you for not making me cross.
Even high-level plays Arsenal 300 to 500.
So 4-letter words you said for 300. Alright, this question is old, but it's fine. This cannot be used as a check-in. No, not even. Wait.
What is a card?
Yes. That was like that.
That's pretty good. Says hard
Raven! Which one do you like?
Let's go with acronyms for 300.
Acronyms for 300. Oh, this one's easy. Go on. Acronyms. You ready? CDA. Raven.
What is characteristic defining ability?
Yes. All right, what would you like next?
Let's try actually X Evergreen 200.
It's fine. We'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. Oh, this one's a little long and it's weird. Okay, so Morrow, if you know what Morrow is, said this about this ability. Ability has many of the same issues as Intimidate, but even more severe. What would you do against a creature with ability if you're playing the appropriate land? Not playing with basic lands? Scott.
Land walk.
Yes. All right, Scott, what would you like next?
End of line for 300.
300. All right. There are 3 categories of information: blank, blank, and blank. Raymond.
What is public derived from private?
Sure, that's good enough. No, it is free or
Yeah, I was just like, I was like on derived from private. Like,
and
that's
then
the first one.
private thing, whatever.
Let's go with acronyms for 400.
Acronyms for 3. I already know this one. HCE. Raymond.
What is hidden car share?
Yes.
Unlike Oreo.
Alright, what would you like now?
4-letter words for 200.
Noticing a discrepancy in this total and not calling a judge is a disqualification for cheating. Scott. Yay!
Why did they come back?
Alright, Scott, why don't you come back?
S words.
Swords. It's weird. It's a hard question about simple things. Creatures with this ability become unpaired if either the creatures stop being creatures. Scott.
This is so long.
Yeah.
Come on, Raymond, get it together.
Yeah, I know. Just a bit too shortly. You can still do it, Ray. Yeah.
We believe in you.
Raymond.
Wait, which one?
Ray.
This evasion ability was obsoleted in M10 and replaced by Intimidate.
Yeah.
It's fear.
Here. You don't get as excited when you answer questions. I don't know what it is. Woo!
Where's the trash talk?
Where's the trash talk?
Do you know how awesome Jeopardy would be if there was trash talk? Like Ken Jennings, right? Can't get any questions right. Right, what would you like?
Eggs of green form.
The bane of silly judge questions. This is a static ability that modifies the rules of combat by messing around in the damage assignment.
What is band thing?
Oh yeah.
Never go.
What would you like?
500.
It's just no one wants it.
Okay. So this keyword action was last used in 5th edition and had the reminder text of destroys something. It can't be regenerated. This guy again.
What is buried?
Yeah.
We got ourselves some
Hey, got a tie.
Don't call it a combat.
All right, what would you like now, Scott?
Acronyms for 300.
That is crossed out.
That's not good.
I'm moving wrong. Swords for 300.
Great.
Swords.
Innovation, fantastic. All right, this ability is a triggered ability that creates copies of the original spell. Yes.
What is storm?
Tis indeed. Crush it. All right, what would you like next?
End of line 400.
You did. The controller of a mistriggered ability receives a warning only if the triggered ability is usually considered blank. Scott.
What is beneficial?
No. Right.
Oh.
Killing it. So you're gonna cut 5 minutes. Yeah. All right, ready. Yeah.
Give us like a couple 100s.
Acronyms 100.
That's what
Give
that
them
Acronyms for 100. All right, great. It's really hard. Ready? IPG. Ooh, get it.
Ray.
I don't think it was, but the fact that you all wanted to be.
Infraction receiver guy.
Yeah, right.
Acronyms 5.
Big man.
You can do this. Okay, ready? DCI. Scott. Nope. Damn it. Did anyone happen to notice who rang in second? Who was right?
I like wasn't looking.
Did I?
Can we go to the table?
Streamers, let us know.
No, nothing?
It's gonna be fun.
Great, Raymond.
What is Duelist Convocation International?
Yes. It doesn't matter if you can read this.
I'm sorry, I don't care about
All right, Raymond. What would you like?
Let's go with simple keywords 200.
Simple keywords 200. ability existed long before it was a keyword. Hexproof is its spiritual successor.
What is trap?
Yeah. All right, Scott.
And line 2.
If the judge believes a player is intentionally playing slowly to take advantage of a time limit, the infraction is Scott.
Slow play.
Yes, it wasn't. The infraction isn't Scott. It's just that's the way. Wait. That's wrong. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard asinine. Yeah. No. Someone else raise their hand.
What? Do it right.
Oh yeah. The question says, if a judge believes a player is intentionally playing slowly to take advantage of a time limit, the infraction is Raymond.
Was stalling?
Yes. Yeah.
It's 400-point swings.
All right, Ray, what would you like?
This one. 4-letter words for 400.
My favorite category.
It's not cross, so I know we did the 504 now, just X is not really. Oh, we bring back.
One second. So the question was wrong, so I updated it on the thing, but not on the answer key. So I don't know what the question they're putting in words. Just real quick.
It's thesis.
Welcome to Judge Jeopardy, where the questions are made up and the points don't matter.
You're not wrong.
Program doesn't even work.
Wait, you just have thesis.
Like Judge Live. There we can ask questions.
All right. And that order of cards is not important in this hidden zone.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Helen. All right. So let's go back up to the thing. Yay. How do you move? I don't know what's
Give him his points.
He did.
I think you'll notice that. That's good. Acronyms for 200. Let's close out the category.
Yes.
Yep. Acronym for 200. Ready? Jar. Scott.
Judging. What is judging regular row?
It's sort of upsetting to me it's not jar. It's like I've already made part of it. But
Did you say that's jarring?
Jarl? Oh, Jarl would be fantastic. All right, what would you like? I'm telling you, the 200 is all fun.
That's correct. Damn. I'm home.
You're doing great.
All right, a proxy card is used during a competition to represent an authorized game card that has been.
Raymond.
Raymond.
What is damaged?
Damaged or worn.
Yeah.
What was there before? I'm glad you guys are here.
Integrity.
All right. What would you like?
What? Can I get a 4 and after for 200?
T 4 and after 200. Star of his own Pixar video game, this handy centaur can repair anything and let you play land from the top of your ability. Sorry, from the top of your library in Old Standard.
Right.
Right. That's.
What is?
Before and after, bro.
Oh, no. I didn't get
Sure. Star of his own Pixar video game, this handy centaur can repair anything and let you play land from the top of your library in standard but not. Nope. Okay. It is. What is? Or does anyone out here know? Yes.
Courser of Crew Fix It, Felix.
Yes.
Appeal. The question was misordered. It's not a Pixar movie. It is a Disney movie.
Got
Which $100 question would you like? Accept green for $100. I need to erase all this crap.
Put the board back down. Never happens.
I have to do it again though. It's a double Jeopardy.
Slide the board on the other side.
Right, so wait a minute. Creatures with this evasion ability can't be blocked except by artifact creatures and or creatures that share a color with it. Yes.
What is intimidate?
Yes. Does everyone know it's not evergreen anymore?
Yeah,
The great new world we're living in. Alright, so which other one would you like? Sure. Alright, the head judge may not deviate from the guide's procedures except in blank and blank circumstances. Head judge may not deviate except in blank and blank circumstances. Nope. Significant and exceptional.
Significant.
Yes.
That's what.
All right. Which one would you like?
No, I was looking at exceptional. I didn't know significant. Let me see.
This type of judge is the only one authorized to downgrade penalties. Scott.
Yes. Not you.
Oh,
wow.
Might be Raff. All right, Scott, which one would you like?
S-words.
Simple C-word. All right. This ability causes the spell's text box onto another spell. Raymond.
What is splice onto arcane?
That's splicing.
Specifically, if you don't have what to splice, as much of it.
Alright, y'all ready for a $100 before and after question? Carpe Diem. This one mana black discard spell was Robin Williams' favorite in Dead Poet Society. So random.
What is thought sees the day?
Yes.
That's round one.
This is supposed to be faster, but.
That's more fun.
There's more things coming on that side.
What was that?
Fun fact, when you erase over fingerprints, we're going to get to see the puzzle. Alright, so the scores after this first sequel Jeopardy, I guess. We have Ray with 100 points. Good job. In second place, we have Scott with 1,900 points. And in first, we have Raymond with 3,500 points. Is everyone ready for round two? Yeah, let's open up. That button worked. Great. Double Judge Jeopardy. Double Super Judge Jeopardy. It's more points.
Double the fun.
Yeah, sure. I can button. Oh no, buttons. Stop buttoning. Yeah. There you go. Buttons. Again, did not notice. Our categories for this round are not coming up. Okay, great. pretty pictures.
Oh, that's retarded.
Ogres are like onions. It's still not. Weather lie. And what the F are those keywords? Yeah. Ta-da! Wait. Yeah, Ray, you go first. Then we're gonna jump.
Go for the hardest.
Do it.
You might.
Do it, Ray. This is getting interesting. I'm going to show you a picture. Huh. I can describe the picture. Oh yeah. So, but first, make sure you're watching that screen because it is an image, and we're going to tell you what image it is. Are you ready? This probably isn't going to work. Great. This should work, right? 800. Raymond.
What is enlarge?
Yes. Big kitty, huh? All right, now all right, what would you like now?
We'll go with the same category as 1,000.
You just get this before you clear it out, and we never have to worry about this again.
What a cordial agreement. What happens to all this good talk?
What next up? We just write all the X's in afterwards.
I like this one better.
All right, is everyone watching the fancy screen? Ready? Here we go. 1,000. Most metal magic argular break.
What is debt to the deathless?
Yes.
We'll go to 600.
600. I don't know that one. Ooh,
Scott.
Grizzly bears.
Yeah.
Cross it out.
Never noticed on the one with that. So
I should have just put a picture of Paul Perry. Sometimes things come to me a little slower. 400 and 200. Great. This one could be anything.
What is treasure cruise?
Man!
Alright, this is probably going to work, right? The next one. It actually works. Okay. Raymond again.
What is temple of mystery?
Does anyone know why I chose this particular one?
It's Britney Spears.
This is Britney Spears' favorite magic art. What?
Leave Britney alone.
Look at this.
People were so salty. Why? Because she's like all of this. Yeah, she just like posted on Twitter saying.
Let's go with Weatherlight 600.
Really a fun part.
The location where Urza found the living wood to craft the weather weapon. Raymond.
What is Yavamaya?
Yes. Fun fact, some of those questions are hard.
We'll go with the same category 800.
800. All right. The adoptive brother of Volraff. Scott. Yes. All right. Doing it.
1,000.
The name of the headmaster of Tolarian Academy and father of Hannah. Raymond.
Who is Baron?
Yes. I'm going to ask you a fun bonus question. It's not going to worth any points. This is what Jonah told me to put up there, and I think this question's terrible. Ready? So the original question was, the original name of Baron, the headmaster of Tolarian Academy and father of Hannah. Does anyone know except Jonah?
What is it, John?
Jeffrey.
Apparently he ran out of ink and changed his name. I don't understand that. Great, moving on. Right. The artificial plane created by the Phyrexians to invade Dominaria. Yep. Scott, sorry.
What's Raff?
The immortal goblin cabin inn.
Who's sweet?
Yep.
I was going to riot if that was not the answer to one of these questions.
Alright, what would you like?
What the F are these keywords?
Do you want to give like a number?
200.
I changed one of these and I don't have to use them. Alright, what's our keyword? 200. This keyword was replaced by vanishing or tangle wire. Raymond.
What is fading?
Yes.
Oh, we start with that.
Alright, which one would you like?
Try ogres are like onions, 400.
I'll check back to see.
400. Alright. So cards like Blood Moon and Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth use this instead of timestamps when they find themselves applying in the same layer. Stop.
Is dependency?
Yes. My least favorite words. Alright, which one?
Keywords for
Why cast only one half of a split card when you can get both with this mechanic? Raymond.
What is fuse?
Yes. People are getting upset with your
No, it is the rest of it. What? Keyword 600.
Sure. Let's
Actual Jeopardy game.
It's like equipment for lands. Scott.
What are fortifications? F words for each.
I like that chart. Alright, this is the one that's going to have to go with it.
It is.
Yeah, I had an old
Like
question. This ability decreases power and toughness of blocking creatures without this ability. Raymond. Sure, I just put it back up real quick so it looks nicer. It looks nicer to focus on.
Bless you.
I predict you don't know this mechanic, which makes you keep a card revealed to all of your upkeeps. Yes.
Oh.
Nope. Raymond.
What is forecast?
Yes.
Alright, we'll go with over the light underscore 6.
Great. Within the power and toughness layer, this sublayer is applied glass. Got it. Great.
What is power and compass switching abilities?
Yes. Sure. Let's make this one a daily go. I didn't we don't have any, so here's one. What would you like to wager?
All
of it. All of it. All of it.
Like throw it away elsewhere. 1,500. We'll go.
So this is 800? Tarmogoyf's power and toughness are an example of this kind of ability, which is applied before other abilities in the same layer.
Sorry, can you start it again?
Tarmogoyf's power and toughness are an example of this kind of ability, which is applied before other abilities in the same layer. Raymond gets the
What is a characteristic ability?
yes. Right. So now it's a keyword that can be granted in layer 6. This ability functioned as a modification of the game rules prior to the M14 rules update. This thing used to be a game rule, but now it's an ability that can apply in layer 6, the abilities layers. I should have made this one the double check.
Yeah. That should have been done.
I didn't know.
M14.
Nope.
Indestructible.
Yeah.
200.
Yeah, there is easy. Alright? When these kind of effects apply to objects, we use layers and timestamps to determine their order. When these types of effects apply to objects, we use layers and timestamps to determine their order. Scott? No.
Why do you think easier yet?
Because what?
Yeah, you underestimated 200, didn't you? Nope.
Continuous.
Yes. All right, where to?
It's not PCB for 400.
This one. Yeah. Hey. Oh, great.
Still
Hope you guys like policy.
Still
You got 10 policy questions. So we're looking for, let me just make sure it's true. We're looking for the infraction, not the category, but the infraction itself, for both of these categories. A player activates a sensei's divining top that is no longer on the battlefield and sees 3 cards before the mistake is noticed. Raymond.
What is looking at your cards?
Yes. Where to? A player resolves a Dark Confidant trigger, but forgets to reveal the card before putting it into his or her hand. Ray. Yes. You're right. Where to, Ray?
That was also hard.
Okay. Yeah.
Take it down, Ray.
This one's kind of fun. All right. Well, wait not. A player casts Brainstorm and forgets to put 2 cards back on top of his library. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? It's actually an example in the IPG. Take a stab at it, Raymond.
Right, got it. Game rules violation?
It is a game rule violation. All right, where to?
Still not PCP for 800.
I can soak up all the points.
He's already got it.
Okay. A player in a limited tournament pockets a foil rare that he opened in the sealed pool he's registering.
Come on, Ray. Put that hand right
Come
up.
on, Ray, you got this.
Come on, Ray.
Come on, Ray.
Everybody, what do you want? The question is, a player in a limited tournament pockets a foil rare that he opened in the sealed pool he's registering.
Don't take what he already has.
You gonna give it a shot?
Take it from Raymond.
What is theft of tournament materials?
Yes.
If he opens it, he owns it.
That was 800.
He's registering.
Yeah, but he still owns it. No, you don't pass anymore.
Pass to register.
No, you now open and register yours, and then the person across from you opens it and verify.
Right now, the cards that are they pass back to me, and I build my deck, and I have the packs, and I open.
That one's so deceptive. Fantastic. Right. A player's opponent forgets to reveal the card searched for by Worldly Tutor. It is not noticed. Good.
What is the question?
A player's opponent forgets to reveal the card searched for by Worldly Tutor. It is not noticed until the end of the turn. Raise your hand, sir.
There are
I'll tell you if you're wrong. so that's our rule for Judge Tower. We'll let you know if you're wrong.
Oracle text.
What's that for? 600? This is one so you can play. Either each other. Can we read again?
The absolute value of that number. Yeah.
Nope, nothing. Holy crap, that's amazing. It's failure to maintain game state. It's the player's opponent that did it.
Interesting. Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Knight of Infamy, a 2/1 creature that exalted, attacks alone. Its controller says, take 2. Yeah. Mr. Trigger? Yeah! Alright. The player realizes he has accidentally drawn an extra card, then fails to call a judge in order to avoid a penalty. Ray. Yep. Alright, where's your Ray? Alright, it says, a spectator points out the correct play to a player who had not solicited the information. Raymond.
What is outside assistance?
Yes. All right, where to?
400.
I can guess it's next. 400 over there. A player losing a game starts slowing down the pace of play in an attempt to run out the clock. Right. Yes. Would you like it still not PCV for 200? I hope so. A player without sleeves has several foil cards that stand out significantly from the rest of his deck.
What is mark cards?
Yes. Great.
Yeah, right.
Oh. Well, it's Final Jeopardy. Here, everyone look that way.
Formality.
Hey, get that thousand on right.
Yeah. Strong point there.
Take the one.
Put it somewhere else. You tell all your friends you won, but we have to have a good game show.
I think that was a pretty textbook example of outside assistance.
Yeah, so give me a match I'm not giving you guys trash right now, I promise. So, you're all familiar with how Final Jeopardy works. So, the category for we're gonna put what your wager is. It can't be more than this number that you have.
They're all wagering everything.
Scott.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe
Scott.
Ray's gonna play it cautiously and hope the others you get it wrong. Well,
The triple stuff plan.
Yep. Here, you get a shirt. Alright, so I might not be able to stop it from showing the question, so I'm just going to read the category. The category is, where we go. Comprehensive rules details.
Everybody's ready.
Maybe. Then you write down your wager. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh, you're passing this? That's awesome. Good for her. Alright, so we all have our numbers, right? Okie dokie. This one I can't remember. Ignore it through the X's. I should might as well get a timer out for this. We're going to give you 60 seconds because why not?
Alright, everyone take this off. Alright.
The question go first. This is going to be terrible. Alright, now keep in mind, this is my favorite rule in the entire comprehensive rules.
No pressure.
60 seconds for this. This is the rules number for one of the strangest rules. Players can use the magic sword events located at wizards.com/locator
Wait,
to
what?
find tournaments in their area.
Yes.
Hey, Final Jeopardy is supposed to be hard.
Random numbers that are serious. Got it.
There you go. You can't change your number.
You have 30 seconds left.
So I need to write my answer on this. What do you want?
Storm Crow.
Yeah, Storm
I don't even know this.
Alright, you have 14 seconds.
Oh.
4, 3, 2, 1, hands down. All right.
Whoever gets closest to the number? Is that
No. You should just know this.
Closest without
This is important information. I'll actually know this going forward.
Almost. All right, Ray, you get to go first. First, what is your wager? 0.0
001.
Okay, so if you know. Sorry, it is a verb.
That's how much he's
No,
weighing.
did you say that?
Okay. What's your answer?
Does it
Pi.
matter then?
No, it does. You have 1,500. I'm going to do the math and write the number down. I'm just guessing I won't need the 5.
Wow. Pi. 3, 1, 2, 3.4.
No. All right. Scott, what's your wager?
900.
9. You mapped it, didn't you? I should have 901. 900. Yeah.
My answer was 1-1 with traffic.
The charging badger stratagem.
Charging badgers and my charging
All right, Raymond, what's your wager?
1201. Damn. What is 901.3?
No, I don't know how to math that, so it's
40, 1099.
all right. Does anyone know?
Is it 101?
Would it help if I looked it up? It is.
We totally looked it up.
One. Sorry. 106 feet? No, there's
100.6 feet.
100.6 feet. Yes, it is 100.6 feet. Yay!
What a game.
Great time we had.
People are wondering how long they can stay and chill after this. I told them we have it booked till 6, but do you think people could stay later than 6?
I don't think anyone would give a shit for it.
Okay. Also, Smash and Rock Band stuff?
Not Rock Band.
Smash.
Probably.
Okay.
If people want to, yeah.
Yeah, we can bring down Smash.
Okay.
I'll help you bring down Smash. Also, after the
Wii U,
after the
okay, I'll bring down the.
Yeah, we're taking the photo now, so you should come out with us and stay around after the photo for points. I told you.
I don't know. Mid prices or violent prices. I'm building reanimators. I'm building reanimator, and I need. All I need is all I need. I feel like you sort of guy. Sort of. Hopefully they'll be able to put it. Well, the trade's still need to materialize. Like I have the value, I still need to find people to do the trade. Like that's gonna be difficult. Yeah, who wants foil for something? Nobody. I already have my place on enough foil.
Judges that are finishing up, if you please, we are meeting out front here, out in the hall, in the lobby for a picture. So if you please gather up your materials, we're going to be meeting for a picture, and then other stuff.
Oh, you mean there's other things?
Yeah.
I just know this one was 100. I remember you mentioned it several times. I'm like,
You know what?
oh, this is the Charizard roll?
Yes.
Oh, right.